1. Above the torch, Magneto's instrument has been activated, and pure white radiation spreads like flowing water. Seeing that the plan was about to succeed, Magneto didn't have any proud look on his face. Instead, there was a trace of pain in his eyes. He will change the magnetism of the planet, and although this will sacrifice many ordinary people, it is also a fight for the rights of the mutants. Just a few hundred meters away in the clouds, there is an invisible saucer-shaped aircraft hovering. The interior of the aircraft is very luxurious, and there is a huge amount of screen. This scene at the Statue of Liberty is displayed on the screen. That's almost it, Master Norton. Pen Miles opened the hatch and reminded Norton. Got it, Uncle Miles. Norton put down his wine glass and stepped out of the open hatch. Stepping out of the flight machine, Norton locked the location of the Statue of Liberty, then accelerated instantly and flew in front of Magneto. Magneto is worthy of being a hero. When Norton suddenly appeared, he did not panic at all. Instead, he calmly asked, "Who are you?" "Norton Carnegie," the boy replied. While he answered, he waved his hand gently, and the rapidly rotating instrument turned into the most basic atoms. The radiant light disappeared instantly. Magneto's expression suddenly changed, and he became furious. Unfortunately, Norton was too fast, and he had no time to stop him. The plan that had been planned for so long was about to succeed, but was ruined by Norton at the last moment. Magneto almost exploded with anger. Magneto instantly made up his mind. Even if Norton was a mutant, he would never let him go. Norton is wearing a black combat uniform tonight, with a lot of metal equipment on him, especially his belt and combat boots, which are all made of metal. In Magneto's opinion, isn't this a meal delivered to your door? But when he wanted to take action, he found that he was exhausted and couldn't control the magnetic field of these metal equipment at all. This incident made Magneto calm down quickly. "You are a mutant too. Why did you stop me?" "I'm only here for Anna. She's very important to us," Norton replied. While answering, Norton walked over and picked up the Rakshasa girl who collapsed on the ground. "And even if I don't stop you, your plan won't succeed," Norton added. As soon as Norton finished speaking, he saw Sabretooth being knocked out of the Statue of Liberty. Magneto definitely knows what this means. The X-Men are out of trouble, and no one can stop them. "Magneto, you should confirm the ending of Senator Kelly. I think the professor will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Before leaving, Norton reminded Magneto again. Norton said this because he didn't want Magneto to blame all the reasons for his failure on him. He didn't want to become an enemy of Magneto. Magneto is a true idealist. He truly regards every mutant as a brother or sister, and this charisma has allowed him to gather a large number of like-minded followers. As a mutant, Norton does not agree with Magneto's philosophy, but he has to admit Magneto's personality charm. At the same time, Magneto is also a true hero, a hero who is not bad in terms of strength or means. Being an enemy of a hero is a very troublesome thing, and Norton hates trouble the most. Watching Norton fly away, Magneto ignored the X-Men who climbed up. He found the seriously injured Raven first, and then quickly led the Brotherhood's people away. After Magneto led the people to evacuate, the X-Men also evacuated quickly. Only the ruined Statue of Liberty remains, proving that a great war took place here. As soon as Norton returned to the flight machine, the Rakshasa girl suddenly woke up. This time, the instrument had just started, and Norton rescued her, so the Rakshasa girl's vitality was not greatly lost. Apart from being weak and rude, she was fine. "Who are you?" Rakshasa asked weakly. "You can call me Norton." Norton stroked the Rakshasa girl's forehead and comforted her gently. "Did you save me?" Rakshasa asked again. "That's right." Norton nodded. While speaking, the Rakshasa girl noticed that Norton had no gloves on his hands. Her expression changed instantly, and she struggled to avoid Norton's hands. Norton knew that the Rakshasa girl was worried about hurting him, but he still stroked the Rakshasa girl's cheek and explained confidently, "Don't worry, you can't hurt me." Norton definitely knows about Rakshas's ability. Before coming to take away the Rakshasa girl, they had analyzed that the Rakshasa girl's ability could not hurt him, and they confirmed it again when they touched the Rakshasa girl's forehead just now. Norton did feel the suction from the Rakshasa, but the bright law rune in the ocean of his consciousness only moved slightly to resolve the suction. Really, Rakshasa girl still couldn't believe it. Definitely. Norton encouraged. The Rakshasa girl, who has always been troubled by her own powers, really wants to be in close contact with others. The Rakshasa girl gently rubbed Norton's hand and found that Norton was indeed fine. A happy smile suddenly appeared on her face. Enjoying the feeling of close contact, the Rakshasa girl forgot all her worries and fell asleep with a satisfied smile. Norton's flight was very fast. When it returned to Cumberland Island, it was still very early before dawn, and there was no sign of the Rakshasa girl waking up. So Norton had to give up his previous arrangement and take her back to the bedroom. "Do you need to call Nina?" Master Norton, Pen Miles asked. "No, I can do it myself," Norton replied. "Uncle Miles, go to bed first and ask them not to wait. We will talk about other things tomorrow." "Okay, Master." Miles didn't ask any more questions. Norton did not regard Miles as a butler in his mind, but Miles never forgot his identity. Norton has nothing to do about it. He is not used to it, but he can only accept it. As a young man who grew up under a red flag, Norton was not used to this decadent aristocratic life. 2. Even though he had traveled through time for more than 10 years, he still wasn't completely used to it. That's right. Norton is a time traveler who traveled to the famous Carnegie family and became a 12-year-old child and the next generation heir of the Carnegie family. When he first traveled through time, Norton thought the Carnegie family had declined. But after a period of actual experience, he discovered that although this family was not well known, it was the top family in the United States in terms of assets and influence. Give the simplest example. As the former Steel King family, although the Carnegie family does not hold shares in any listed steel companies, at least half of the world's steel-related companies need to pay patent fees to the Carnegie family. In short, there is only one word: rich. If it were a normal world, Norton would start in Tianhu. Unfortunately, Norton soon discovered the existence of Mutant and then met Tony Stark as a child. Now Norton is no longer calm. The Marvel Universe is full of troubles. Even if it is confirmed that it is a movie universe, Norton still has no sense of security. Fortunately, Norton not only awakened the X gene, but as a time traveler, he also has a standard plug-in, a learning system that can be improved by just learning. As a young man who has money, super ability, and cheats, Norton said he should keep a low profile. In order to live, study in a low-key manner. Norton opened his own learning system. Physics LV4, 23. Chemistry LV4, 14. Metallurgy LV5, 36. X Genetics LV4, 98. Elemental Dominance LV4, 99. Level 4 in general subjects is almost the limit that practical knowledge can reach. Only the discipline of metallurgy has reached level 5 thanks to the X ability of elemental dominance. Norton level 5 metallurgy has allowed Carnegie Alloys to become the top specialty metal supplier in the United States in less than 10 years. The U.S. military, SHIELD, Stark Group, etc. are all major customers of Carnegie Alloys. Carnegie Alloy Company is small in scale and not famous, but its influence is no worse than that of Stark Group. Norton's eyes fell on level 4 X Genetics. This most important subject currently encountered a bottleneck. This is why Norton took the risk of becoming an enemy of Magneto and went out of his way to rescue the Rakshasa girl. The next morning, the Rakshasa girl's body had recovered, and Norton took her to the Mutant Academy on the other side of the island. Ever since he learned of the existence of mutants, Norton began to deliberately search for and cultivate mutants. Mutants are scarce resources, and their cultivation is of great value. For this purpose, Norton specially acquired the unused Cumberland Island from his family and built Carnegie Mutant College on it. At the same time, the energy of the Carnegie family is mobilized to save mutant children around the world and bring them to Mutant Academy for unified training. "Norton, where are we going?" the Rakshasa asked happily. "Carnegie Mutant Academy," Norton replied. "Academy?" The smile on the Rakshasa girl's face disappeared instantly. "Don't worry, the classmates in the academy are all mutants like us, and most of them, like me, are not afraid of your ability." Norton comforted. Really, Rakshasa didn't quite believe it. She was too afraid of her own ability. "Definitely," Norton replied firmly. The morning sun shone on Norton's handsome face, making the Rakshasa girl's eyes blurred, and she couldn't help but trust him. Just then, a voice interrupted this beautiful moment. "Norton, is this Anna?" An elegant blonde beauty came over, took the Rakshasa girl's hand and asked. The Rakshasa girl subconsciously withdrew her hand and hid behind Norton. This action had become a conditioned reflex. This is Serena, the teacher of the academy. Norton introduced the Rakshasa girl. Teacher Serena, the Rakshasa girl timidly called. Call me Sister Serena. Catherine held the Rakshasa girl's hand again. Her voice was very gentle, making people involuntarily feel friendly and trustful. So this time the Rakshasa girl did not avoid her. Leave it to me, Anna. Serena gently took the Rakshasa girl into her arms. Okay, I'll leave Anna to you to help her integrate into the academy as soon as possible. Norton warned Serena, then turned to Rakshasa and said, Anna, you and Serena go to the academy, and I'll pick you up after school. Yeah. The Rakshasa girl was a little reluctant, but she still didn't refuse. Serena took Rakshasa into the academy, while Norton came to the experimental base behind the academy. As soon as he entered the experimental base, he met an excited John Davidson, the chief researcher of the mutant research base and a top genius in genetics. John's X ability is microscopic vision, which can directly see the gene sequence, which is even more powerful for genetic research. Norton, our guess is correct. Anna's genes are really amazing. As long as we thoroughly study her genes and X ability, our X genetics can make up for the biggest missing piece. John said to Norton excitedly. Looking at John's big dark circles, Enan decided not to talk about the Rakshasa girl for the time being, otherwise John's current excited state would definitely scare the Rakshasa girl. John, you haven't slept in how many days? Norton asked. I'm not sleepy. John didn't care about this. He was in a state of excitement now. Where's Anna? You have to go to bed now. Norton carried John directly to his exclusive lounge. The lounge was specially designed for John. There was nothing except a large bed. As soon as Norton closed the door, hypnotic ability gas began to be released in the room. John's excitement quickly passed, and sleepiness gradually set in. Soon he fell on the bed and fell asleep. Norton glanced at John. X Genetics LV4, 99.3. He has surpassed himself again. As long as he finishes learning John's latest research results, his X Genetics will reach 99. This kind of top-notch tool man is so rare that we must not let him tire himself out. The learning system allows Norton to avoid any learning bottlenecks, but it requires a constant stream of new knowledge support. If you have finished learning the existing knowledge and want to continue to make progress, you must either look for new knowledge to learn or research new knowledge and technology yourself. Realistic knowledge is limited, so in the end, you can only study it yourself in any subject. However, there are so many subjects and Norton's energy is limited, so the system derives the master-apprentice function. Enan students can also enjoy system bonuses, and there are no learning bottlenecks in some subjects. Therefore, the entire Mutant Academy, including teachers and students, are nominally Norton's students. After they complete their studies, they will become the best tools. The reason why it is called the Mutant Research Base is not because mutants are studied here, but because all the researchers here are mutants. After Serena brought the Rakshasa girl to the academy, she first introduced the teachers and students above the 6th grade to her. Everyone shook her hand and was not affected by her X ability. This discovery made Rakshasa very happy and gave him a sense of belonging for the first time. Living like a normal girl is her biggest wish. Perhaps because once the heart disease was cured, the Rakshasa girl gradually regained some of her girlish nature. Sister Serena, why is my ability ineffective on you? The Rakshasa asked curiously. Because we have greater control over X ability, Serena replied. As long as you complete the basic subjects of the academy, you will be able to fully control your X ability. Then there will be no problem even if you come into contact with ordinary people. Really? The Rakshasa girl was a little disbelieving, but at the same time full of expectations. It's definitely true. Serena's voice was inexplicably infectious. The Rakshasa girl didn't have any doubts, so she couldn't wait to ask, Teacher Serena, when should I start class? At the moment, she seemed to regard herself as a member of the academy. Serena nodded without any trace and finally completed the task. The X gene is very special. Many details can only be felt by myself. It is difficult for others to study and understand it. It is best to study it yourself. The Rakshasa girl's ability is the key to making up for the shortcomings of the X genetic theory and there must be no mistakes. Therefore, Rakshasa women need to actively participate in research as researchers. Starting from rescuing Rakshasa, Norton made a series of arrangements to make Rakshasa completely return to Carnegie Mutant College. After dealing with the aftermath, the professor arrived alone in his wheelchair to check on Cerebro. The silver door slowly opened, and a familiar figure came into view. Eric's visit in this way was a bit unexpected from the professor, but it was also reasonable. Magneto is too familiar with Xavier's school. Entering here quietly is almost like going home. The professor was just surprised for a moment, then drove in as if nothing had happened and closed the door. Magneto also turned around. At the moment, his expression was calm. There was no emotion on his face, and there was no sign that he had just experienced a tragic defeat. "You failed, old friend," Professor X said first. After hearing the professor's words, Magneto's expression did not change at all. Instead, he frankly admitted his failure. "I did fail this time." He eventually followed Norton's advice. After arriving at Xavier's school, I had quietly checked Counselor Kelly's test records. He had to admit that this plan would never succeed from the beginning. However, Magneto is an idealist, and a temporary failure will not shake his will. The professor knew Magneto well and advised again, "Don't do this again. Eric, I won't make this mistake again next time." Magneto replied, "What you do will only lead Mutant into the abyss." The professor continued to advise, "Mutants have fallen into the abyss a long time ago. I rescued them from the abyss. Without me, most of them would have died in human laboratories." Magneto's eyes were filled with anger. If all kinds of careerists hadn't been capturing Mutant and using him for experiments, he wouldn't have gradually gone to extremes. Two old friends who are in love with each other cannot convince each other. Before leaving, Magneto warned the professor, "You'd better be careful lately. Humans are not trustworthy." Last night, Mutant got into a fight on the Statue of Liberty, causing quite a lot of damage. Although the government does not know the reason, the destruction of the Statue of Liberty has touched a sensitive nerve in Washington. Someone will definitely take the opportunity to cause trouble. Magneto has obtained some unfavorable information through Brotherhood's channels and has also seen the names of many acquaintances. This time, Magneto was not seriously injured. With him in charge, Brotherhood calmly went into hibernation. But Xavier's school is out in the open. There's no way to hide it. This is the reason why Magneto came specially to see the professor. After all, they are old friends, and the academy is full of mutants. As for Norton, who suddenly appeared last night, both parties made a tacit agreement not to mention it. Norton did not deliberately hide his identity. With the energy of Xavier's school and Brotherhood, it was easy to obtain Norton's information. Norton's behavior of saving mutant children over the years has not been concealed, and all children are treated equally regardless of their ability. The situation of Carnegie Mutant Academy cannot be hidden from them. Therefore, both the professor and Magneto have always had a good impression of Norton. As soon as Norton arrived at Carnegie Alloy Company in the afternoon, General Manager Una Watson came over with a pile of documents. "Boss, the military placed 3 urgent orders today, all of which are non-magnetic alloys." Una Watson reported to Norton. 4. It seems that what happened last night greatly stimulated the military. Norton laughed. The 3 orders are not small, but Norton knows that this is just the beginning. The military is definitely not the only one who needs non-magnetic alloys. Norton felt that he should thank Magneto for letting him make a fortune again. The price of non-magnetic alloys was not low. Immediately increase the production of non-magnetic alloys and deploy a backup smelting workshop. The recent orders for non-magnetic alloys will definitely continue to surge. Norton arranged. "Okay, boss." Una quickly wrote down Norton's arrangements. "Anything else?" Norton asked. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Norton responded, and then told Una, "That's it for today." Seeing that it was Penn Myers who came in, Norton stood up and walked over. "Uncle Myers." "Master, Madam asked you to go back as soon as possible." Penn Myers said, "I'll go back right away." Mom called, but Norton didn't dare to delay. He just happened to be finished with his work for the day. The company is not far from home, near Washington, and only takes a few dozen minutes to drive. Originally, their family lived in New York, but where was New York? How dare Norton live in New York? So at his strong request, the family moved to Washington. If it weren't for the inconvenience of traveling back and forth, Norton would even want to move directly back to Georgia. Norton's house in Washington is very simple, just a single-family villa with a garden. Norton breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Mary taking care of the garden leisurely. So he walked over with a shower full of water. "Mom, what happened today? Your father just sent back a message." Many people in the parliament expressed dissatisfaction with Mutant today, and some people in the military also want to take action against Mutant. Mary's tone was calm, and she didn't seem worried at all. "The military wants to touch my mutant academy?" Norton asked, but his tone was slightly disdainful. "Who dares?" Mary's voice is not loud, but she is powerful and domineering. Norton has no doubt about this. Norton has rescued a large number of mutants. This matter is not a secret among high-level officials in the United States, but no one has ever dared to make irresponsible remarks, and no one dares to have any ideas about him. The real rulers of the United States have always been big conglomerates and big capitalists, and the Carnegie family is one of them, and they are still the top handful. On the surface, whether they are members of parliament or high-ranking officials, they look glamorous, but in fact they are just wage earners. Whose wage earner dares to take care of the boss's family affairs? Don't want to do it anymore? Magneto and Professor X have gathered a large number of mutants, and the military will consider them threats and destabilizing factors. Norton also gathered a large number of mutants, but no one considered Norton to be a destabilizing factor, and no one regarded the Carnegie family as a threat. After all, as one of the largest vested interests, it is impossible for the Carnegie family to rebel on their own and overthrow the ruling order that is beneficial to them. After cleaning the prune branches and leaves, Norton asked again, "Mom, Dad came to you specifically to send a message. This is not the only news, right?" Mary took a roundabout way and said directly, "The military has asked your father for help. They want the mutant gene bank in your hands." Mutant gene pool? Norton weighed the pros and cons in his mind. The gene bank is both important and unimportant. It cannot be released easily, and there is no need to keep it strictly confidential. It is just a gene bank and has little research value. The military has invested so many resources and studied it for such a long time. How many qualified results have it produced? As far as Norton knows, there is none. The two that were solved by Wolverine are only semi-finished products. They have not passed the test of time, and it is difficult to say whether they are stable or not. Finally, Norton made a decision. You can give it to them, but you can't give it to them for free. I want all the military's mutant research information, including the mutant gene bank held by the military. The transaction with the military went smoothly without any problems. Norton paid more than 1,000 genetic samples and received hundreds of genetic samples from the military, as well as a large amount of research information. The number of X gene samples is less than expected, but this is normal. The number of mutants is not large to begin with. The global probability of awakening is no more than 1 in 100,000, and the valuable X ability is even less. Hundreds of valuable X gene samples have been accumulated by the military for decades. Of the more than 1,000 genetic samples provided by Norton, most of them have no practical value for X ability. Most of the hundreds of genetic samples provided by the military have strong combat capabilities or special effects. The genetic samples populate the gene bank, and after the research data is digested, the basic database of the laboratory is supplemented. This transaction can only be considered as a loss, not as much profit as expected. At least Norton doesn't think it's profitable. These things can only enrich the foundation, but are not enough to bring X genetics to level 5. Norton was a little disappointed, but this was also expected. The key to breaking through the 5th level of X genetics still lies with the Rakshasa girl. Unfortunately, the Rakshasa girl is still studying and will not be able to participate in the research in a short time. Don't worry, it's only 2,000 years now, and there are still several years before Marvel becomes popular. Norton could only comfort himself this way. Despite being disappointed, Norton also received some surprises, such as Space-Time Science LV-3-1. The military's research data on space-like X ability allowed Norton's space-time knowledge, which originally only had 2 levels, to unexpectedly break through to 3 levels. Moreover, after breaking through the 3rd level of space-time science, Norton has been given a very special ability, Spatial vision. Spatial vision allows Norton to intuitively observe some spatial phenomena, such as traces of spatial movement, spatial fluctuations, etc. Unfortunately, Norton's third-level space and time science is mainly about space knowledge and less about time. The space vision cannot metamorphosis into the time vision, let alone leverage the power of space and time. Where can I find knowledge about time? 5. As soon as he thought about this question, an image of a bald head appeared in Norton's mind. There are many hidden bosses on the planet, but only the Sorcerer Supreme has enough time and knowledge. Unfortunately, Norton doesn't dare to meet Sorcerer Supreme yet. He is not sure what Sorcerer Supreme's attitude is towards this uncertain factor of his. Norton. On this day, Eunice suddenly found Norton in a hurry. Norton stopped the experiment he was doing and asked, "Why are you so anxious?" "Today the president was assassinated by a mutant in the White House." Una replied, her tone a little anxious. After all, the president is the nominal leader of the United States. His assassination is not a trivial matter at any time, not to mention that it was Mutant who did it this time. Moreover, it is not a secret that Norton opened a mutant college, and the Carnegie family cannot stay away from it. "What did the mutant do?" Norton asked. "Normally, a mutant wouldn't be able to do such a thing." "The hand of a teleporting mutant." Una replied. Naturally, the process of the president's assassination could not be hidden from the Carnegie family. Ordinary people could not figure out what was being assassinated. Una knew at a glance that it was a teleporting mutant. Hearing this answer, Norton instantly guessed the person who did it. Did Stryker do it again? This is not difficult to guess. Neither professor. The most important thing is that in the original plot, Stryker did this. Magneto was not caught this time, but Stryker still chose to attack Mutant. Where did he get the confidence? Needless to say, the Hidden Brotherhood is not easy to deal with, even the Xavier school that is exposed. Without the information provided by Magneto, Stryker himself would never have been able to figure out the reality of Xavier's school. Did the military give him greater support? Norton only thought of this possibility. This is not a simple X-Men world. The power of the military must not be underestimated. It is not difficult for them to figure out the detailed information of Xavier's school. Why is the military supporting Stryker? Una asked. Magneto has put too much pressure on the military. Stryker can easily convince them as long as he is dealing with Magneto. Norton replied. Magneto's ability is too buggy in modern warfare, and there is absolutely no problem in influencing the outcome of a local war. With the poor nature of the U.S. military, they would never allow such an awesome person to exist outside their control. They covet Magneto's power very much. Let's go? Let's go watch the fun. Norton put aside his work in the laboratory. After more than a year, I have studied everything that needs to be studied, and it's time to go out and relax. Returning to Washington with Una, Norton met with several people one after another and explained the matter clearly that Carnegie Mutant College had nothing to do with it. This is not difficult to explain. The truth may only be unclear to those on the president's side. Others are more or less aware of what the assassination is about. Norton is willing to explain, just to show his attitude. Then it was just a matter of watching from the sidelines. This time, Norton only planned to watch the fun and not get directly involved. It's just a Stryker, Magneto and Professor X can definitely handle it. Norton just wants to know, without Magneto's trump card, what will Stryker do? After all, this time he has to deal with not only Professor X, but also a more difficult Magneto. To Norton's surprise, before he was ready to watch the fun, the professor unexpectedly came to his door. Professor, come in. Norton invited the professor into the room. Handing the coffee brought by Una to the professor, Norton asked, Professor, why are you free to come to me today? I'm here because of what happened yesterday, the professor said bluntly. I didn't do this. Norton replied directly and explained clearly. For me, it is easier and less troublesome to replace the president with an obedient one than to assassinate the president. Norton's reason was so strong that the professor didn't know how to answer the question. In fact, before he came, the professor knew that Norton did not do this, because Norton had no need to do this. But he still came. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, he would not let it go. This matter is related to Mutants' survival, and it may make Mutants' situation worse. When the professor was halfway through speaking, Norton interrupted him. Professor, I believe you can solve this problem. Okay, Norton, The professor understood Norton's position and did not continue to persuade him. However, before leaving, he still requested, "If you get any useful information, please tell me." Norton really knows a lot, but this time Stryker is not alone in doing things. The things involved are very complicated, and Norton can't explain them directly. So after sending the professor out personally, Norton still warned, "Professor, be careful. Assassinating the president may not be their goal." "How?" Norton asked Una, watching the professor's leaving figure. "He told the truth, and he didn't try to invade our brains during the whole process." Una replied. Una's ability is psychic protection, and its main effects are psychic defense and identifying lies. With this ability, she secured her position as the general manager of Carnegie Alloy Company and the captain of the Carnegie Mutant Academy Action Team. As expected of a professor, Norton was not surprised by this. The professor is determined and has his own ideas and persistence. He will not read other people's thoughts unless absolutely necessary. Unfortunately, precisely because of his ideas and persistence, it was extremely difficult to recruit professors, and with him here, Norton didn't even bother to make plans for the mutants at Xavier's school. "Don't pay attention to Professor. Just keep an eye on Stryker," Norton ordered. 6. Stryker's method is simple, but very effective. Taking advantage of the time of the president's assassination, he hyped up the mutant threat theory, provoked conflicts between ordinary people and mutants, and expanded public opinion. Then used public opinion to put pressure on the president and force him to agree to his action plan. During this period, they also used the influence of Washington to suppress Xavier's school, causing the professors to focus on one thing and not the other, wasting a lot of time. By the time the professor found the president's assassin, Stryker had quietly completed the layout. Just like the original plot, when the professor sends people to find the murderer, Stryker takes action boldly. Stryker knew very well that he would not be able to hide the fact that he framed Mutant for long. The professor may not attack him directly due to his status, but Magneto doesn't have so many scruples and will definitely not let him go. So he used his own as bait to lure out Magneto and trapped Magneto with a trap made of non-magnetic alloy. Then, before the professor got the news, he used Magneto as bait to lure the professor into a trap and catch the professor. In one day, two big guys, Magneto and Professor X, actually fell into Stryker's trap. What cards does Stryker hold? Just a master of fantasy. This series of operations makes my scalp numb. It's amazing. Sure enough, the power of hatred is unlimited. Norton couldn't help but sigh. Even without Magneto as his trump card, Stryker still captured the key Professor X and even trapped Magneto. Magneto is just trapped, and Stryker knows very well that it is still not easy to kill Magneto. So he turned his gun and took advantage of the darkness to launch an attack on Professor Xavier's school. What a coincidence is that this time, Logan is still the only one left in the academy, and the rest are a bunch of half-grown children. The ending this time remained unchanged. Some students were caught, and some escaped. The inertia of the world is so strong. It has obviously changed so much, but in the end it ended up with the same ending. Norton would have found it hard to believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. "Are we going to save those children?" Una asked. "No need. The professor will rescue them. Just continue to monitor them," Norton replied. The imprint of Professor X is very deep on these children, and Norton does not want to compete with the professor. As long as those children's lives are not in danger, Norton can't interfere. After all, Stryker's people are not the only ones who have invaded Xavier's school. Xavier's school's flight machine and other technical information did not fall into Stryker's hands. The subsequent plot is similar to what Norton understands. Jean and Storm, who were looking for Nightcrawler, returned and met up with Logan and others who had escaped, and then unexpectedly met Magneto. He is Colonel William Stryker. He has only one purpose in attacking the Academy, and that is to get the brainwave strengthening device, or to get the model and copy one. Magneto said, "But the brainwave strengthening device requires a professor to operate it." Jean asked. Stryker captured Charles. Magneto said. The atmosphere suddenly solidified, with Jean and Storm looking terrified, but Wolverine was the only one who didn't know why. When the brainwave strengthening device works, it will connect Charles's brain with everyone. If he focuses his consciousness strongly enough on a certain person or a special group, such as a mutant, It can kill all our mutants instantly. Magneto explained. Norton would scoff at this if he were here. The only ones that can be killed are ordinary people, ordinary normal people, or ordinary mutants. There are too many ways on Earth to defend against this kind of attack, and there are even many bosses who can directly stop Charles. Otherwise, how could Charles have survived to this day? Definitely, Sheen and the others definitely don't know this, and even Magneto may not know it. After all, at this point in time, the only supernatural force active on the Earth is Mutant. How does Stryker know where the brainwave strengthening device is? Storm asked. The brainwave strengthening device has been there for decades. There are many people who know about it. Moreover, I helped Charles make it decades ago. The principle is not a secret. With today's technology, Stryker can't even build one by himself. Difficult, Magneto replied. Norton can build one himself, and the function is more powerful, but it is meaningless. After experiencing it once, Norton found that its shortcomings were serious. The brainwave strengthening device can also be used to deal with the weak. Once you face the strong, it is equivalent to putting your fatal flaw directly in front of others, allowing them to be slaughtered. Soon Sheen and the others figured out Stryker's plan, and also got the location of Stryker's base from Nightcrawler's mind. The next step is simple. A group of people find Stryker's base, and then rush into the base to save people. In the process, Wolverine regained her memory. Jean also rescued Scott, and the other children were also successfully rescued. When Magneto found the professor, he still came up with a trick. Stryker used his Sun Master illusion to control Professor X and let Professor X kill all mutants through the brainwave strengthening device. After Magneto found the professor, he did not immediately destroy the brainwave strengthening device, nor did he wake up the professor. He turned Mystique into Stryker and controlled the professor in the same way, except that the people Magneto wanted to kill were all humans. Do you feel it? Una. Norton suddenly looked at Una. A silver ring engraved with a mysterious pattern was shining on his hand. This is a spiritual protection ring. Engraved on it are the spiritual protection runes condensed by Una, which can provide spiritual defense effects. There is a tyrannical consciousness that is invading our brains. Una replied. How strong? Norton asked. Una waited in her mind, and then replied. It is enough to kill ordinary mutants, but it is ineffective against mutants condensed with law runes, and it is also ineffective against our Academy's spiritual barrier. 7. What about ordinary people? General psychic defense items can resist it. The professor has been famous for a long time. Basically, any force with some background has its own psychic defense methods. Norton took off the ring on his hand, his psychic defense disappeared, and he immediately felt the vast psychic power. Powerful and fragile. Norton had a feeling that even if he didn't know how to use psychic attacks, he could still pierce through this vast psychic power. But Norton didn't do that. Feeling the professor's psychic power, Norton had almost guessed the outcome. Even without the Rakshasa girl, the ending has not changed. Space-Time Science LV 350. Norton didn't expect that just watching the excitement would lead to unexpected gains. Confirming the existence of world inertia actually increased the progress of space and time by 50. The most important thing is that the 50 progress has made the spatial vision stronger, and you can see the vague plot trajectory or the trajectory of destiny. This is the ability that Norton only discovered when he saw the professor again. The spatial vision cannot yet see the detailed future and can only judge that the professor's fate has not changed. This time it was still the professor who took the initiative to find Norton, but this time he did not come alone, but also brought Storm and Scott to see Norton. It seems that this incident has dealt a big blow to the professor. Norton could see that professor ability had become stronger, but some of the sparkle in his eyes was missing. The fact that the professor brought Storm and Scott to see him was enough to explain a lot of problems. It seems you have successfully solved the problem, Norton said with a smile. Maybe it was Norton's words or smile that irritated Scott. Scott shouted angrily. You call this smooth? Sheen. Scott. The professor interrupted Scott. The professor's words were still very effective. Although Scott was still angry, he still put down his arms, shut up, and stepped aside. Sorry. Jean's departure made Scott a little emotional. I apologize to you on his behalf, the professor explained to Norton. It doesn't matter. Norton waved his hand nonchalantly. He has vaguely seen the plot trajectory of Scott, a dying man, and Norton is too lazy to get to know him. Why did the professor come to see me this time? Norton looked at the professor and asked directly. I need your help, Norton. The children need your protection. Xavier's school can no longer keep them safe, the professor pleaded. It can be seen that the professor's energy has indeed been exhausted. Otherwise, with his pride, he would not be able to take the initiative to admit that he is not good. Before Norton could answer, Storm and Scoo first objected. No, Professor. Before the two of them could finish speaking, the professor stopped them. Storm. Scott and Storm did not listen to him obediently this time and tried their best to argue. Norton was not interested in listening to their argument, so he refused. Professor, I can't promise you this. There is no need for you to entrust your students to me. It's never the school that protects those children, but you yourself. As long as you, Professor, are still alive, no one will dare to harm them at all. Definitely, except for crazy people like Stryker. Norton does covet the mutant kids from Xavier's school. Their abilities are quite good and have great research value. But he never thought of taking them in, because as long as the professor is alive, it will be difficult to completely subdue these children, not only because of the professor's personal charm, but also because of the mysterious influence of fate. This is not Norton's conjecture. Regardless of channels or information, the Carnegie family is far superior to the professor's Xavier's school, but when it comes to becoming a child of a professor's student, none of Norton has successfully been admitted to the Carnegie Mutant Academy. The professor returned disappointed. He failed to achieve his original intention, but he also got Norton's promise that Norton would protect those children when necessary. After watching the professor leave, Norton also left Washington with Una and took the flight all the way north. Norton, what are we doing here? Una asked, standing by the lake. Norton looked at the calm lake and replied, Look at Jean Grey. Isn't Jean dead? She's buried in this lake. At this point, Una suddenly realized something. She's not dead. She had seen Jean submerged in floods through satellite before. If she hadn't perceived the familiar and manic consciousness at the bottom of the lake, it would have been difficult for Una to believe that Jean was not dead. How could the host of the Phoenix Force be killed by a small flood? Norton explained. Norton couldn't see through, but he could clearly feel that there was an unprecedented tyrannical energy hidden at the bottom of the lake. This energy was far stronger and more violent than he expected, and this energy contains a powerful will to destroy. There is no doubt that this powerful energy is the Phoenix Force that represents destruction. The Phoenix Force was still there, so it was naturally impossible for Jean to die. Therefore, Jean Grey most likely fell into a deep sleep because she was not used to Awakening's Phoenix Force. What is Phoenix Force? Una asked. The Phoenix Force is the embodiment of the will to destroy, one of the most powerful forces in the universe. Norton explained. Norton felt that the Phoenix Force was still dormant, and there was still a long way to go before it fully awakened. Let's go. Norton turned around and left without any hesitation. Aren't you going to take her away? Una was a little surprised. What's the use of bringing back uncontrollable power? Norton replied. This trip was not in vain. This Phoenix Force made Norton realize that his power was still very weak. The fourth-level elemental master, like Professor X and Magneto's abilities, appears to be powerful, but is actually fragile. Only by reaching level 5 and further metamorphosis of X ability can one barely be called a strong person. 8. The elemental master has the potential of level 5, but in order to reach level 5, X genetics needs to reach level 5 first. Returning to Cumberland Island Mutant Academy, Norton found Selena and asked about the Rakshasa girl's study progress. Anna will be able to complete the basic course in 1 month. Serena replied. 1 month. Norton glanced at the Rakshasa girl who was studying hard in the classroom and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. It took just over a year to complete the basic course, much faster than Norton expected. Obviously, the Rakshasa girl is eager to solve the problem of her own uncontrollable ability. Anna is very smart and studies very hard. She devotes almost all her energy to studying and is the hardest-working student in the entire school. Serena was also full of praise for the Rakshasa girl. Norton can understand the Rakshasa girl. Obsession is a very powerful force, sometimes stronger than hatred. The Rakshasa girl's obsession is obviously that she cannot control her X ability. The Rakshasa girl's learning progress exceeded expectations, So Norton made arrangements in advance. Selena, this month you will take her to familiarize herself with the laboratory. Once she successfully condenses the law runes, she will immediately participate in the research. I know. Serena nodded in agreement. After completing the basic course, condensing the law runes, and being able to fully control their own abilities, every student must choose an advanced course. Either enter the laboratory, continue learning, and become a researcher in the future, or enter the training ground, learn combat skills, and join the action team in the future. This is a choice that every student in the academy must make, and Rakshasa Girl is no exception. But because of the special ability of the Rakshasa Girl, Norton determined her choice direction in advance. Norton had already told Rakshasa about this, and she did not resist it. She did not like fighting, and her personality was not suitable for fighting. Most people outside think that the X gene is a mutated gene, but we don't think so. In the X genetics of our college, the X gene is a key and the fulcrum that leverages the world's laws. X ability is the result of leveraging the world's laws through the X gene. At the end of the talk, Norton asked a question. Anna, why are most of mutants' X abilities uncontrollable? Because ability and will are not in balance. Rakshasa gave the answer instantly. Because she has suffered from the uncontrollable ability for a long time, she knows a lot about this issue. What is the working principle of the law rune? Anchor X ability in the soul, get rid of the restrictions of the X gene, and form a relative balance. Rakshasa Girl quickly replied, Norton, why is it that after condensing the law rune, the strength of X ability is completely fixed and cannot be changed? Rakshasa asked, this is the question I want to talk about today. Norton did not give the Rakshasa Girl a direct answer, but asked a question. What happens when you add a weight to a balance scale? The scales will be thrown off balance. Yes, the scales will lose balance. Norton explained, only when an absolute balance is achieved can we continue to increase the amount. Ability, and will only have 2 points. It is impossible to form a completely stable state, and naturally it cannot continue to improve. Am I the third point? The Rakshasa Girl immediately realized something. The hope for the third point lies with you, and your X ability is the key to finding the third point. Norton nodded affirmatively. Hearing Norton's affirmative answer, the Rakshasa Girl was not sad, but asked curiously, what is the third point? Energy. Norton replied, energy. The Rakshasa Girl didn't quite understand. It is not ordinary energy such as wind, fire, electricity, and light, but the energy consumed when leveraging the law. This energy cannot be detected by instruments, nor can it be felt when used, and there is no direct evidence of its existence. Norton explained, Norton has been studying the consumption issue of X ability, but there has been no progress. Many X abilities seem to be completely cost-free. For example, Scott's Cyclops can be played all the time. Wolverine's self-healing is also permanent, and there are many other examples. Even if I feel tired occasionally, it is just a tired heart. Only when Rakshasa absorbs X ability do they look truly exhausted. Norton solemnly said to the Rakshasa Girl, I named this energy law energy, and the only person who can find it is you. The reason why Norton is 100% certain that law energy exists is because X genetics has been unable to break through the bottleneck and reach level 5. Norton, I will help you find the energy of law. The Rakshasa woman solemnly promised Norton. I believe you. The next experiment will be led by you, and I will fully cooperate with you. Norton held Rakshasa's hand and released the self-protection of the law rune, allowing Rakshasa to successfully absorb his ability. After condensing the law rune, Rakshasa has a detailed understanding of her X ability and can clearly control the process of using the ability. For this reason, it is still a huge amount of project for the Rakshasa Girl to analyze the absorbed law energy, which requires repeated experiments. For more than half a year, in order to cooperate with Rakshasa's experiments, Norton was absorbed into ability at least 10 times a day. Fortunately, the Rakshasa Girl only absorbed law energy from Norton and did not absorb the life force. Otherwise, Norton might not be able to bear it. After condensing the law runes, the law energy is carried by the runes. Before condensing the law runes, the law energy is mostly carried by the life force. Norton speculated in his mind. Norton also tried to find someone else to replace him. Anyway, Rakshasa only needs to analyze law energy, and the type of ability does not matter. But it was quickly discovered that this was not possible. The weaker the ability absorbed, the harder it was for the Rakshasa girl to clearly feel the law energy, and the analysis speed was seriously reduced. So Norton had to do it by himself. Fortunately, the efforts of more than half a year were not in vain, and Rakshasa girl finally produced complete results. 9. Although it is only preliminary results, it is enough. When Rakshasa completed the last theory, Norton's X genetics naturally reached LV5. Law Vision, ability born from level 5X genetics. Not only can it observe its own condensed law runes in more detail, but it can also directly observe external laws. What a mess, no clue. This was Norton's feeling when he first observed the law of the outside world. External laws are mixed, and countless laws are blended together, making it impossible to distinguish a single law. The only clear feeling is that of active. The law on the earth is extremely active, but the energy is extremely silent, so that it is easier to pry the law than to control the energy. The law of leveraging is an accidental factor, and most of it cannot be copied. Only by controlling energy can it be universal. No wonder so many superheroes and supervillains are born. Norton quickly turned his attention back to his body and carefully observed his law runes. In the past, in Norton's perception, the composition of the law rune was personal will and X ability. Now under Law's vision, Norton finally figured out. X ability is a mixture of information and energy. No wonder Naughty is able to absorb and use other people's X abilities. There is no need to add anything else. You only need to separate the law information and the law energy, which are the two basic points. Coupled with personal will, a stable triangle structure is formed. As soon as the triangular structure is formed, the law rune becomes stable instantly. Elemental Master LV4-99 also naturally becomes Elemental Master LV5-1. It seems that it has only improved a little, but there is a qualitative difference between level 5X and level 4. Both the control strength and the control range have been upgraded to a new level. In addition, the 5th level Elemental Master has also derived a new ability, Elemental Furnace. This ability is very simple and crude. Elements with lower proton numbers than iron can directly synthesize iron through complete fusion reactions and release massive amounts of energy. Elements with a higher number of protons than iron can directly generate iron through complete fission and release a corresponding amount of energy. Really rub a nuclear bomb with your hands. Definitely, this is just the most basic. Synthesizing other elements is also not a problem. Turning stone into gold and water into oil is no longer a fantasy. Norton reached out, grabbed a ball of water, and decomposed it into atomic groups composed of hydrogen, oxygen, and other elements. Then the energy is released, and the atomic cluster turns into an iron bead. Iron beads energy absorb and turn into pure silver, continue energy absorbing and turn into pure gold. Norton cannot directly control the energy released in nuclear reactions, but it can limit it within a certain range. This range should be within the so-called melting pot. Feeling the majestic energy in the elemental furnace, Norton couldn't help but think of. This elemental furnace can not only be used to create, but it can also be used to attack with destructive power that can destroy the world. The lethality of high-energy particles is not small. Una, please call. A prompt sounded suddenly, interrupting Norton's thoughts. Connected. Una's holographic projection appears next to Norton. Una, what big thing happened today? Norton asked. Normally, Una would not directly call the laboratory to disturb him. Norton, look at this news. Una gave Norton a TV channel. Okay. Norton plugged in the live news. The content of the live broadcast was not earth-shattering news, but a press conference, at which the Worthing Laboratory announced that it had found a solution to the mutant gene. This live TV broadcast made Norton instantly recall the relevant plot. Is the plot of X-Men 3 about to begin? Is Jean going to wake up soon? Norton thought of Jean Grey sleeping in the lake. Less than a year is far from enough time for the Phoenix Force to completely awakening. If Scott hadn't woken her up, she would have definitely continued to sleep. However, even the Phoenix Force that is not completely awakening is enough to allow Jean Grey to exert her level 5 strength. Moreover, The incompletely awakening Phoenix Force may explode at any time, and the fully exploded Phoenix Force will definitely have the power to destroy the world. Although in the original plot, the Phoenix Force did not break out in the end, this may not be the case in reality. Norton decided not to take the blame. Let her be killed by the plot. Compared to Sheen, Norton is more concerned about the little boy named Jimmy. He wants to know what is his principle of suppressing the X gene. Una, keep an eye on the Worthing laboratory. I want to see their antidote. Norton ordered Una. Anytime. Una replied. Whether through the channels of the Carnegie family or arrangements by the action team, entering the Worthing laboratory is a piece of cake. Don't be too showy. Norton warned before hanging up the phone. The experiment has been completed. X-genetics and elemental mastery have both reached level 5, and Norton just wants to go out for a walk. But before leaving the laboratory, Norton was stopped by John again. Ewan. John spoke so fast that he didn't know what he was talking about. At the moment, John was pale and had thick dark circles under his eyes. He had been awake for at least 2 days, but his expression was fanatical and his eyes were very energetic. In this state, John only sees experiments, and it won't work for anyone. Norton had no choice but to stop. Okay, John, please speak slowly. Okay. John collected his thoughts and said, I found that Anna's X ability is incomplete. It can only absorb and release law energy at the same time. It cannot store law energy and lacks a method to utilize law energy. I know that. Norton nodded, waiting for John's next words. John continued. Then I searched all over the gene bank and finally found Mystique's gene. Her X gene ability is simulation. It can not only simulate appearance, but also genes, including X gene. 10. If you can simulate the X gene, you can simulate law energy with a high probability. Then what? Norton asked. I found that Anna's X gene is very compatible with Mystique's X gene. The two can completely complement each other. John stopped here. Norton saw that John was not here to discuss with him, so he asked, So, what do you want? I want Mystique. John finally said his purpose. Why didn't you say you wanted Magneto? Norton gave him a straight look. Speaking of Mystique, Norton suddenly thought that there was indeed an opportunity to conquer Mystique recently. Magneto is fine too. I don't mind it. John didn't know whether he was pretending to be stupid or just being dumbfounded. Go to sleep. There is everything in your dreams. Seriously, Mystique has no chance at all. Mystique is not a little girl. She has been in the world for decades. It is no less difficult to conquer than Magneto, but nothing. John's eyes became intense. But there may be a good opportunity recently. Just wait. When the time comes, I will naturally bring her back. After chatting with John for a long time, the sky had darkened. Norton took advantage of the darkness to take a flight to the West Coast. In just half a day, Una had already prepared everything. In the early hours of that night, Norton and Una quietly entered Devil Island, which was once the strictest prison and is now the Worthing laboratory. The guards are quite tight and the sentries are responsible, but unfortunately they are completely useless against Norton and the others. Illusions, hypnotic ability, invisibility, and even space movement, Norton and the others have many ways to enter the laboratory silently. When Norton and Una entered Jimmy's room, Jimmy was already asleep. Without disturbing Jimmy, Norton quietly walked to the bed. There is indeed a depressing feeling, but it is just repression. Norton has not completely lost the feeling of X-ability. The elements can still be controlled, decomposition and synthesis are no problem, and the elemental furnace can still be used. After a few simple tests, Norton calculated the approximate data. The efficiency is probably reduced by about 10%. After the test was over, Norton and Una left here quietly without leaving any traces. They only took away a small amount of Jimmy's genetic samples and antidote samples from the laboratory. After returning to the flight machine, Norton asked, Una, the team members should have all been tested, right? What were the results? I did arrange for team members to test. Without the X ability that condenses the law rune, Jimmy can completely suppress it. Once the law rune condenses, Jimmy's suppression effect is greatly reduced, up to 50%. Una replied. After Norton returned, Jimmy's genetic samples and antidote samples were immediately delivered to John's hands. Such an interesting sample immediately attracted John's attention. Just the next day, John came up with preliminary analysis results. This little boy named Jimmy is also a mutant. His ability should be called gene suppression, which specifically manifests itself in the suppression of unstable gene segments. The X gene is also an unstable gene segment, so it is naturally within its suppression range. The core of ability of ordinary mutants is the X gene, so it will be completely suppressed, while the core of our ability is the rune of law, and the X gene only plays a supporting role, so it will only be partially suppressed. In addition, Jimmy's ability only suppresses unstable genes, rather than eliminating them. Therefore, the antidote from Worthing Laboratory is also time-effective and is not permanently effective as they advertise. Norton understands this approach. Under normal circumstances, maintenance medicines are definitely more profitable than immunity medicines, but Mutant's antidote is an exception. The mutant issue is highly hyped. In fact, the total number of mutants in the entire United States does not exceed 5,000. How many copies of their antidote can be sold if it is not packaged as an immunity medicine and marketed to ordinary people? A few days later, Norton received another good news. Mystique Raven was accidentally arrested and was held in a mobile prison by the government. Do you want to rescue her? Una asked. She also knew that John was plotting against Raven. Now is not the time. Just send someone to keep an eye on the mobile prison where Mystique is. Be careful and don't let Magneto find out. Norton ordered. Raven was captured in the Worthing Laboratory. Magneto has been recruiting mutants recently. Do they want to attack the Worthing Laboratory? Una quickly guessed Magneto's intention. To be precise, attack the antidote. Norton corrected. Recently, the mutant issue has become a hot topic, and there are even rumors of mandatory injection. In reality, this place is just a hype by the shareholders behind Worthing Laboratory, all for the purpose of selling drugs. Even selling drugs is not their main purpose. Using this wave of public opinion to increase the stock price is their main purpose. The real bosses of the military and political parties have never regarded the mutants, who numbered only a few thousand, as a serious threat. The point is that completely wiping out the mutants won't do them any good either. There was no need for Norton to investigate this matter. The Carnegie family had already been informed before the operation. All wars and the elimination of mutants were all created by Magneto himself. But Magneto also had to do this. The emergence of the antidote has indeed made many mutants' hearts wander. If Magneto does not take action, the hearts of Brotherhood will be scattered. Xavier's school, because of Chine's return and Scott's disappearance, has no energy to take care of these things. Magneto moved a little faster than Norton expected and found Raven in just a few days. Magneto's entire rescue process was not able to escape the surveillance of the spiritual eye and was completely controlled by Norton. 11. The spiritual eye is a member of the action team. X's ability is the spiritual eye and shares vision with the animal by establishing a spiritual contract with the animal. He used more than 100 birds to include dozens of major cities in the United States under surveillance, which is more efficient and covert than satellites. The result of Magneto's rescue was the same as what Norton knew. Raven was shot and temporarily lost her X ability, and was then ruthlessly abandoned by Magneto. However, Magneto's goal was achieved. Not only did he know the secret of Worthing Laboratory, but also the existence of Jimmy. He also picked up two powerful men, Multiple Man and Juggernaut. Norton is also very interested in these two people. Their abilities are very useful, but he has no intention of competing with Magneto for the time being. Anyway, if nothing happens, these two people will have a chance to get it in the future. After Magneto and the others left, Norton appeared at the scene, personally put a piece of clothing on Raven and took her away. "Who are you?" Raven asked coldly. Although she pretended to be calm, the pain in her eyes could not be concealed. "I'm Norton," Norton replied. Raven definitely knew Norton's identity, so she asked, "Why did you save me?" "We need your ability." Norton didn't hide anything and answered truthfully. "My ability?" Raven laughed at herself. "It's gone." "No, it's still there. You just can't use it for the time being." Norton told her the truth. For a veteran like Raven, there is no use in concealing or deceiving her. Only by treating her sincerely can he make her his. Still, Raven obviously didn't believe it. The antidote in Worthing's trial is actually just an inhibitor. It can inhibit the X gene, but it cannot eliminate the X gene. After the drug effect wears off, your X ability will be restored. Norton explained. Raven didn't speak anymore. It was obvious that Magneto's abandonment was a huge blow to her. Back at Mutant Academy, Norton handed Raven over to Serena to take care of. Selena, this is Mystique Raven. Take care of her. Mystique is not a little girl, and her psychology is not that fragile. Coupled with Serena's persuasion, I believe she will be able to get over it soon. On the other side, after learning the secret of the Worthing Laboratory, Magneto began to step up his arrangements. The conflict between ordinary people and mutant has become more and more intense, and public opinion is becoming more and more unfavorable to mutant. But Magneto's team is getting stronger and stronger. Gene. Norton suddenly felt a powerful force. Even though he was halfway across the United States, he could still clearly feel the vibration of the law. There is no doubt that the Phoenix Force was the only one causing such a big noise at the moment. Sure enough, a message came from Eunice soon. Professor X is dead. He died of Jean Grey losing control. The death of Professor after receiving the news, Norton's first thought was of Raven, so he quickly ran to the academy. At the moment, Raven was walking on campus accompanied by Serena, and the children's laughter made her mood better. Suddenly, Raven felt an inexplicable panic. Serena supported Raven and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?" I suddenly felt panicked, as if something bad had happened. Could it be Eric? Raven frowned, and she immediately thought that something might have happened to Eric. Magneto? Let me check it for you, Serena said, while taking out her mobile phone to check the intelligence collected by the action team today. Serena's authority is very high, and she is qualified to view all the intelligence collected by the action team. Magneto is fine. Serena quickly found the answer. It's okay. I'm not done yet. Magneto is fine, but Professor X is dead because Jean Grey's ability was out of control. Serena added, Charles, how could that happen? The answer shocked Raven and left her in disbelief. That's Professor Raven seemed to be distracted, but luckily Serena next to her supported her. How could Jean kill Charles? Raven still didn't want to believe it. Jean Grey has completely lost control. The power she has shown so far has reached level 5, completely surpassing Professor X and Magneto. Killing Charles is easy. Norton's voice sounded, and he arrived in time again. But Charles is the famous Professor X, so he won't die that easily. Charles is really not dead. Raven looked at Norton expectantly. Norton did not answer directly, but only reminded. As far as I know, the professor also has a twin brother who is in a vegetative state. Consciousness transfer technology. Raven instantly thought of a conjecture that Charles had mentioned. Yes or no, it will be determined soon. As soon as Norton finished speaking, 2 photos were sent to Norton's phone. The 2 photos show a person who looks exactly like Professor. 2 photos say it all. Professor, but he was still found by the all-pervasive spiritual eyes. Professor X's death did not make Magneto stop, but instead strengthened his determination. So far, the conflict has not expanded and is still limited to the Mutant Brotherhood and the forces behind Worthing Labs. But there has been a trend of expansion, and the conflicts between the 2 sides have become more and more excessive, starting to affect ordinary people. In the U.S. government, there are actually only a few politicians who are campaigning for the Worthing Laboratory, and there are no other substantive actions. However, as the riots and conflicts expanded, their impact became worse and worse, and the U.S. government exerted increasing pressure on both parties. 12. Neither Magneto nor Worthing Laboratory can continue to delay this. The decisive battle is close at hand. Of course, Norton won't miss this big show. Before departure, Norton specially invited Raven. The show is about to begin. Raven, do you want to go and see it together? Thank you. Raven did not refuse Norton's invitation. After this period of training, Raven's X ability has been restored. So far, she has no intention of leaving. She has become more and more familiar with Mutant College and has begun taking courses at the college. Serena played a big role in that. There were more people this time. Norton used a large flight machine to fly directly to Devil Island, then activated multiple stealth systems to hover in midair. The interior space of the saucer-shaped aircraft is spacious, and the internal space of this large aircraft is hundreds of square meters. After the flight vehicle came to a stop, the console in the middle sank under the floor and turned into a sandbox with a radius of 5 meters. Norton and the others sat around the sandbox. Samir, Leona, Mary, Are you ready? Norton asked. The three Marys stood up immediately and replied, That's okay, boss. Then let's get started. After hearing the command, Mary took a step forward and used phantom ability. Light and shadow created an image on the sand table. The image shows the scene of the mutant brotherhood meeting in the woods. What the spiritual Isamir saw through the shared vision was transmitted from the heart network Leona to the phantom Mary through the spiritual link, and Mary used the phantom ability to project it onto the sand table. Through the cooperation of the 3X ability, it is much more concealed than the surveillance equipment, and even Magneto and Sheen are not aware of it at all. There are so many people. Norton sighed. At a glance, there were at least 100 people in the camp. Some time ago, there were more people. In the past few days, people have left one after another to inject the antidote. The remaining people basically have a certain degree of combat effectiveness and are not very peaceful in origin. Yuna explained. When the image was first projected, Raven's expression could be seen tense, but after a quick glance, she relaxed visibly. Norton noticed the change in her expression, but said nothing. It can be said that the mutant brotherhood was established by her and Eric. It is normal for her to be worried. Surprisingly, when seeing Magneto, Raven didn't stop at all and seemed to not care at all about Magneto's abandonment. Norton couldn't guess what Raven was thinking. Because you understand? There are many mutants in the camp, but they are all recently recruited by Magneto, and none of them are the core members of the mutant brotherhood. John, the oldest Pyro, has only been with Magneto for more than a year and can only be considered as half of the core members. In other words, except for Magneto himself, the other mutants here are cannon fodder that can be sacrificed at any time. It can be seen that Magneto is also very clear that no matter whether he wins or loses in this battle, the outcome of these people will not be good, so he does not let the key members of Brotherhood act together. As for Magneto himself, as a flag, he had to come. He was also confident that he could escape calmly. Mary reduced the projection by half and projected the scene on Devil Island on the empty half of the sand table. At the moment, in the mercenary camp on Devil Island, 5 large helicopters have been activated, and a large number of mercenaries are carrying special equipment to board the plane. At almost the same time, Magneto was also summoning the mutants in the camp to prepare for action. At the moment, Multiple Man played an important role and directly sent more than 100 duplications to stay in the camp as bait to cover Magneto and the others' departure. By the time the mercenaries from Worthing Laboratory arrived, Magneto had already disappeared with his men. After all their efforts, they only caught one Multiple Man. Seeing that Multiple Man was captured, Norton ordered, Yuna, I want this Multiple Man, find a way to get him. Norton has already reserved a place for this Multiple Man in the laboratory. This guy is not a good person anyway, so there is no psychological burden on Norton to experiment with him. After having Rakshasa, he can study and understand the secret of duplication's ability without his active cooperation. Just when Multiple Man was captured, Magneto and the others also came to the Golden Gate Bridge. Magneto's famous scene is here. Watching the Golden Gate Bridge rise slowly from the ground, even people who think they are well-informed are shocked. It's so shocking. Is this Magneto? Serena exclaimed. This is Magneto. Raven knows Magneto's ability best. Looking at the shocked people, Norton suddenly felt a little unhappy. Magneto was completely out of the limelight. In fact, everyone on the flight is still good. After all, they have seen many X abilities. To ordinary people, Magneto's hand is simply a miracle. With Magneto's ability, it's easy to get to Devil Island, but he chose the most difficult way. It's obviously a demonstration. Magneto's purpose is not hard to guess. It's understandable that you want to protest, but destroying the Golden Gate Bridge will have a very bad impact, and the economic losses will be huge. Brotherhood probably can't afford the money. After the shock, Yuna thought more, especially the aftermath. The entire mutant group would be affected if it was not handled well. I will handle this matter. We can't let Magneto get all the limelight by himself, Norton said grandly. After Magneto's shocking opening, the subsequent battle between his men and the mercenaries can be described as novices pecking each other. Even when Storm arrives with the X-Men, the battle is lackluster, and their use of their abilities is extremely rough. It's so irritating. Norton couldn't bear to look directly at it. Considering that they are students of Professor X, This is understandable. After all, Professor Teaching only emphasizes control. 13. Noticing that Juggernaut had rushed into the laboratory, Norton ordered, "Men, Hyunyu, Serena, prepare to rescue people. I want Jimmy and Juggernaut." The X ability of the door is to open the space door, which requires a certain amount of preparation time, but it does not have to be a place that has been visited or within sight. As long as there are coordinates or landmarks, the space door can be opened. Hyunyu has the X ability of the animal transformation type. She can transform part of her body into an animal. After the animal transformation, her body is very strong and has a small amount of tiger characteristics. It takes a strong man to carry the Juggernaut. Serena's language is very contagious and makes people trust her from the bottom of their hearts. She can convince Jimmy to take the initiative to follow her. Before Magneto could show off his power, Beast Hank accidentally attacked him and inserted several tubes of antidote into his chest. Magneto, did he do it on purpose? Norton asked Raven. With Magneto's ability, there is no way he should make such a stupid mistake. Forget about being careless. Since everyone knows to wear a helmet, why not wear a piece of armor? With Magneto's ability, it is only a piece of cake to get yourself a set of metal armor or even weave metal into clothes. I don't know. Raven shook her head in confusion. The Magneto she knew couldn't be that stupid. Whatever the reason, the battle continues. Magneto exits, and Jean Grey begins to show off her power. The Phoenix Force unleashes its willpower, turning everything and everyone in its path into ashes, and the entire Devil Island becomes crumbling. The scene was even more spectacular than Magneto lifting up the Golden Gate Bridge. Even though he was hundreds of meters away, Norton could still feel the devastating power. Only after experiencing it up close did Norton truly realize the terror of the Phoenix Force. Just the initial awakening of Phoenix Force can directly disintegrate the entire island. Although Norton can also achieve the same effect with Elemental Master, his defense will definitely not be able to withstand this level of attack. So Norton completely gave up the idea of discussing with Jean. Do all 5th-level mutants have such terrifying destructive power? Serena asked. It depends on the situation. There are some abilities that, even if they reach level 5, cannot directly affect matter. But no matter what X ability it is, as long as it reaches level 5, it will have the strength to destroy cities. Norton replied. Jean started to go crazy, and the devastating effect instantly attracted everyone's attention. Norton noticed, however, that Magneto took the opportunity to blend into the fleeing crowd. He looked panicked, but in fact he was very calm. During the escape process, he completed the change of clothes very skillfully. He knew at a glance that he was well prepared. It's obvious that this is his real plan. Magneto didn't believe from the beginning that the Ragtag group could break into the Worthing laboratory and kill Jimmy. Jean is his real trump card. Let Jean go crazy, destroy Devil Island directly, kill Jimmy, take the blame and bear the anger of the people. In this way, Magneto's previous stupid behavior can be explained. Perhaps Magneto started planning when Jean killed Professor. It's not surprising that Magneto will discover the true effect of the antidote. As the leader of the Mutant Brotherhood, after knowing the existence of the antidote, he would definitely arrange for someone to test the effect. Nothing unexpected happened to Norton in the Battle of Devil Island. Jean still failed to escape the plot and was stabbed into the heart by Wolverine's claws. Just the initial Phoenix Force of Awakening is not enough to make Jean immune to this fatal injury. Jean's death caused the Phoenix Force to lose its host and fall silent again. Norton is very coveted by the Phoenix Force, but unfortunately the Phoenix Force did not choose him. With his current strength, he is still far from conquering the Phoenix Force by force. It is impossible for the U.S. government to remain indifferent to such a big movement on Devil Island. After the dust settled, the military, FBI, LAPD, and S.H.I.E.L.D. rushed to the scene one after another and blocked traffic near the scene. It's our turn. Norton stood up and said to the door, "Open the door." The space door opened, and Norton walked into the military's temporary conference room. The conference room fell silent instantly. Admiral Wilson recognized Norton and asked, "Norton, what are you doing here?" "Uncle Wilson and generals, I'll solve the problem." Norton replied, "Are you going to stand up for Mutant?" One of the generals asked in a bad tone. "Definitely not." Norton denied. "The mutants who committed the crime are basically dead, so I don't need to stand up for them. I'm just here to solve the problem of the Golden Gate Bridge. Norton stated his purpose. The main victims of the Devil Island incident were mutants and mercenaries, and only a few civilians were affected. The biggest problem is the massive economic losses caused by the destruction of the Golden Gate Bridge and the subsequent adverse effects. As long as the Golden Gate Bridge problem is solved, other problems will be easy to deal with. How are you going to solve it? Admiral Wilson asked. All you need to do is get out of the vicinity of the bridge and let my people carry the materials over, and I will take care of the rest. Guaranteed to build a brand new Golden Gate Bridge in Los Angeles before dawn, Norton assured. Several generals discussed in low voices for a moment, and General Wilson gave a positive reply on behalf of the military. Other military departments will be responsible for coordination and give me a satisfactory answer before dawn. The military still chose to believe in Norton or the credibility of the Carnegie family. The rescue on the Golden Gate Bridge had already been completed. After the military intervened, personnel from various departments began to evacuate in an orderly manner, and the bridge was completely cleared. But they didn't leave completely, they just evacuated to land. Norton didn't mind them watching, as long as it didn't affect him. 14. The Coast Guard who blocked the sea area opened an opening, and 3 large cargo ships belonging to the Carnegie family, loaded with various types of special steel, sailed near the bridge. At the same time, a construction team from the land also drove over and stopped near the bridge to wait. In order to suppress Magneto's limelight, Norton spent a lot of money this time. When everything was ready, Norton flew alone over the original Golden Gate Bridge. Everyone paying attention here held their breath at this moment. Norton didn't keep them waiting, pointing with his left hand at the remaining part of the Golden Gate Bridge. From the bridge pier upwards, the broken bridge can be seen with the naked eye being broken down into atomic states, converging on Norton's head to form an atomic cluster. In less than a minute, the Golden Gate Bridge completely disappeared, leaving only a few piers above the water. Then Norton pointed his right hand at the freighter. The steel carried on the freighter was also visibly broken down into atoms and merged into the huge amounts of atoms above Norton's head. Throughout the process, there were no dazzling light and shadow effects or shocking sound effects, but the destructive power displayed was no worse than that of Jean Grey. After the preparations were completed, Norton thought, and various elements, mainly metal elements, flowed out of the atomic cluster and merged into the original bridge piers. Then an all-metal bridge grew out bit by bit, visible to the naked eye. The whole process was very smooth and natural, with an inexplicable sense of beauty. In just 10 minutes, a brand new cross-sea bridge appeared at the location of the original Golden Gate Bridge. Then the engineering team came in and quickly laid asphalt on the bridge. A brand new bridge was completed before sunrise. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shines, reflecting bright, colorful lights on the anti-rust alloy coating on the surface of the bridge. Looking from a distance, it looks like a rainbow bridge. In addition to being beautiful, this brand new cross-sea bridge is far stronger and more stable than the previous Golden Gate Bridge. The violent sea wind blows on the bridge deck, but there is no feeling of shaking at all. With this rainbow bridge, I believe people will soon forget the original Golden Gate Bridge. As for the section of bridge that was erected on Devil Island, Norton didn't move it, so just keep it as a souvenir. When people recovered from the shock of the Rainbow Bridge, Norton had disappeared. But today's scene will definitely be remembered by them for a lifetime. The Golden Gate Bridge's transformation from destruction to rebirth also gave major forces a new understanding of mutant. The Devil Island incident is making a lot of noise. Fortunately, there is the Rainbow Bridge to attract public attention, and there is a tacit understanding between all parties to suppress public opinion. The impact of this incident is still within controllable range. Magneto and Norton successively demonstrated extraordinary strength. As long as they are not antisocial personalities, no major force will take the initiative to provoke them. Norton paid no attention to outside public opinion. After sending his harvest back, he went to Xavier's school alone. What happened last night made the entire atmosphere at Xavier's school tense. Storm ability is pretty good, otherwise the professor wouldn't have chosen her as his successor. But she is still young after all, and her handling of things is far less mature than the professor's. Especially when faced with such a major accident, Storm was obviously at a loss. Norton wanted to meet the professor, so he stopped by Xavier's school. After all, he had promised the professor that he would help take care of Xavier's school. You just need to manage the school well, uphold the professor's philosophy, and don't meddle in other people's business, and no one will make things difficult for you. Norton warned Storm. When talking about the professor's philosophy, Storm's expression immediately became very firm. I will adhere to the professor's philosophy, and the college will adhere to the professor's teaching philosophy. The professor's ability to teach students may not be great, but the atmosphere at Xavier's school is very good, and the school is very united and friendly. Even though the professor passed away and the big event happened last night, the school is still very stable. What Storm and the others are worried about is whether external disturbances will affect the school's survival. Without Professor X to protect them, they feel a little less confident. Norton's arrival is undoubtedly a reassurance for Storm. Storm doesn't know Norton well, but she believes that the professor will not misjudge him. After leaving Xavier's school, Norton came to a small manor more than 10 kilometers away. As soon as Norton arrived at the door, he found that the door had been opened and the professor was sitting in a wheelchair waiting for him. The professor knew he was coming, and Norton wasn't surprised. After all, he came straight here after coming out of Xavier's school without hiding his tracks along the way. "Professor, your legs?" Norton asked, a little surprised. "My brain is too strong. This ordinary body can't bear it." Professor X answered bluntly. There was no depression in his expression, and he had obviously accepted this reality. Compared to life, the price of paralysis is small, and over the past few decades, he had grown accustomed to being paralyzed. "Aren't you going to return to Xavier's school, Professor? They need you now," Norton asked again. "Storm and the others have grown up and no longer need to be under my wings. And I am already a dead man and not suitable to show up again." The professor replied. As a spiritual master, the professor understands human nature too well, and he also understands the temptation of resurrection from the dead. The X gene is uncontrollable, and the randomness of awakening is too strong, and the real big forces will not force it. But resurrection from the dead is different. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, it is enough to make anyone and any force crazy. If Professor, do you really have the heart to give up your ideals? Norton asked again. In the past, I was right to insist on my own ideas, but Sheen made me realize that I was wrong, and very wrong. The professor looked a little lonely. How proud is Professor X? It can make him take the initiative to admit his mistakes, which shows that Sheen's incident has dealt a huge blow to him. 15. However, this state is not a good thing for the professor. After all, the more powerful the X ability, the stronger the will to demand. So Norton decided to enlighten him. There is a saying in the ancient East that the beholder is clear. "Professor, do you want to know where you went wrong?" "I'm so conceited. I always think I can control everything." The professor replied. "No, conceit is not a fundamental mistake." Norton rejected the professor's answer. Norton did not continue to beat around the bush and gave his answer directly. "Professor, your way of thinking is completely mutant, but you always want to integrate into the lives of ordinary people. The self-contradiction of ideas is the root of all mistakes." Norton's words were like a bell in the morning and a drum in the evening, which instantly awakened the confusion in the professor's heart. All the doubts and puzzles in the past were all answered. At the moment, the professor entered a state similar to enlightenment. Although for the professor of Mutant, epiphany will not increase his strength, but it can also sublimate his mind and no longer have to worry about the problem of X ability being out of control. Norton left the manor without disturbing the professor, leaving a bottle of potion and a note. Later, under the guidance of his spiritual eyes, Norton found Magneto, whose ability had not yet been restored, in a park in Los Angeles. There is a chess set in front of Magneto, with classic ivory and metal chess pieces. "Want a game?" Norton sat directly across from Magneto. Magneto raised his head and glanced at Norton, then stared down at the metal chess piece without saying anything. "I just want to see Professor X." Norton took the first step. "Charles." Magneto was very calm, with no expression of surprise on his face. Norton was a little surprised by Magneto's reaction. "Aren't you surprised?" "Charles won't die so easily." Magneto sounded very determined. As expected of being good friends who have been in love with each other for a lifetime, it is Magneto who understands Professor X best. "Professor, He figured it out just now. Norton changed the subject. How did you do that? A surprised expression finally appeared on Magneto's face, and it wasn't just ordinary surprise. Why does it have to be me? Can't it be the professor who wakes up on his own? Norton asked. I know Charles very well. If he could wake up on his own, he would have woken up long ago. He wouldn't have waited until now. Magneto said, Okay, it's really me. I told him that his way of thinking clearly belongs to Mutant, but he always wants to integrate into the lives of ordinary people. At this point, Norton paused, looked into Magneto's eyes, and asked, Eric, what about you? Me? Magneto seemed a little touched, but not enough. We are truly lifelong friends, as stubborn as the professor. And without experiencing as much setback as Professor, Magneto is more stubborn than Professor X at the moment. You are exactly the opposite of the professor. You think Mutant is superior to others and want to fight for mutants' deserved status, but your way of thinking and doing things are still completely human. Norton said bluntly. Magneto felt something was wrong, but he couldn't find a reason to refute it. You lose. General. Before he knew it, Norton had won the game. Magneto didn't care about winning or losing in the chess game. He was still thinking about Norton's words. This bottle of self-healing potion can make your body healthier. In addition, if you have time, you are welcome to visit Carnegie Mutant Academy. Before leaving, Norton left a bottle of potion, the same potion that he left for Professor X. He was also invited to visit Carnegie Mutant College. Facts are more convincing than mere words. Magneto and Professor Norton has never thought about subduing them, and the best choice is to win over them as allies. They and Norton are both mutant leaders and are natural allies. And they all have their own ideas and principles, and they are definitely the most reliable allies. The bottom line is, Norton doesn't give much. Apart from a few lies, the only real thing is 2 self-healing potions. Self-healing potion is also one of the little surprises found in the information on previous transactions with the military. Its main ingredients are self-healing factors produced by the Wolverine X gene and a large amount of life essence. Heal the injury if there is one, and strengthen the body if there is no injury. Apart from the higher cost, there are basically no disadvantages. As soon as Professor Magneto has no injuries, but he has been malnourished since he was a child, which has damaged his vitality and makes him look older. This tube of self-healing potion immediately made him more than 10 years younger. Professor X accepted Norton's invitation the next day and came to Carnegie Mutant School. Norton personally accompanied Professor X around the college. With so many children in class together, aren't you worried about their ability to lose control? The professor asked after arriving in the first classroom. The academy is surrounded by suppression equipment. Even if the ability goes out of control, it will not hurt others. Norton explained. Compared with ordinary American schools, Carnegie Mutant College's coursework is much more arduous, with a full schedule of courses and a lot of after-school homework. The curriculum is also very different. Courses related to X genetics are the core, and there are almost no courses in literature and philosophy. Professor, how is my college? Norton asked after the tour. Very nice. The professor actually had many questions in his mind, but in the end he didn't raise any of them. Because judging from the results, the education at Carnegie Mutant College is successful. Moreover, the children in the college seem to be mentally healthy and happy. This almost made Professor X fall into self-doubt. Am I wrong? Seeing the professor's doubts, Norton took him to a separate and isolated area. 16. This is the observation area. Every new child who enters the academy must first receive psychological counseling here to solve their psychological problems before officially entering the academy. Norton explained. At the moment, Serena was teaching 3 new kids, including Jimmy. Serena talks about the simplest truths, but with her infectious voice, the effect is extremely outstanding. The expressions of the 3 children gradually relaxed, and their mental state improved visibly. Serena did not avoid the child's inner fear, but constantly induced the child to face it head-on. While facing the fear in her heart, she induced the child to step out of the shadows on her own. It seems cruel, but the actual effect is very significant. Definitely, Serena's ability plays a decisive role. The most troublesome psychological problem can be solved so easily. Serena's psychological counseling course had a great impact on the professor. This is exactly the opposite of what he has always done. Children's outlook on life has not yet been formed, and psychological guidance is much simpler than that of adults. Norton explained, psychological counseling combined with follow-up education and the development of a healthy outlook on life will eliminate any hidden dangers. The professor did not refute, and the facts were irrefutable. Serena's psychological counseling courses and her decades of educational experience gave the professor a vague idea. The mind is not the same as memory. What is the subject of X-genetics? Why are there so many courses? The professor finally asked this question. Norton did not come back directly, but took the professor to the training ground. At the moment training ground, there are dozens of children exercising their X ability. The condensed law rune allows them to directly control their own X ability. But mastering does not mean being able to use it. Learning to use X ability correctly still requires long-term training. Professor X Genetics is a subject that teaches them how to control their own X ability. Norton didn't mean to hide it. The condensation of law runes is not a simple matter. Without the blessing of the learning system, almost no one can do it. Even fortunately, Professor otherwise, even if Professor X's consciousness transfer is successful, he will lose X ability. After Norton points out the way forward, it is only a matter of time before the professor reaches the critical point. But Norton is not sure, what will the professor condense in the end? Without the blessing of the learning system, what the professor condenses may not necessarily be law runes. The will is combined with the energy of law, and the runes of law are just appearances. Depending on the individual's cognition, its appearance is also different. It can be a law rune, a fragment of the Godhead, or even other strange things. Professor X couldn't wait to find the way forward, so he quickly said goodbye and left. Norton didn't hold back, and it was a good thing for him that the professor could take a step further. A few days later, Magneto, whose ability had recovered, also came to the island as requested. Before going to greet Magneto, Norton asked Raven, "Magneto is coming soon. Raven, do you want to go see him?" "No." Raven decisively refused. She didn't know how to face Magneto yet, so she simply stayed out of sight and out of mind. Magneto wasn't interested in the academy, so Norton took Magneto directly to the action team's training ground. At the moment, on the ring in the center of the training ground, two people were competing. One side happens to be Magneto, who also has magnetic field control ability, and the other side is a speed-type mutant cheetah. Magneto optical low-altitude flight, 3 feet outside the body, is a spherical shield formed by countless tiny metal particles. 3 metal cones crisscross the field under the control of magnetic light, chasing the cheetah. However, the cheetah is originally very fast, with faster acceleration and explosive speed, and the metal cone cannot keep up with his speed. While dodging the attacks of 3 metal cones at the same time, the cheetah can also find opportunities to fight back. His super speed also makes his attack power extremely powerful. Every punch will deeply dent the magnetic light's metallic fluid shield. If it weren't for the rapidly rotating metallic fluid diverting a large amount of attack power, the cheetah would definitely be able to break through the magnetic light's shield with one punch. Fortunately, the metal particles that make up the metal fluid shield can be turned into steel balls at any time, and then launched rapidly, forcing the cheetah to retreat and dodge, making it impossible for the cheetah to break the shield with continuous attacks. In the end, the two fought for 10 minutes, but no one could do anything to the other, and they could only end in a draw. "Eric, how are they doing?" the question asked. "This Magneto optic is very interesting. The range of its controlling magnetic field is not large, and its strength is slightly insufficient, but its technique is very subtle." Magneto replied. He was interested in magneto optics, which are also controllers of magnetic fields. "How about Magneto? Please help teach this junior," Norton suggested maliciously. "Okay." Magneto did not refuse and readily agreed. "Wait a minute. The arena is too small to perform. Let's move to another place." Norton grabbed Magneto, who was about to enter the ring, and then called Magneto over. The metal fluid shield turned into various pieces and hung on the body, and the metal cone was also placed in a specially made pocket. Majigang quickly packed up his equipment and walked up to Norton. "Boss, this is Magneto," Norton introduced. "I've met Mr. Magneto." Magneto looked at Magneto with half respect and half eagerness in his eyes. Good job with the magnetic field. Magneto didn't pay attention to Magneto's provocation. As a senior, Magneto is very tolerant towards the mutant juniors. 17. There is a rocky stone island near Cumberland Island, which is the size of dozens of football fields. It is one of the venues where the action team competes daily. The place is spacious enough without affecting Magneto's performance. As for the metal Magneto needs, it can be easily solved. Norton summons the elemental furnace, decomposes seawater into atomic state, absorbs it into the furnace for nuclear reaction, and finally generates metal elements, mainly iron. These metal elements flowed out of the elemental furnace and turned into countless iron filings, which were scattered across the stone island by Norton. In less than half an hour, Stone Island became the most suitable venue for Magneto and Magneto. Norton is already very skilled in the application of elemental furnaces. The elemental furnace at the moment, after being constructed, can exist permanently and does not require Norton to maintain it deliberately. Moreover, the elemental furnace has no physical body and can be large or small, making it very easy to carry around. A large amount of atomic matter can be stored inside the furnace, as well as a massive amount of energy generated by nuclear reactions. Okay, the venue is ready. Norton exited Stone Island and gave up the venue to Magneto and the two. Magneto-senpai, please enlighten me. The magnetic light immediately raised the metal fluid shield, and 3 metal cones hovered beside him. Magneto Optical did not initiate an attack. After the battle started, he became calmer. Although he has been looking forward to competing with Magneto, he is not arrogant enough to really think that he is better than Magneto. At least in terms of magnetic field control, he knows that he is absolutely inferior to Magneto. Taking the initiative to attack is tantamount to giving weapons to Magneto. Magneto is the exact opposite of Magneto and has no defense. He just waved his hand lightly, and countless metal scraps gathered from all corners of the Stone Island, turning into countless long swords around Magneto. Watch out, kid. Magneto reminded him deliberately, then stretched out his hand, and countless metal swords shot towards the magnetic light. The overwhelming long swords are still Magneto's usual style, majestic. The magnetic field range controlled by Magneto Optical technology is only 100 meters in radius, and the metals it can control are limited, so it is impossible to compete head-on with Magneto. But he also has his own advantages. His control of the magnetic field is more precise. Before the long sword came, the magnetic field within 100 meters was instantly divided and distorted. The twisted magnetic field first disintegrated Magneto's control of the metal sword, and then tore the sword into pieces. Some of the debris is thrown out, and some of the debris remains in the twisted magnetic field. The sword fragments left in the twisted magnetic field, in turn, increased the power of the twisted magnetic field. The tentative attack failed, and Magneto became more interested. The remaining metal sword turned into a sword storm, wrapping the Magneto Optical magnetic field, and then cutting and strangulating the magnetic field controlled by the Magneto Optical layer. This move of magnetic light did not forcefully resist, but instead followed the trend, taking advantage of the situation, destroying the rhythm of the blade's storm, allowing it to collide internally and depleting its own power. Great, try this again. As soon as Magneto finished speaking, a meteor slid down from the sky, aiming directly at the magnetic light. In terms of subtle manipulation techniques of magnetic fields, Magneto Optical ones are definitely stronger. However, Magneto's biggest advantage is his large control range and strong control. He cannot give up his advantage and use it. The first 2 moves didn't work, they were just not strong enough. As long as the strength is strong enough, any technique is useless. Meteorite falling from the sky is Magneto's attack method that takes full advantage of himself. If this meteorite the size of a football file were to hit it, it would not be a problem to destroy the entire Stone Island. The signs of meteorites falling from the sky are very obvious and can be seen at a glance with magnetic light. But the meteorite is guided by Magneto's magnetic field, so avoiding it is useless. However, there was no expression of panic or fear on Changwang's face. Obviously, he still has a trump card, and he is confident that he can solve the problem of meteorites falling from the sky. The magnetolite quickly adjusted the magnetic field, expelling all the metal in the magnetic field, and the range of the metal fluid shield was reduced to 1 foot around the body. Seeing the meteorite approaching, Magneto was considering whether to stop. The magneto-optical fingertips emitted a faintly visible ray, aiming directly at the football file-sized iron meteorite. The magnetic field that was originally invisible to the naked eye is compressed into visible rays by magneto-optical light. This magnetic field ray looks like light, but is actually just an extremely compressed chaotic magnetic field. The ray hit the meteorite, which was composed mainly of iron elements, and was instantly decomposed by the chaotic magnetic field that exploded. The metallic elements are directly broken down into atomic states, and the non-metallic elements are also turned into fine dust. This is magneto-optical's trump card, dissociation rays, the nemesis of all metal creations. The meteorite was instantly decomposed, but the magneto-optical crisis was not over. Because the huge kinetic energy and thermal energy carried by meteorites cannot disappear out of thin air, ultra-high temperature metal atoms come into contact with oxygen over a large area, and there is only one result: explode. And due to the kinetic energy of the meteorite, most of the power of the explosion is released in the direction of magneto light. The magnetic light that was so close at hand had no room to escape and was instantly drowned by the explosion of fire. The change happened so fast that Magneto couldn't stop it in time. Explosions and flames were not controlled by magnetic fields. Only Norton has the ability to rescue Magnet on sight. But Norton didn't move. He believed that since Magneto-Optical dared to use dissociation rays to deal with meteorites falling from the sky, there must be ways to deal with subsequent changes. Sure enough, after the dissociation ray was emitted, the magnetic field controlled by Magneto-Optical re-expanded instantly. Then, with the metal fluid shield as the core, the magnetic field split into two instantly. The magnetic poles of the two magnetic fields are opposite, and the force of repulsion tears the metal fluid shield into two layers. Between the two layers of metal fluid shields, a vacuum environment was created. Moreover, the surface of the shield has also become a mirror surface that is sufficient to reflect thermal radiation. This multi-layered defense isolates the explosive shockwave and heat. A minute later, the sea breeze dispersed the flames, and the ground turned into glass, while Magneto still stood there unharmed. 18. Yes, your performance far exceeded my expectations, but that's not enough. Magneto praised. This time, Magneto did not drive the metal, but directly used the magnetic field to crush the magnetic field controlled by the magneto-optical force. I give up. Magwang gave up decisively. In a pure competition of magnetic field control, he is far from Magneto's opponent. The gap between LV3 and LV4 is too big, and he will definitely lose if they continue to fight. Anyway, the purpose of the discussion has been achieved. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Well, there's no way he could win in the first place. Can mutants really only be ruled by humans? Magneto suddenly asked. Mutants, humans, why are they so clearly distinguished? Why do they have to be in opposition? Norton asked rhetorically. In Norton's view, the difference between humans and mutants is not as big as the difference between blacks and whites. Since black people and white people can live in the same country and enjoy the same rights, why can't mutants and humans coexist peacefully? I didn't want to stand against humans at first, but now I have no way out. Magneto said helplessly. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Capital only cares about interests. As long as there are enough interests, Capital can completely forget hatred. Norton explained. Fooled, Magneto said. You have already proven that you have the ability to cooperate. As long as you prove that you are qualified to cooperate again, Capital will definitely not mind having another strong partner. As long as you can reach cooperation with Capital, other problems are not a problem. After all, this is a country ruled by Capital, and the needs of Capital determine everything. Magneto looked puzzled, as if asking so simple. It's really that simple. However, given Magneto's background and growth trajectory, he had never had access to large capital before. Professor X had a chance, but his background was not simple. It's a pity that as a mutant, Charles subconsciously disdained the intrigues between humans. After decades, the original family connections were almost gone. What are the qualifications for cooperation? Magneto asked. It's very simple. It is impossible for capital to cooperate with a wandering person because the uncertainty is too great. Norton explained. Magneto, your deterrence is enough. All that's left is to make everyone believe that you won't fall out easily. What exactly should I do? Magneto continued to ask. Find a suitable site and put Mutant Brotherhood on the map. Norton said bluntly. This matter is actually very simple. Magneto is too strong and has no obvious weaknesses, so everyone is worried about him and is afraid that he will suddenly go crazy. I personally suggest you find a suitable island. So far, Mutant is not suitable for being neighbors with ordinary people. Norton gave another suggestion. The professor has Xavier's school, Norton has the Carnegie family and Mutant Academy, and Magneto should also have a bond. I'll think about it. Magneto didn't agree on the spot, but his expression told Norton that there was a high probability that this would happen. Sure enough, within a few days Magneto received a positive reply. Most people in Mutant Brotherhood have actually longed for a stable home. After Magneto proposed the idea, he immediately received support from most people. Magneto finally chose an island covering hundreds of square kilometers on the east coast. The island is large, but uninhabited, and Norton directly represents the U.S. government in the lease agreement with Magneto. At this point, the Mutant Brotherhood finally has a stable home, a home where they can make their own decisions. Norton also saw the true strength of the Mutant Brotherhood, which was much stronger than Xavier's school. The number of core members of Brotherhood is not large, but the quality is very high. There are dozens of mutants above level 3. As Brotherhood came to the fore, the relationship between ordinary people and mutants also began to ease. The hostility between ordinary people and mutants is originally the result of some politicians deliberately guiding public opinion. Now that capital has new demands, they don't mind redirecting public opinion. Anyway, they don't care about right or wrong. All they need is topic and attention. Seeing the strength of his ally Brotherhood, Norton deeply felt that Mutant Academy was not strong enough. In the Academy Action Team, excluding Norton himself, there are less than 23rd level mutants, and most of them have functional X ability. There are a lot of people in Mutant Academy, but most of the children's abilities have no fighting ability, especially the X ability, which can only be partially transformed into a beast. It really has no other use besides being cute. Norton wants to transform these people into combat effectiveness, but has never found a way to improve their X ability. The X gene is difficult to change, and the law runes based on the X gene are also difficult to change. Currently, the only way Norton knows to perfect the rune of law, that is to first turn the law rune into a stable triangular structure, and then accumulate law energy to perfect the law rune. Norton, it's too difficult to reconstruct the law rune. So far we still haven't made any progress. John regretfully announced that the experiment was a complete failure. In fact, it is not a complete failure. There is also Norton, a sample that was successful from the beginning. It's a pity that there is only one sample, which is not convincing. John could only reluctantly come to a speculative conclusion. Perhaps only by reaching level 5 strength can the law rune be reconstructed. John, do you have any other ideas? Norton was unwilling to give up just like that. I do have a new idea. John really has a new idea. We may try to supplement the synthesis method to improve the law rune. If a person condenses 2 law runes at the same time, and the 2 abilities are highly compatible, there is a high probability that a more complete law rune will be synthesized. This conjecture is very feasible in theory, and Norton is also interested. Have you tried it? 19. The Rakshasa girl has tried it. The 2 combined law energies can indeed be integrated, but the absorbed law energy can only be used directly and cannot be used to condense law runes. John replied, How are you going to solve this problem? Norton asked, stuck at the first step again, but since John raised it, Norton believed that he must have a direction to solve the problem. The law energy absorbed from others cannot be used to condense the law runes. But what if it is your own law energy? John replied, By implanting a new section of X gene, there is a high probability that a second law rune can be condensed. It's not easy to implant the X gene, right? Norton saw through the most critical point at a glance. It's really difficult. Foreign genes are naturally repulsive to the original gene, even if it's a compatible X gene. If the implantation method is improper, gene collapse is the only result. John didn't hide it. The military's method of splicing X genes to create X weapons is not working. No, the failure rate is too high. Even if you barely succeed, you will always be in danger of genetic collapse, and your lifespan will be greatly reduced. So we need new, safe gene implantation methods. John replied. This may be his real purpose. Is there a goal? Norton continued to ask. No. John shook his head honestly. You don't even have a specific goal. How can I conjure it up for you? I'm sure you can find a way. Where do you get your confidence from? Norton suddenly thought of something. Maybe I can give it a try, but there's no guarantee that I'll be successful. Gene implantation may not be possible in the simple X-Men world. But this is the Marvel world, a world full of black technology. Master, Peter Parker, and Osborn Company have been found. In just half a day, Butler Miles brought the information Norton needed. Thank you, Uncle Miles. Norton took the information. When John mentioned gene implantation, Norton immediately thought of Spider-Man. Little Spider-Man is indeed a gene implant, and it is a very successful gene implant. At this point in time, Little Spider-Man has probably not appeared yet, and Norton can only find it through family channels. Peter and Osborn were indeed found, but the information was very different from Norton's impression. Peter Parker is currently only 10 years old. His parents are dead and he lives with his uncle and aunt. But his parents were just ordinary white-collar workers, and they died in a car accident, not a plane crash. Osborn is even more different. Osborn is now just a pharmaceutical company with a market value of less than 100 million US dollars, which is still far from the Osborn Group with a market value of 100 billion US dollars. This Marvel universe even has mutants. Shouldn't Spider-Man not be there? Norton didn't know what was wrong, so he decided to go to New York to see for himself. The first was Osborn Company. Norton found no problems, and it was just a very ordinary small company. Then I found Peter Parker's house. There was nothing suspicious at first, but when Peter Parker came home from school, Norton felt something strange. Why do I always feel out of place? Norton frowned and subconsciously opened his time and space vision. Boom! A roar exploded in Norton's consciousness. A long rushing river appeared in front of Norton's eyes. In the long river, the ups and downs of all living things could be vaguely seen. Is this the length of time in the Marvel Universe? Norton understood instantly. Before, he could only vaguely see the plot trajectory, but now he can directly see the flow of time. Norton was surprised and shocked. After all, his time and space science has not improved during this period, and he is still stuck at LV3 level 50. It's not a problem of space and time. So where is the problem? Norton thought and looked around. He could not clearly see the fate of all living beings in the long river of time. He could only accidentally capture some fragments, which did not have much practical significance. It's just that as you stare at the river of time longer and longer, more and more information is captured, and the outline of the river of time becomes clearer and clearer. Until a certain critical point, Norton's vision finally transcended the shackles of the long river of time and saw the whole river above the long river. I don't know where the long river of time comes from, nor where it flows, nor how long the time scale it represents. But Norton could see that the river of time branched off into a branch at some point. The source of this tributary happens to be on Peter Parker. So that's it. The Spider-Man world has become a tributary of the long river of time, or should we say a parallel time and space. Norton roughly understood the current situation. At the moment of enlightenment, the roar of the long river faded away, and Norton exited the long river of time. When he looked at Peter Parker again, Norton did not enter the same state again. The passage of time cannot be seen, but we can see an uncertain plot line from Peter Parker. If you want to obtain the gene implantation technology in Spider-Man, you will most likely have to enter the Spider-Man world to find it. Thinking of this, Norton discovered a new problem. Traveling through time and space is currently not within his ability, and the learning system does not provide a travel function. Space-time science allows me to see parallel time and space, so it will definitely help me travel through time and space. Norton set his sights on space-time science. Space-time science LV3, 50. Introduction. You have a relatively good understanding of space and can clearly see the trajectory of space, but your understanding of time is relatively rough, and you can barely see the trajectory of time. Time is still a shortcoming, which hinders the progress of space-time science. But Norton has no choice. The study of time on Earth is too weak. There are only some theories that are not right or wrong, and there are no practical results at all. Even if he wants to learn, he can't find knowledge. Definitely, it's not like there's no one on Earth who's delved into the realm of time. 20. Sorcerer Supreme has deep attainments in the field of time. Norton also wanted to learn from the Sorcerer Supreme, not only to learn knowledge of time and space, but also to learn magic knowledge. But I have never dared to take practical action. After all, Norton, as a time traveler, is a typical unexpected factor that disrupts time. Sorcerer Supreme believes that all accidental factors must be eliminated if it insists on the sanctity of time. Norton went to her to learn magic. Wouldn't he be actively seeking death? I've made such a big fuss, but Magician didn't come to visit me. She most likely doesn't mind my identity. At the moment I go to visit her, there is a high probability that there will be no danger. Norton tried to convince himself. With Sorcerer Supreme's ability, he must have discovered Norton's existence long ago. He has not touched Norton for such a long time, nor has he interfered with Norton's decision. He has obviously regarded Norton as a member of this world. Norton has always been afraid that he thinks too much. Now that the decision has been made, Norton will no longer hesitation. After exchanging a few words, he walked towards the holy place in New York, a place that Norton had been deliberately avoiding. The hidden magic circle in New York's holy place is invisible to Norton, and he can see through it at a glance. Norton was very confused. Holy place in New York, one of the 3 major holy places, didn't even have a gatekeeper. When I walked into the holy place, I didn't encounter any obstruction. It doesn't look like a well-guarded holy place at all. But when Norton stepped into the holy place, his doubts were instantly solved. The Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, was standing in the holy place looking at him, as if he was specially waiting for him. "You're here." Ancient One Magician smiled. "Magician, did you know I was coming today?" Norton asked in surprise. This was a temporary decision he made. The Ancient One Magician actually knew about it a long time ago. "Time has already given me the answer." Ancient One Magician replied. "Magician, you have known about my existence for a long time. Why didn't you do anything?" Norton couldn't help but ask. "What I protect is the world, not time, and you are not a danger to the world. And unless you cause a world-destroying disaster, the affairs of your mutants are none of my business." Ancient One Magician replied. "We mutants? Who is under the jurisdiction of our mutants?" Norton was surprised. He had never heard of an organization that could govern mutants, but the Sorcerer Supreme would not make random remarks. Mutants have existed since ancient times. They are one of the important forces protecting the world and naturally have a unified organization. It's just that during World War II, Mutant lost the prophet who guided them, and then Mutant fell apart. Ancient One Magician explained. A group of mutants formed a club called the Hellfire. The other part of Mutant is always looking for a new generation of prophets. Did they find it? No. They didn't wait for the new generation of prophets to come. "Magician, I would like to obtain some knowledge about time and space. Is it convenient?" Norton requested. The Ancient One Magician waved his hand, and the 2 of them came to the library of Holy Place. "All the knowledge you want is here. Take your time and read it yourself." The library is filled with old and new books. At a glance, most of them are related to time or space. The original collection of books at Holy Place in New York should not be so biased. Obviously, the Ancient One Magician had long anticipated Norton's intention, and the books here were specially prepared by him for Norton. "Thank you, Magician. If Magician has any request, as long as I can do it, I will never postpone it." Norton thanked him. There is no doubt about the value of these books. Norton knows that he probably won't be able to trade for what the Sorcerer Supreme needs, so he can only make a promise. The Ancient One Magician didn't care about Norton's promise and said grandly, "Open knowledge is the tradition of Kamartaj. It does not require any reward. As long as you are determined to protect the Earth, it is enough." "Magician, don't worry. As a human being, it is my responsibility and obligation to protect the Earth." Norton's words are absolutely sincere and not false at all. After traveling through so many years, he already has too many things in this world that are difficult to let go of, and Norton will never allow anyone to destroy them. This is what Norton has been doing all along. At the beginning, he didn't have the strength to protect himself, so he could only develop slowly and in a low-key manner. After gaining a certain level of strength to ensure his own safety, Norton discovered that if he wanted to protect more people, he was still not strong enough. This is why Norton was able to overcome his fear and come to see the Sorcerer Supreme. He wants to become stronger. The Ancient One Magician is worthy of being the Sorcerer Supreme who has protected Time Gem for hundreds of years. His collection of books is very rich in knowledge about time, which greatly makes up for Norton's lack of time knowledge. In addition to knowledge about time, the collection of books is also very rich in knowledge about space. Even because Kamartaj has more magicians who study space spells, his knowledge of space is not only rich, but also comprehensive. In addition to theoretical knowledge, simple knowledge such as experimental conjecture, and spells related to time and space, there are also many in the library, all of which are disclosed to Norton without any hiding. And to make it easier for Norton to understand these spells, there is also a complete set of basic spell knowledge in the library. If it were not for the limited space of the library, Norton has no doubt that the Ancient One Magician could move the entire Kamartaj book collection. This magnanimity is worthy of the name Sorcerer Supreme. This knowledge of magic unlocked the mysteries of magic for Norton and also added a new discipline for him. Secret Law LV3-1. It's occult rather than magic. Because Kamartaj's lineage is a cult magician, Norton didn't dwell on this problem. As far as he knew, there were no other magicians in the world. 21. The fighting style of Kamartaj's magicians is very different from the magicians in my impression. It is appropriate to call them secret magicians. Level 3 Arcanum means Norton has learned basic spells. But due to environmental factors, Norton couldn't use a single spell. After research, Norton discovered that the magician's spells were very different from the mutant's X ability. X ability uses the X gene to leverage the active world law, thereby producing various magical effects. Spells are the use of spell energy, and in most cases they do not touch world law. Norton cannot use spells because the high level of energy on the Earth is silent, and physical energy is not used to release spells. Is it any wonder that at the beginning of Kamartaj's magician practice, he had to make a contract with Emperor Weishan to borrow magic power? The Earth does not have the energy needed to release the spell, so naturally it can only be borrowed from other dimensions. Norton would naturally not sign a contract with that unknown entity. Anyway, with his current strength, it didn't matter if he couldn't use magic. When you devote yourself to studying, you will feel that time flies by. It has been more than half a year since Norton finished learning about the library. Space-Time Science LV4-33. The difficulty of improving space-time science is far beyond expectations. Not only has it failed to break through the 5th level, but the progress of the 4th level is only 1/3. Fortunately, Norton's goal has been achieved, and LV4's space-time science can barely support Norton's ability to travel through time and space tributaries. When Norton left the library, he saw the Ancient One Magician again. "Thank you, Magician. Here are some of my experiences. I hope they are useful to Magician." Norton gave the prepared notes to Ancient One Magician. The notes contain some of Norton's understanding of time and space, and they are the only things that Norton believes can repay the Ancient One Magician. After all, in the realm of Ancient One Magician, foreign objects are basically useless, and only new knowledge may bring him some inspiration. Norton LV4's knowledge of time and space is not much worse than that of the Ancient One Magician. After leaving New York's holy place, Norton was found immediately and brought back to Cumberland Island. In the past half-year, nothing major happened, and Carnegie Alloy Company and Carnegie Mutant College were also quiet. However, Norton has disappeared for such a long time this time, and there is still a backlog of things waiting for him to deal with. So Norton had to work as a signing machine for a day. The next day, Norton quit and directly wrote a power of attorney for Una. "Una, you will be solely responsible for these things from now on, and there is no need to ask me for permission." It's not that he wants to be lazy, but he really doesn't have time. The gene implantation technology promised to John has been delayed for more than half a year. If he doesn't get it back, won't John annoy him to death? Carnegie Laboratory welcomes back the boss. 007 is at your service at any time. As soon as Norton entered the laboratory, 007's electronic voice sounded in his ears. 007 is the intelligent housekeeper of the laboratory an artificial intelligence program written by Norton after reaching level 4 in information technology and electronic technology. Prepare a simulation laboratory for me, Norton ordered. There happened to be a simulation laboratory that was in use, so 007 made arrangements instantly. Okay, boss. Simulation laboratory number 7 is ready. The simulation laboratory is equipped with a top-level supercomputer and supporting simulation equipment as standard. The role is model calculations and computer simulations before formal experiments. Norton wants to simulate the laboratory in order to simulate the travel process, calculate related data models, etc. Traveling through time and space is a rigorous science, and the relevant data models must be rigorously calculated to ensure smooth travel. Originally, this was a very difficult thing, but fortunately LV4's space-time science has ensured the feasibility of traveling through the tributaries of time and space. After knowing the answer, it will undoubtedly be much simpler to derive the process. But even if the calculation difficulty is reduced by half, it will still take at least several months. Norton did not hide the topic of analog computing, so after starting the calculation, more and more people came over curiously. Traveling through time and space is a very novel thing, and it is normal for everyone to be curious. The first major difficulty in time travel is energy, which is a huge amount of energy. The energy consumed in one time travel is enough for everyone on the entire Earth to use for at least 10 years. But for Norton, this is the easiest difficulty to solve. His elemental furnace has never stopped, and he has accumulated enough energy to travel back and forth several times. Then there is how to locate the target time and space to travel through. Without accurate time and space landmarks, it is likely to be lost in the depths of time and space. This point has been warned by the Ancient One magician many times in the book, and Norton must treat it with caution. Although there is no accurate time and space landmark, what I want to cross is a tributary of the long river of time. It is undoubtedly more reliable to follow the routes of the tributaries. Norton chose hair that contains Peter Parker's genes. Subsequently, other problems were discovered one by one and were quickly solved by Norton. In just 3 months, Norton came up with a complete crossing plan. After the calculation, Norton asked, "I can only take one person with me on this journey. Which of you is willing to accompany me?" 3 months later, the people who came here out of curiosity had long since left, and the only people in the laboratory were John, who had just arrived. Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you. Finally, Serena said, "Let Raven accompany you. Her ability is more useful in other worlds." Others did not refute Serena's suggestion. They wanted to try the feeling of time travel, but in order not to drag Norton down, they had to give up temporarily. Serena is right. Their abilities are relatively single. There is only one person, and the help to Norton is very limited. And Raven can provide a lot of help in terms of X ability and Jianghu experience. Okay, Raven will accompany me this time, and I will take you with me next time when I have a chance. Norton agreed with Serena's suggestion. 22. Raven is not here, but Norton believes that he would not refuse without her. The temptation of traveling through time and space is still great. Sure enough, Raven received Norton's invitation and only thought about it for 3 seconds before agreeing to Norton's invitation. "I'm more than happy to do it." Returning to New York again, Norton had someone by the house next door to Peter Parker as a place to travel through time and space. At the same time, 2 mutants were also found to control sound and light to cover up any movement that might occur during the time travel. Norton was not sure if there was any movement during the time travel. Norton chose the time to travel at night. Peter Parker's hair slowly decomposes, genetic information is revealed bit by bit, and the passage of time appears before Norton's eyes again. What he saw this time was much clearer, especially the tributary of the Spider-Man world, which Norton could clearly sense. Peter Parker's genetic information was thrown into the tributary, and a large amount of energy was instantly consumed in the elemental furnace, followed by a colorful passage being opened up. "Let's go." Norton immediately pulled Raven into the colorful passage. This colorful passage looks very long, but in fact Norton only took 2 steps, 1 step in and 1 step out. The space channel disappeared, and Norton and Raven appeared in the Spider-Man world without feeling any discomfort during the whole process. It was also night, but the location where Norton and the others appeared was not the house they passed through, but an unknown alley. Norton immediately checked the equipment he was carrying, and the result was not good. All the equipment with a little technical content were completely scrapped. Norton didn't know what caused these devices to be scrapped silently, but what was certain was that the space channel was definitely not as stable as it appeared. While Norton was thinking, Raven had already changed his face, and there was an identical corpse lying on the ground. His appearance did not look like a good person. This guy is a gangster. He has a house in Queens, which happens to be not far from Peter's house. We can stay at his house temporarily. Raven kicked the body on the ground and said, "That's fine." Norton waved his hand, and the corpse on the ground decomposed into dust. Since he was going to borrow his house, it was not convenient to leave the body behind. Norton and Raven did not act in a hurry. They spent the whole night making sure that the crossing process had no negative impact on them. Norton only started making arrangements the next day. "Raven, today you go collect information about the Osborn group, and I'll go see Peter Parker." This step was originally planned to be completed using electronic equipment. Unfortunately, the electronic equipment was too complex and difficult to repair. Norton gave up after trying it. Manipulating atoms to synthesize molecules and then synthesize complex electronic components is not only extremely energy-consuming, but also very slow. Fortunately, Raven is professional when it comes to gathering intelligence. When Norton came near Peter Parker's house, he happened to see Peter going out to school. Two plot lines appear in Norton's eyes. One is relatively clear, and the other is vaguely visible. Two plots. Norton was slightly stunned. This situation was a bit beyond his expectation. By the time Norton came to his senses, Peter Parker had already boarded the bus. Recall Peter's outfit just now. He had a camera hanging around his neck. This should be the beginning of the plot. Peter was bitten by a spider today. So Norton first went to the university where Peter and the others visited, found the spiders that synthesized the genes, and then waited for Peter and the others to arrive. There is nothing strange about the spiders in the box. Only the spider that ran out has a hint of the plot. Norton didn't want to interfere with the plot, so he didn't catch it in advance. Based on his understanding of the inertia of the world, even if this super spider is collected in advance, Peter Parker's outcome will not change. When Peter and the others arrived, Norton looked at Peter Parker again, this time using his time and space vision. Two plot lines emerged, and then a river appeared in Norton's eyes. There is no doubt that this is the time branch of the Spider-Man world. It's just that at the very beginning, this small river divided into two parallel tributaries that were very close to each other. This means that there are two Spider-Man worlds and two plot lines. The current world should be the original Spider-Man world, and the other plot line of Peter Parker is probably the world of the extraordinary Spider-Man. Norton analyzed in his mind. Gene implantation technology should be used in the extraordinary Spider-Man world, but the super spiders in this world also have certain research value. After Peter was successfully bitten, Norton quietly caught the super spider, and at the same time, two super spiders that had not escaped also took away the two. Not only spiders. Norton also hacked into the server of Columbia University Academy of Sciences and took away all experimental materials related to super spiders. In the evening, Raven returned successfully. "This is the information you want." Raven threw a hard drive to Norton, which contained not only ordinary information about the Osborn group, but also confidential information. What makes Norton more disappointed is that the Osborn group's technology, except for the Green Goblin-related technology, is of little value, which is a bit disappointing for the role of the villain. Not getting what he wanted in this Spider-Man world, Norton decided to check out the extraordinary Spider-Man world next door. These two parallel worlds belong to different river channels of the same time tributary. It is much easier and less dangerous to cross each other, but there is no need for an overly complicated preparation process. After deducing it in his mind and confirming that there was no problem, Norton opened the space-time channel and stepped into the channel. At this moment, Norton suddenly received some obscure information, which was something he had never encountered before during the time travel. This incident stopped Norton in his tracks. Traveling through time and space is an extremely dangerous thing, and any unexpected situation deserves great attention. Anyway, there was not much time left, so Norton decided to study it carefully first. 23. This piece of information is very complex and different from any representation of information known to Norton. It may be called high-dimensional information. LV4 spacetime science can barely parse this information, but it is estimated that the time required will not be too short. So Norton exited first and closed the spacetime channel. What happened? Why did you stop? Raven asked in confusion. There was an accident, so I won't travel back in time for the time being. Norton replied. Raven didn't ask what happened. She just asked, then what are we going to do next? I need to find a quiet place to solve some problems. It will take about a month. During this time, Raven, you can move around freely. Norton replied. Do you need help? A smile appeared on Raven's face. Traveling to another world for a month sounded good. Norton wanted to refuse, but then he thought it was unnecessary. Although he can handle some trivial matters by himself, it's definitely not as easy as Raven's. He doesn't have to worry about having someone do it for him. So Norton ordered, find me a quiet place and prepare enough living supplies. There is no need for anything else. To analyze high-dimensional information, we can only rely on Norton itself. Other equipment, including supercomputers, cannot help much. No problem, Raven replied readily. These things were just a piece of cake for her, and she could get them all done in less than half a day. The house Norton asked Raven to find was a villa on the outskirts of the city, and the living supplies provided were enough for Norton to eat for several months. The plot of Spider-Man has begun, and New York will be very lively for a while. Norton needs a quiet environment to analyze high-dimensional information, so he needs to stay away from New York City. Even after Raven helped Norton find a place to live, she didn't leave New York. How can watching the scenery be as fun as watching the excitement? Raven knew that Norton needed all kinds of knowledge, so in the first few days, she visited major companies and universities in New York. Various research institutions provided Norton with a copy of their technical information. Although most of it is repetitive and useless knowledge, as long as a small part is useful, the time these days is not wasted. A few days later, Peter Parker's mutation basically ended, and ability gradually adapted. Raven disguised herself as his neighbor girl Jane and paid a visit, easily getting Spider-Man's serum. Then came the Green Goblin potion and Green Goblin serum, which also took no effort. Raven just needs to wait for the plot to develop and then follow Spider-Man to pick up the slack. Norton didn't explicitly request these things, but Raven thought that Norton might be useful, so she collected some while watching the fun. There are too few extraordinary powers in this world, and there are also very few coping methods. Raven is completely defenseless. By the time Norton completes the analysis of high-dimensional information, the plot of Level 1 has ended. Seeing what Raven had brought back, Norton said happily, Raven, bringing you here is indeed the right decision. Originally, these things were dispensable to Norton and had little research value. However, after analyzing the high-dimensional information, these things became very critical, especially Spider-Man's serum and Green Goblin's serum. That piece of high-dimensional information is very messy. Most of it is meaningless and cannot be parsed. Only a small amount of information that can be parsed and understood is also scattered. From this part of the information, Norton analyzed and summarized only one piece of useful and complete information. Bringing items containing the core information of this world to the next door will allow two parallel rivers to merge, two parallel time and spaces to integrate into one, and two plot lines to integrate into one. The most important thing is that after integrating the two parallel time and spaces, Norton can get a benefit as a promoter. As for the so-called items that contain the core information of the world, the body tissues of the main characters in the plot must be the best. The so-called main characters of the plot, according to Norton's understanding, are the protagonist and the villain, because only through them can the trajectory of the plot be seen, which is something that supporting characters cannot. Norton didn't hide anything and told Raven everything he discovered, because the next plan required Raven's cooperation. So, I need to stay in this world and continue to collect the so-called core items, while you go to another world to collect. Raven didn't quite understand Norton's plan. That's right. Norton nodded. After receiving a positive answer, Raven still asked in confusion, why not collect the core items of this world first, and then go to another parallel time and space? In this way, the moment we travel to another time and space, the two parallel time and spaces will integrate, and the plot of the other parallel time and space will be seriously disrupted, which is not conducive to collecting the core items of the other world. Norton explained, "Isn't integrating parallel time and space your purpose?" Halfway through, Raven suddenly understood Norton's plan. "You want to integrate this tributary back into the mainstream? These two parallel time spaces are both tributaries. If you want to integrate them back into the mainstream, naturally, you must have core items from both parallel time spaces." "That's right," Norton replied affirmatively, although Norton is not sure what benefits the integration of the two parallel spaces of this tributary can bring to him. But what is certain is that by integrating the tributaries into the mainstream, the benefits he will get will only be greater. In this way, the two of them must act separately, and the risk will undoubtedly increase a lot. However, with Raven's ability, even if he acts alone, he will definitely be able to complete the collection mission. Norton told Raven the general plot of the two worlds, and then asked, "Are you going to stay in this world, or go to another parallel world?" The difficulty of the two worlds is similar, and the time span is also similar. It is up to Raven to decide how to choose. "I won't go to the parallel world." Raven made the decision directly, without hesitation. 24. "Okay, you accept this necklace, and after collecting it, smash the gems on it." Norton handed a sapphire necklace to Raven and said, "This necklace was made bit by Norton. He engraved his law runes on it, and his law energy was sealed in the gem. Smash the gem, and the law energy inside will activate the law rune, providing accurate positioning for Norton, who is far away in another time and space. Only with accurate positioning can we avoid the time difference in parallel time and space, allowing two people to complete collection at the same time." After arranging Raven's collection plan, Norton opened the time and space channel again, and then stepped into it without hesitation. This time Norton did not receive any high-dimensional information, stayed in the space-time channel for a few seconds, and had no other changes. It seems that receiving high-dimensional information is not inevitable. It can only be said that Norton was very lucky last time. The technology in the world of Extraordinary Spider-Man is more advanced, and the internet is more popular, which is convenient for Norton. It's not as convenient as Raven's shape-shifting disguise, but Norton's hacking skills can still make him a fish in water in this world's metropolis. The hacking ability provided by Level 4 information technology definitely exceeds that of all hackers in the world. Unless it encounters top-level artificial intelligence, no network in this era can resist Norton's invasion. Osborn Group's intelligent management system is very strong, but it is not yet top-notch artificial intelligence. It only took Norton half a day to quietly obtain the highest authority of the Osborn Group's intelligent management system. Then Norton arranged for himself the identity of a researcher and personally lurked into the Osborn Group's laboratory. Osborn Group's biotechnology, especially genetic technology, is very good, especially the gene implantation technology that Norton wants. Osborn Group also has a copy here. Although it's not perfect, it's enough. Whether it is learning to digest the knowledge of Osborn Group or collecting core items, it will take a lot of time. It's more convenient to have such an identity. After solving the identity problem, Norton began to consider the collection of core items. At this point in time, the plot has begun. Peter Parker has transformed into Spider-Man. It is not difficult to collect his blood. Dr. Lizard is almost here. He happens to be in the Osborn Group. Norton didn't need to fight Spider-Man. He just used a powerful sleeping pill he made using Osborn Group's experimental equipment, and he was easily defeated. Spider-Man's blood, as well as Peter Parker's hair before he became Spider-Man, were easily collected by Norton. There was only technical information left to him by Peter Parker's father, and Norton searched for it for a long time, but couldn't find it. Hasn't Peter found that information yet? Norton guessed. He didn't quite remember the details of the plot, and he didn't know where or when Peter got the information. Let's talk about it later. Norton couldn't remember where the information was hidden, so he could only give up for now and come back next time. Anyway, Peter will get that information sooner or later, and it will be the same if he comes back to get it when the time comes. After dealing with the traces he left, Norton quietly left Peter's room. The next day, Peter Parker woke up as usual. Apart from feeling like he had slept well last night, he didn't notice anything unusual. He didn't even realize that a large tube of blood had been drawn from him last night. This may be the disadvantage of having too strong self-healing ability. In just one night, the pinhole from which the blood was drawn completely disappeared without leaving any traces. Returning to the Osborn group, Norton witnessed the birth of Dr. Lizard. Dr. Lizard is just a disabled person integrated with lizard genes, and he is actually not very strong. Whether it's catching him or killing him, it's easy for Norton. But Norton didn't do anything. This was Spider-Man's business. As long as Dr. Lizard didn't mess with him, he didn't bother to take action. So the next step is to enter a plot familiar to Norton, where Spider-Man and Dr. Lizard fall in love and kill each other. Norton just let Dr. Lizard suffer some injuries during the battle with Spider-Man, and then collected enough Dr. Lizard's blood. With Spider-Man's strength, it is normal for Dr. Lizard to be injured in a fight. No one would doubt it, not even Dr. Lizard himself. So, another core item is obtained. Apart from this, Norton did not participate in the contest between the two at all. He only took the time to go to Peter Parker's house and got the information his father left for him. During this time, with the help of Osborn Group's equipment, Norton fully studied both technologies. The technology used by Spider-Man is relatively stable, but the implementation process is more complicated and there are accidental factors involved. Dr. Lizard's technology implementation process is relatively simple, but the technology is not mature and is very corrosive. Any living thing can be corroded by lizard genes, but the consequences are definitely not good. Even if the antidote is used to remove the genetic erosion effect, serious sequelae will still be left. For example, lifespan is reduced. Technical flaws are secondary. The most important thing is that both technologies have a certain gap with Norton's expectations. Technology that is very useful in the Spider-Man world will cause various problems when it is substituted with data from the Marvel world. After several consecutive experiments and calculations, the results were still the same. Norton could only think of one answer. It should be because the world's rules are different. Fortunately, I changed my plan and went back without getting the technology. Norton was glad of his decision to change his plan temporarily. The rules in the two worlds are different, resulting in inapplicable technology. Perhaps only by integrating the tributaries into the main trunk and letting the world rule integrate can this problem be solved. Even so, Norton didn't give up collecting samples. Norton collected blood samples before and after Electro's mutation and during the mutation process. The process is very convenient, and the entire process of Electro's mutation is within the Osborn group. 25. Norton also did not participate in the plot between Spider-Man and Electro. He only collected some Green Goblin blood samples at the last moment. Once this tributary merges into the mainstream, the original plot of the tributary, whether it has happened or has not yet been released, will be just a fantasy and have no meaning. There is no need to get involved in a meaningless plot. Let's wait until we return to the main world to train little Spider-Man's interest. After collecting the Green Goblin's blood, Norton felt that it was almost done. The subsequent plot began to change, and there was no need to continue. The feeling of opening the space-time channel this time was different from the previous times. Just halfway through, Norton felt a clear connection. There is only one thing that can make him feel clearly. Norton connects the time and space channels without hesitation. In the Spider-Man world, Raven finally got the blood of the little Green Goblin. After getting the blood, she immediately returned to the villa and broke the sapphire on the necklace. As soon as the gem shattered, the space-time channel suddenly appeared, and Norton walked out of it. As soon as he stepped out of the space-time tunnel, before Norton had time to speak, he saw the whole world shaking. It's not an earthquake on the surface, but a deeper space-time oscillation that ordinary people can't feel and only Norton's space-time vision can see. The source of the space-time oscillation happens to be the suitcase Norton brought back. There is no doubt that the cause of space-time oscillation must be the integration of two parallel spaces. It may be because the two parallel spacetimes have the same origin and have a very high degree of compatibility. The time required for integrate is not long. It only takes less than a minute for the spacetime to return to stability. After the integration of time and space was completed, Norton immediately felt the difference. The space in this world is obviously much more stable than before. Norton originally felt that he would break the world into pieces with just a little force. Now he needs to push a little harder. This is one of the benefits that parallel time and space integrate brings to the world, and other benefits Norton cannot feel. As for the feedback Norton has received, it may be because there is not enough feedback, and he has no obvious feelings yet. With the strength of this time tributary and Norton's own strength, the benefits that the world's feedback can bring to Norton are indeed very small. Norton wanted to find out what the world's feedback was, so he could only ask Raven, "Raven, do you feel any difference?" Raven's X ability is much weaker, making it easier to feel her own changes. "What's the difference?" Raven looked around, not understanding what Norton meant. Her X ability works on herself, so she is not that sensitive to the perception of the world. She did not even feel the vibration of space and time just now, and naturally, she cannot feel the changes in the world. "Try your X ability. Is there any difference compared to before?" Norton explained. After hearing Norton's explanation, Raven understood instantly. Then Raven's appearance began to change. At first it was various ordinary people, and later it was the image of Spider-Man, Green Goblin, and others. At first, Raven stood still, then she started running and even jumping around the house. As Raven kept trying, her expression became more and more surprised. Soon, Raven ended the test, changed back to her original appearance, and said in surprise, "My ability has been enhanced." "How much has it been enhanced?" "Originally, no matter who I become, the physical fitness cannot surpass my original. But now I can inherit part of the target's physical fitness. The limit is about 3 times my physical fitness." Raven replied excitedly. This enhancement is not much, and physical fitness is not the core of Raven X ability, but it is undoubtedly a good start for her. Enhance X ability? Directly change the X gene, or simply develop the X gene? Norton is not sure about this. "I'm not sure. I don't feel any obvious changes in my body." Raven couldn't provide much information. There are both possibilities, because Raven's X ability potential is already very strong, and both possibilities can significantly enhance her X ability. To determine the specific reason, we need to compare the genetic changes before and after Raven. Accurate genetic comparison requires professional equipment and a lot of time. Norton is not ready to hang out in this world any longer. So Norton stopped paying attention to this problem and asked instead, "Let's study this matter slowly when we go back. Raven, where are the things you collected?" "In the safe." Raven opened the safe in the villa and took out a portable safe. Opening the box, there are 2 rows of test tubes inside, with 2 copies of each type of blood from Spider-Man to Sandman, as well as some tissue from Venom. "Not bad." Norton nodded, and then opened the safe he brought back, which also contained 2 copies of each type of blood. "Take out 1 portion of each type, put the rest into a box, and give it to Raven to carry." Raven took the box, looking a little reluctant, and asked, "Are we going back?" "Definitely." "What? Who can't bear to leave?" Norton was a little surprised. "I really can't bear to part with that little Spider-Man." Raven rubbed a spider badge in her hand. "It turns out to be that little Spider-Man. Back in our world, Peter Parker is most likely still a child. You can train him slowly," Norton said with a smile. "Little Spider-Man is a bit talkative, but as long as you get along with him for a long time, you will think that he is pretty good." During this time, Raven most likely trained little Spider-Man. Considering their ages, it is normal for them to develop feelings for each other. Entering a non-threatening environment and no longer having to worry, Raven's repressed maternal nature finally burst out. Definitely, Norton won't stop there. After this tributary is integrated, everything that happens in this world is meaningless. "I'm going to start," Norton reminded. Raven carried the box and stood behind Norton. 26. 9 parts of blood and 1 part of venom tissue were decomposed little by little, leaving only the core information. The last 10 pieces of information were integrated together and turned into time and space landmarks, anchoring this world. If he wants to return to the main world stably, Norton also needs to anchor this world first, and then he can open a stable space-time channel based on his own information. As the main world of the Marvel Universe, the mainstream of time and space are very stable. Therefore, the Spider-Man world must also be anchored in order to open the space-time passage to the main world. Otherwise, we can only drift in time and space. Stepping into the space-time channel, Norton paused for a moment. He wanted to see if he could capture high-dimensional information. As a result, He could only vaguely feel something, which was very similar to high-dimensional information, but he couldn't capture it, as if there was a layer of veil between it. You need to learn LV5 of time and space to feel it clearly. Norton understood instantly and stopped staying. Norton's mind had already turned a few corners, but in reality, it was only a moment's pause. Returning to the main world, Norton felt the vibration of space and time again, just like when the two Spider-Man worlds were integrated. But this time it lasted shorter, less than a second. The volume difference between the tributaries and the main stream of the Shijiang River is too large to cause two obvious vibrations. At the same time, integrating a time tributary does not greatly enhance the main world. At least Norton has no obvious feelings. Norton himself, on the other hand, finally clearly felt the feedback from the world. A force appeared out of thin air and then integrated into Norton's entire body and soul without any hindrance. Norton quickly became stronger in all aspects, but the most obvious change was in his physical fitness. Elemental domination does not involve the body. Originally, Norton's physical fitness was slightly better than that of the top Special Forces King. This was also due to the feedback of the 5th level X ability to the body. Now, in just a few seconds, Norton's physical fitness has increased several times, especially his physical strength and recovery ability, which have increased by at least 10 times. The strengthening of the soul is not as obvious as the strengthening of the body, but the magnitude of the enhancement is not small either. The most intuitive change is that the control range of Norton X ability has more than doubled, from 50 kilometers to more than 100 kilometers. And using ability is even easier. Only the Law Rune has no obvious change other than the energy filling. Norton concluded from this. It seems that world feedback does not directly change the X gene. If the X gene changes, it will definitely be fed back to the Law Rune, causing the Law Rune to change. If the Law Rune does not change, the X gene will definitely not change. This time, Norton took most of the credit, and Raven only got a little credit. However, the size of the world is here, and her gains are no less than last time. You can tell one thing or two from the smile on her face. Less than 30 seconds after Norton returned, a space door opened, and Yuna and others walked out of the door. Norton, you are finally back. Are you okay? Yuna and the others rushed over to check Norton's physical condition immediately. Looking at their performance, Norton knew that he must have been away from the main world for a long time. So he asked, "How long have we been away?" "Half a year." "You have been gone for half a year," Yuna replied. For the past 6 months, Yuna and the others had been suffering from waiting. A month after Norton left, they regretted agreeing to Norton's time travel. If Norton was in the main world, even if he disappeared for a year and a half, Yuna and the others would not be so worried, because they knew in their hearts that Norton's life would not be in danger. But this time Norton is in an unknown time and space, and they know nothing about the dangers of time travel, so they are unsure. Half a year. This time is indeed a bit beyond Norton's expectation, but it is not beyond the scope of theory. Without accurate space-time landmarks as a guide, Norton cannot accurately locate the return space-time node. Relying on its own information for positioning can only locate spatial nodes, while time nodes can only be guaranteed to be within a rough range. According to the results of Norton's advanced simulation calculation, this time range is within 1 year, so half a year is not the worst result. The space node you return to is the same as the place you left, which is the house next door to Peter Parker. The environment of this place is too bad to stay for a long time, so Norton greeted. Let's go back first." Returning to Cumberland Island, Norton and Raven were sent directly to the laboratory for the most detailed physical examination immediately. As for the things Norton brought back, we also arranged experiments as soon as possible. The first thing to come out were the results of the physical examination. Norton's strength increased 10-fold, his reaction speed increased 12-fold, and his recovery speed increased 15-fold. The biggest improvement is the physical strength, including skin toughness, muscle strength, bone hardness, internal organ toughness, etc., which have increased by at least 20 times. To describe it intuitively, small-caliber firearms can no longer hurt Norton at all. Moreover, the improvement of Norton's physical fitness this time is an overall improvement from the inside to the outside, without any shortcomings. Raven's improvement is not so exaggerated. Without using X ability, her physical fitness has only increased by about double. Her main enhancement is X ability. Seeing the test results, Norton ordered, "This is an enhancement of the essence of life. Compare our genetic changes before and after. The genetic-related instruments in the laboratory are state-of-the-art, and the results are available in less than half an hour. Norton, all of your genes, except for the my God, your genes are getting closer to perfect human genes." Perfect human genes? It can also be said to be the gene of God. 27. It's just a preliminary optimization. It's still far from perfect. Norton laughed. This result didn't seem to be beyond his expectation. In fact, Norton has long known that the fifth-level law rune can slowly affect a person's genes and fundamentally enhance a person's physique. It's just that this transformation is very slow and almost difficult to detect. It's probably because of this feedback from the world that this process has been greatly accelerated, and the impact that originally took decades was completed in just a few seconds. Norton stopped paying attention to his own changes and turned to Raven's situation. Where's Raven? What changes have happened to her genes? Raven's genes haven't changed at all. It's just that the X gene has been activated a little longer. John replied. This result is similar to Norton's guess. It's true. Raven's X gene has high potential, and the Sentinel developed based on her gene is the best evidence. However, Raven had only activated part of it before, so her X ability was only at level 3. Originally, at Raven's age, it was almost impossible for the remaining X genes to be activated again. But now the world's feedback has changed Raven's fate. There are not many gene fragments directly activated by world feedback, but it opens a door for Raven to continue to activate the remaining genes. Once fully activated, Raven's strength can reach at least level 4, her combat effectiveness is no worse than Magneto's, and her methods are much richer. This result is a huge opportunity for Raven, but John was very disappointed, because this result proves that world feedback cannot help children in the academy improve their X ability. Their X ability has been developed to the extreme after condensing the law rune. Given the children's ages, even if there is an unactivated X gene, it will definitely be activated while condensing the law runes. Ever since, John's attention shifted to the genetic samples brought back by Norton. The knowledge of gene implantation was still in Norton's mind, so Norton was also pulled into the laboratory. John was very surprised when he got the genetic test report. Spider-Man, Dr. Lizard, Sandman, and Electro are all mutants. What? Really? Norton was even more shocked than John. Spider-Man and their genes. Norton has checked in the Spider-Man world. There is absolutely no X gene in it. It's definitely true. The instruments can't all be wrong. John handed the report to Norton and said. Norton opened the report and looked carefully. The X gene was indeed clearly detected in the genes of these people. My memory cannot be wrong. So the only explanation is that the genes of these blood samples have changed. Norton guessed. Under normal circumstances, Norton would never make such a ridiculous conjecture. However, considering the impact of space-time integration, it is not impossible to change the genes of these samples. However, these sections of X genes have very obvious traces of splicing. John continued his analysis. Dr. Lizard's X gene splicing is the roughest, with severe genetic erosion and the most serious sequelae. Spider-Man X gene splicing is full of chance, ingenious, and perfect. The X gene splicing between Sandman and Electro is full of a natural feeling and is almost indistinguishable from the normal X gene. So Spider-Man's X gene research is of greatest value. It is a perfect case of gene implantation. John concluded. From Spider-Man's X gene, John saw the hope of gene implantation technology, so he decided to start research on gene implantation technology from Spider-Man's gene. Okay. Norton acquiesced to John's plan and taught John bit by bit the relevant techniques he remembered. In the process of telling the story, Norton discovered that some changes had taken place in this knowledge, and what was originally contradictory became logically consistent. Obviously, this is also the impact of space-time integrate. Gene implantation technology has seen the dawn of maturity. Norton's goal of venturing through time and space has also been achieved. After teaching John the technical knowledge related to gene implantation, Norton left the laboratory. Una, Serena and others did not continue to stay in the laboratory. They were not interested in research and only cared about Norton. Returning to the home where he had been away for half a year, Norton lay on the sofa and asked, "Did nothing major happen while I was away?" The world situation has been very stable recently, but the number of mutant crimes has increased significantly. Una replied while opening a drink. Mutant crimes are different from ordinary people's crimes. They are generally quite destructive and cannot be dealt with by ordinary police. The National Violence Department does have mutants with the ability to suppress crime, but their actions will only cause greater disturbance. Mutant crime case? Didn't X-Men handle it? Norton asked, confused. In the past, this kind of thing was handled by the X-Men, and with the threat of the X-Men, most mutants would not dare to break the law at will. Without Professor, where's the Mutant Brotherhood? Magneto should be able to restrain the mutant, right? Norton asked again. The understanding reached between Magneto and Congress is not only the transformation of the Brotherhood from darkness to light, but restraining the mutants is also one of their obligations. Moreover, the Mutant Brotherhood must be short of manpower to build a home, and Magneto should not mind a few more coolies. The Mutant Brotherhood is building infrastructure on its own island. Magneto has no time to care about outside affairs, and now the Mutant Brotherhood doesn't seem to welcome these mutant criminals, Una explained. It seems like Magneto is really ready to go ashore with a clean slate. Norton understands Magneto's thoughts and admires his courage. At the same time, Norton also guessed what Una was thinking. Do you want the action team to take action? 28. The only external action of the Academy action team was to rescue the mutant children who had just awakened. This kind of rescue operation rarely required hands-on action. Una probably wanted the action team to practice in actual combat. Una handed Norton a glass of wine and admitted frankly, "That's right. They have been training for so long and need some practical opportunities to verify the training results." "I agree." Norton agreed directly without thinking. "You can just make arrangements for this." When Una heard Norton agreed, a smile appeared on her face. "The action team is ready, and the government has also taken care of it. Just waiting for you." Norton felt that Una's tone was wrong, so he put down his wine glass and asked, "What are you waiting for me to do? Do you want me to do this myself? I am a powerful 5th-level mutant. In ancient times, I could call myself a god. Isn't it too cheap to personally attack those ordinary mutant criminals?" Una obviously guessed that Norton would refuse, so she asked again, "The action team lacks an experienced leader. Can you rest assured that no one will follow you?" Una was right this time. The college action team did lack experience, not only in actual combat experience, but also in social experience. In this world, the most terrifying thing is never X ability, but the human heart. Although the action team members are well-trained, the oldest of them is only in their 20s and has never participated in real combat operations. Norton personally led the team in the only few operations to break into the underground laboratory where mutants were researched, so they had almost no chance to take action. Experienced team leader? Norton instantly thought of a suitable candidate. You can go to Serena and ask her to help you convince Raven. Raven's experience is definitely rich enough. With Raven's character, she probably wouldn't refuse this. Moreover, she is a veteran in the world and is very aware of all the twists and turns. If she is allowed to lead the team in action, even if the action team is severely beaten by society, it will not suffer too much. Raven's experience is certainly enough, but isn't she strong enough? What if something unexpected happens? Una still doesn't give up. Norton asked arrogantly, "Where do so many accidents come from? How many people are there on Earth with strength above level 4 mutant? Which one of them dares to take action against my people? Except for that kind of hidden old monster on Earth, Norton's strength is basically the best, and no one dares to take the initiative to provoke him. Moreover, the operation team's handling of mutant criminals is an internal matter of Mutant, and there is no reason for other forces to interfere." Sorcerer Supreme did not tell Norton too many secrets, but from his words, Norton could also confirm that Mutant was not a new force without any foundation. It also had a long history. Any force with some foundation would not easily interfere with the internal affairs of Mutant. Affairs. In the end, Norton convinced Una. Una had no choice but to do the next best thing and was ready to follow Norton's suggestion and invite Raven. But when she found Serena, she didn't see Raven. Where's Raven? Why didn't you see her? Una asked Serena. She said something happened, and she left the academy half an hour ago. Serena replied. This answer was a bit beyond Una's expectations, and it also made her very confused. Raven had never left since she came. So how could she leave at this time? Where has she gone? When will she come back? Raven should have gone to New York. As for when he will come back, I didn't ask. Serena replied. In fact, Norton had never restricted Raven's comings and goings, so when she left, Serena didn't ask anything. Even knowing that Raven went to New York was Serena's guess. What are you doing with Raven? Serena asked curiously. The action team needs a combat instructor. Una didn't hide it. She probably won't refuse. I'll ask you when she comes back. After getting along for so many years, Serena thought she knew Raven better. Although Raven liked the atmosphere of Mutant Academy, she still couldn't rest after staying there for a long time. Raven's purpose was very clear. After arriving in New York, she went straight to Peter Parker's house. However, Raven did not visit directly. Instead, she took the key and moved into the house next door to Peter Parker. After returning to the main world, the house was useless, and Norton gave the key to Raven at that time. After she tidied up the house, she went to visit Peter Parker's uncle and aunt as a neighbor in the evening. Spider-Man World Norton made a joke, but Raven took it seriously and was really planning to train little Spider-Man from an early age. But when she saw Peter Parker again, she was very surprised. At the moment, Peter Parker is not the 10-year-old kid he was before. At this moment, he is only 7 or 8 years old at most. There is no doubt that this must be affected by the integration of the world, and the new destiny disrupts his time. After guessing the reason, Raven instantly calmed down and showed no abnormality. Still following the original plan, they quietly turned on the X-gene testing equipment while chatting. Fortunately, the results showed that Peter did have the X-gene in his body. After the world was integrated, Spider-Man became a mutant. This change was more logical and in line with Raven's expectations. Little Spider-Man is a mutant, and she just has a reason to train him. However, little Spider-Man's X-gene has not yet awakened, and he is still too young, so Raven's training plan can only be postponed. Raven did not return to the academy, and Una had to come to New York in person to find her the next day. Una directly stated her intention. Raven only thought about it for a moment before agreeing to her invitation. Serena's feeling was correct. Raven really couldn't sit still. She didn't like staying in the laboratory, and she wasn't used to being a teacher teaching dozens of children. Since little Spider-Man is still young, it seems like a good idea to train those action team members. When does it start? Raven asked with some anticipation. 29. You can start at any time. Una handed a stack of information to Raven. This is the information about the mutant criminals we investigated. Although mutant crimes have increased a lot, they cannot happen every day. After all, there are only so many mutants. However, the Academy has information about those mutant criminals who have committed crimes and have not yet been caught, so it will be the same to attack them. Raven briefly looked through the information provided by Una and asked, I can choose these targets at will, right? Definitely, you can arrange it as you like. Even if you don't choose these targets, it's no problem. Una directly gave Raven the maximum authority. Okay, just these. Raven pulled out 3 pieces of information and handed them to Una. Una didn't ask why. She just glanced at the address and said, I'll arrange the flight machine right away. By the way, what's the name of our action team? Raven suddenly asked. Hearing Raven's question, Una stopped. Just call it the action team, or the Carnegie Mutant Academy action team. Halfway through Una's words, her voice became quieter and quieter. This won't work. You had almost no external operations before, so it was no problem to call the action team, but not now. Since you are going to stand out in the open, you must have a formal name, preferably louder. Raven explained. Una was lost in thought, and she felt that Raven was right. Professor X has X-Men, Magneto has Brotherhood. As the largest mutant force, the Carnegie Mutant Institute really needs a louder name. After thinking for a while, Una suddenly realized that the name matter did not seem to be within her decision-making scope, so she said to Raven, Let's go back to the academy to prepare for action. I'll ask Norton about the name later. Okay. Raven didn't ask further. The two returned to Cumberland Island. Raven went to check on the preparations of the team members, while Una found Norton, who had just gotten up. Norton, our action team needs a famous name. Come up with one quickly. It's just a name. Just think of it yourself. Norton said nonchalantly. He really didn't care about the name issue. After all, famous names are all given. No, the name represents our face and cannot be arbitrary. Una firmly objected. Call Y-Men. No, it's a name collision with the X-Men. Team Y. No, it doesn't sound good. This won't work, and that won't work either. Why don't you think of one yourself? No, you have to come up with this name yourself. Seeing that he couldn't deal with it, Norton had no choice but to compromise. Okay, what are the requirements for this name? Simple. It sounds good and makes sense. Una thought for a while and gave 3 simple criteria. Norton looked at the rising sun outside the window and felt something. We are mutants, a new human race, and we protect our planet with our beliefs. Let's call them Nova Troopers. At first, Norton just wanted to protect himself, but now that he has the power to protect himself, he also wants to protect the people around him, and protecting the Earth is a recent idea. After all, I have lived in this world for so long, and there is so much reluctance here. It is difficult for Norton to remain indifferent to the future disasters in this world. Since the students are not lonely, give them a lofty belief. Norton is looking forward to their future. New Star Team, Rising Star, this is a good name. This time Una was finally satisfied. Let's use the rising sun as the badge logo. Norton added. An hour later, the Nova team had put on new combat uniforms and equipment. The style and materials remained unchanged, except for the addition of a sunrise logo on the sea. Just such a small change raised the morale of the entire team to a higher level. No wonder so many people sell their ideals and beliefs. This stuff really works. The 12 team members have assembled. Naturally, there are more than 12 people in the Nova team, but only these 12 are suitable for field service. The others are either insufficient in strength or not suitable for fighting. After all, their goal is to arrest mutant criminals, which requires a certain strength base. Even among these 12 people, not everyone will participate in the battle, and several of them will play the role of on-site assistants. The 3 missions on the first day were relatively simple, with detailed information, Raven's full command, and the tacit cooperation of the team members. The arrest process can be described as overwhelming. After returning to the academy in the evening, Raven had an inexplicable smile on her face as she looked at the excited team members. It's a pity that none of the team members saw it. The next morning, the team members, whose excitement had not yet completely passed, came to the combat conference room early. This is your goal today. Raven distributed a copy of the information to everyone. There is only one task today, someone immediately asked. You finish this mission first, Raven said seriously with a straight face. I will not give you a detailed plan today, nor will I give you full command throughout the process. You will draw up your own action plan, and you will also be responsible for the command. Raven's serious tone did not scare the team members, and yesterday's actions made them full of confidence. Thanks to the college's long-term 3-view education, the team members are only confident and not inflated by yesterday's success. When formulating the battle plan, we did not do it haphazardly, but made it as rigorous as possible. There may be some slight deficiencies due to experience issues, and there are still some flaws in the plan, but they are all minor problems, and there are no major loopholes. The team members were also very cautious during the operation and did not underestimate the enemy. After all, there were 6 mutants in the criminal gang to be captured this time. Arriving at the abandoned factory where the target was located, the team members did not rush in hastily. Snake Eyes, detect the number and location of enemies. Leona commanded. 30. Leona Bell's spiritual link can not only transmit information in real time and is not afraid of electromagnetic interference, it can also share vision, which is most suitable for command. So when it came time to choose a commander, she was unanimously elected and became the team's commander. Snake Eyes' X ability has thermal vision and can see through heat sources in buildings, even without interference from insulation materials. The detection effect is stronger than that of infrared imaging equipment. Clear. The pupils of Snake Eyes turned into vertical ones. The field of view changed. The cold buildings blurred into the background. A human-shaped heat source appeared, and the sentry, both overt and covert, was nowhere to be seen. Then Snake Eyes directly shared his vision with Leona. Based on the previously formulated plan and Snake Eyes investigation results, Leona commanded, "Banshee, the two secret whistles in the grass are left to you. Deal with them as quietly as possible." Post-war summary meeting. The members of the Nova team all looked ugly and no longer as high-spirited as before. Especially the 8 people in charge of the battle were all in disgrace, and even the blood on their clothes had not dried yet. They opened their mouths to say something, but in the end they stopped talking. It's post-war summary time. Don't you have anything to say? If you have any, just say it boldly. Don't feel embarrassed. Raven broke the silence. There was no subjective emotion in her tone, and there was no blame in her words. But the Banshee admitted her mistake first when she opened her mouth. "I was careless, and I was not careful enough when handling the secret whistle, so I alerted the snake." In fact, when the Banshee killed the dark whistle, she didn't make any noise. But when the battlefield was finally being cleaned, it was discovered that one of the secret sentries was equipped with a pacemaker, and there was a signal transmitter on the pacemaker. It was precisely because of the death of this secret sentry that they alerted the enemy, which ultimately caused their plan to take a turn for the worse. Strictly speaking, this mistake is indeed avoidable. Banshee's X ability is sound waves. Not only can she control sound waves, but the sound waves she emits also have certain mind control effects. You can use control methods to deal with hidden whistles, rather than necessarily killing them. I was also at fault for not discovering the hidden bomb in advance. Snake Eyes immediately admitted his mistake. The moment they eliminated the sentries outside and entered the abandoned factory, remote-controlled bombs hidden throughout the factory were suddenly detonated. The 8 people who entered the factory were caught off guard and did not respond in time, resulting in injuries to all of them. Banshee and Snake Eyes, who were the first to go in, were the most seriously injured. Their limbs were shattered, and they almost lost their fighting ability. Fortunately, there is self-healing potion, otherwise even if he does not die, he will still have serious side effects. The remaining 6 people took a step slower and were slightly farther away from the center of the explosion. This gave Magneto a little reaction time and controlled most of the shrapnel. The 6 people were only slightly injured and did not affect their combat effectiveness. At the same time, more than 10 gangsters were directly killed in the factory. If it weren't for these gangsters, the team members would not be defenseless against the explosion. This group of people was far more cruel and ruthless than anyone imagined. They actually ignored the lives of their own people and directly blew up their own people together. So Snake Eyes is not actually to blame for this. It is normal for the thermal vision not to notice the hidden bomb. After all, the bomb is well camouflaged and is not a heat source until it explodes. Moreover, after the operation was over, it was repeatedly confirmed that in the thermal vision, there was nothing unusual about the gangsters at that time. It can be seen that the explosion was a decision made by the gang leader alone. I also have a responsibility. Chi Guang's face also looked ugly. This time his duty was to control the field, but he failed to control it from the beginning. No matter what the reason was, it cannot be used as an excuse for failing in his duty. As the on-site commander, I failed to respond in time, which resulted in injuries to the team members and the target to escape. I have the greatest responsibility. Leona was hit the hardest. It is acceptable for team members to be injured. After all, it is normal to encounter accidents in this kind of action. But 12 people surrounded and suppressed 6 people. Even if 2 people were seriously injured, they still had an overwhelming advantage. As a result, the 2 leaders escaped. Leona couldn't accept this result. Just as Leona finished speaking, others also spoke and began to take responsibility. Raven was more pleased that although these children made some small mistakes, no one shied away from responsibility. But she interrupted them. This is a summary meeting, not an accountability meeting. The point is not what mistakes you made, but what you learned from them. Norton, who watched the summary meeting remotely, was also very satisfied with the performance of the Nova team. As a novice, it is normal to make some common novice mistakes. The most important thing is attitude. The members of the Nova team are all from Mutant Academy. They have received at least more than 10 years of education from the Academy to cultivate such a positive outlook on life. This is why Norton doesn't want adult mutants, but only children. Seeing this, Norton turned to look at Yuna. I just said Raven is the best candidate. What's the result? Raven's method looks good, but it's also very dangerous. Aren't you afraid of losing it? Una said while calling up the injury reports of several team members. All 8 people who entered the factory were able to attend the summary meeting, all thanks to their combat uniforms. If it weren't for the powerful defensive effect of the combat uniforms on fatal parts, they might have suffered combat attrition. Aren't they okay? Norton didn't read the injury reports. Their combat uniforms were specially chosen by Raven. With the material technology of Carnegie Alloy Company, it is completely possible to provide the Nova team with all-round defense combat uniforms, making it easy for them to survive the explosion unscathed. Even the combat uniform woven with the most advanced alloy threads has a defensive power comparable to that of the King of Wakanda's Black Panther suit. This kind of top-notch equipment has finished products in stock, but it is not equipped for the Nova team. Equipment that is too powerful is not conducive to their growth. 31. And every one of Nova team's previous opponents was carefully selected by Raven. Norton added, the leader of this gang is extremely crazy and has the ability to escape. This information is not included in the intelligence, but Raven must have known it in advance. Hearing Norton's words, Una pointed at the screen and said, then why didn't she say it? The screen showed that the summary meeting had ended. The team members did not notice the intelligence problem, and Raven also did not remind them. Norton is not surprised by this. You have to figure out the lessons yourself so that they will be remembered deeply. Raven didn't remind them, just to wait for them to figure it out. If it doesn't work once, they can arrange a second time. It's better to make mistakes now than at critical moments in the future. I have to admit that Raven's arrangement like this is much more effective than sending a master to escort her. There are still a few years of quiet time, and using these few years should be enough to mature and develop the Nova team. There is a huge reserve force in Mutant Academy. The only thing missing is John's gene implantation technology. Gene implantation technology has found a breakthrough, and success is only a matter of time. Norton's genetics is already at level 5. Joining John's research will probably greatly increase the time it takes for the technology to succeed. But Norton didn't do that. Compared with the gene implantation technology that was successful a year and a half earlier, Norton hopes that his space-time science can go further. The feedback from the world is really great. Definitely, there are too many unknown risks in time travel. If it is not necessary, Norton will not take risks easily before making preparations. The most important and basic part of this preparation is to take the science of space and time a step further. The knowledge of time and space I learned from the Ancient One magician last time has not been fully digested, and I have gained a lot of insights from traveling through time and space several times. These are the foundation for Norton to improve space-time science. After arranging matters for the Nova team, Norton entered a state of seclusion again and devoted his main energy to the study of space and time. Year 2006. After more than 2 years, the gene transplantation technology researched by John finally succeeded, and John himself became the first beneficiary. Definitely, it was not that he successfully transplanted an extra X gene into himself, but that he used it to reach X genetics LV5. Level 3 X genetics allows Mutant to condense X ability into law runes, while Level 5 X genetics allows John to control his own law runes. Like Norton, you can separate law information and law energy, and then combine it with personal will to build a more stable law rune structure, giving law runes a certain degree of growth. From then on, John can also slowly improve his law runes by accumulating law energy, thereby enhancing his X ability. But the real significance of reaching level 5 in John X genetics is not that. The reason is that he has perfected the knowledge system of X genetics, so that X genetics has a complete knowledge system from level 1 to level 5. In the future, as long as the students of Mutant Academy study step by step, they will be able to upgrade X genetics to level 5, thereby reconstructing the law runes and making it possible for the law runes to grow. This is different from Norton's original X gene breakthrough level 5. Norton has received greater blessings and has an easier breakthrough, so the criteria for breakthrough only apply to himself. After reconstructing the law rune, John immediately tried to improve the effect of the law rune independently. The speed is too slow, and there will be no results at all within a few decades. John complained to Norton. Didn't I tell you a long time ago? Otherwise, why would I agree to your research on gene implantation technology? Norton smiled. Decades are too long, so it can only be used as a guarantee, not enough to be the main means for Mutant to improve its strength. Otherwise, why would Norton pursue the extremely risky gene transplant technology? Without continuing the conversation, Norton asked directly about today's topic. Let's talk about gene transplantation technology. Has it been completely successful? It's not a complete success. John thought for a moment and replied. The success rate of gene transplantation technology is still not high, and even if it is successful, the sequelae will be very serious. What is successful is the X gene transplantation technology. Only the X gene can be transplanted? Norton was not disappointed. Only suitable X gene fragments can be transplanted to people who already have the X gene. John explained simply, originally possessing the X gene is a prerequisite for transplantation. No matter whether the X gene is activated or not, only suitable X gene fragments can be transplanted. Incompatible or ordinary genes cannot be transplanted. So many restrictions? Norton frowned slightly. This is not all the restrictions. In addition to genetic restrictions, transplanters should have stable law runes. John continued to add, however, if all restrictions are met, the success rate of X gene transplantation can reach 100%. Hearing this last sentence, Norton's brows finally relaxed. No matter how many restrictions there are, as long as the success rate can really reach 100, it is worth it. While researching gene implantation technology, I conducted in-depth research on the structure of the X gene. As a result, I found. John entered the state. Our X gene can actually be divided into two parts. One part is the X gene interface, which is similar to a slot. The other part is the function gene, which is similar to an external device. The human body's ordinary genes are equivalent to an all-in-one computer, and the X gene is equivalent to an external device. This is why the success rate of X gene transplantation may reach 100, but the success rate of gene transplantation is always not high. Changing the human body's genes into ordinary genes at no cost is probably the domain of gods. The most humans can do is modify the ordinary genes of embryos, because embryos only have one cell. 32. We're going too far. Let's go back to the X gene interface. This part is the same for every mutant. There is no difference. The only difference is the function gene part. So X gene transplantation is to modify the function gene, transplant a suitable gene fragment, or modify the original ineffective gene fragment, etc. Can you also modify the invalid gene fragment in the X gene? Doesn't it mean that ordinary people can become mutants? Norton suddenly raised a question. It is true that the invalid segment in the X gene can be modified, but the probability of ordinary people becoming mutants is still very low. Because not everyone has the X gene interface, the probability that ordinary people have the X gene interface is less than 1 in 10,000. The probability is much higher than the awakening X gene, but it is still very rare. Norton explained. This explanation reminded Norton of X-Men, Days of Future Past. The potential mutants hunted by Sentinel are most likely ordinary people with X gene interfaces. They have the X gene interface, but the function genes are all invalid fragments, so they cannot awakening. But their offspring have the possibility of awakening the X gene. Even if there are only 1 in 10,000, there are hundreds of thousands of people around the world, enough for the mutant race to grow and develop. Definitely, Norton will not blindly expand the number of mutants, as that would be of no benefit to him or the mutant community. Have the X gene transplant experiments started yet? Norton asked again. Not yet. According to my simulation, implanting a new X gene segment will cause strong legal conflicts. The unstable legal runes may not be able to withstand this legal conflict. John replied. So I asked them to learn X genetics first, reconstruct the law runes, and then try to perform X gene transplantation. Okay, I agree with your plan. Norton has vaguely heard the wails of the boys from the Nova team. Those guys have become wild recently and haven't attended class for a long time. How long will it take to see the experimental results? Norton asked again. With the knowledge system of X genes compiled by me, some researchers can quickly complete the reconstruction of the law runes, but the most troublesome thing is to find the matching X gene fragments. John explained, the first experimental subject should be a Rakshasa girl. Her matching X gene fragment has been found, and her learning progress in X genetics is also among the fastest among the group. "Oh, where did you find the X gene fragment that matched her?" Norton asked curiously. "There is a part of Juggernaut's X gene related to energy storage and use that matches the Rakshasa girl's genes." John replied, "This is easy to explain. As one of the laboratory's experiments, Juggernaut's X gene laboratory has the most thorough research. Rakshasa girl's X ability is very strong, but it's just that the law energy cannot be stored, which makes it useless. If the shortcomings are made up, the practicality will be greatly improved." "Where are the others?" Norton continued. John knew who Norton was asking about, so he explained, "The lycanthropic X gene is very special. We tested the genes of related animals, and the results were completely inconsistent. Perhaps we can only rely on the same lycanthropy genes to complement each other, and this requires a huge X gene library." Norton made a decision immediately. "I know. Improving the X gene pool will be the main task of Level 1 in the Academy. The Nova team has been collecting X gene samples for a long time, but they didn't do it deliberately before. That is to say, when performing tasks, X gene samples will be collected by the way, and the main targets are those mutant criminals. Those mutants who have not committed any crime are only recorded on the record and generally do not take the initiative to contact them." This time Norton's order was issued, and the Nova team immediately took action, directly comparing the previous records and searching for them one by one. There is no need to use force or even show up directly. Nova team has many ways to quietly obtain their genetic samples. In less than 3 days, the laboratory's X gene library increased from 3,000 copies to 5,000 copies. Then growth began to slow rapidly. There are only so many mutants in the world, and it is difficult to obtain a large number of X gene samples at once, unless we look for potential mutants that have not yet awakened. But it is not easy to find X gene carriers among ordinary people. The X gene without awakening is an invalid gene and cannot be distinguished by ordinary genetic testing instruments. I can only think of another way. Norton did not pay too much attention to this issue. At present, thousands of X gene samples are enough for the laboratory to be busy for a long time. Simulation experiments of matching genes require a huge amount of calculations, and the calculation amount of the existing supercomputers in the laboratory is far from enough. Therefore, at the moment Norton needs to expand the computing center as soon as possible and increase the amount of computing to improve efficiency. 007 can handle the procedural issues, and the manufacturing also has a fully automatic production line. The first thing that Norton needs to handle is the core raw material, ultra-high purity monocrystalline silicon. Norton can use element domination to purify silicon, and there is no problem even raising it to absolute 100 purity, but the higher the purity, the lower the efficiency. After all, ensuring that every atom is silicon and not other elements is an extremely delicate task and extremely energy-consuming. Fortunately, making chips does not require absolute purity. Even the next level purity exceeds all laboratory products. It took Norton 3 days to complete it. But Norton's work is not over yet. The production of temperature control runes requires Norton to provide raw materials. The temperature control runes are the core of the temperature control tower. That's right, the supercomputer in the mutant laboratory is not entirely scientifically manufactured. The most important cooling system is a complete metaphysical equipment temperature control tower. Many times, problems that are difficult to solve by science can be easily solved by metaphysics, such as the heat dissipation problem of supercomputers. 33. There is no need for large and complex cooling equipment. Just a temperature control tower less than 1 meter high can ensure absolute heat dissipation for a unit. A unit with a peak performance of 1 billion operations per second is a unit. Absolute heat dissipation means that the temperature of any component of the device will never exceed the preset value. The raw material of the temperature control rune is not as simple as monocrystalline silicon. For the law rune to be effective, it has very special requirements for the load-bearing material. Even vibranium, which has the strongest physical properties on Earth, is not good enough. Among the materials currently known to Norton, only elemental iron of absolute purity can carry the law rune and take effect. Absolutely pure elemental iron does not contain a single particle of other atoms or any isotopes. Purifying this material requires Norton to maintain a state of high concentration. He can only purify a maximum of 5 or 6 grams per minute and a maximum of 1 kilogram a day. Norton cannot maintain this state of high concentration. The key is that this absolutely pure material cannot be preserved at all. As long as it is not in an absolute vacuum environment, it will be contaminated in an instant and become ordinary ultra-high purity iron, losing the ability to carry runes. Only after the law rune is inscribed and takes effect can it remain stable. So Norton could only purify the iron on site, and then X-ability would inscribe runes for the thermal control researchers to create heat transfer runes. It took Norton a full 10 days to create the required 100 law runes. This time he was so tired that he never wanted to do this kind of work of purifying materials again. Next time, I must develop some photon computer or quantum computer technology. Electronic computers are too troublesome. Norton swore in his mind. That is to say, the laboratory does not have talented researchers who are good at this field. Otherwise, Norton will prepare to develop new computers by itself. Unfortunately, the most important thing in developing new technologies is not knowledge storage, but constant inspiration. The learning system can help Norton quickly learn new knowledge, but it cannot give him inspiration. Constant inspiration, this ability is only possessed by true super geniuses. Should we go and see Tony? Norton couldn't help but think of Tony Stark. This kind of thing should be easily solved by a super genius like Tony Stark. It's a pity that Norton doesn't have this time for the time being, because the first official X-gene implantation experiment has begun. Anna, are you ready? John solemnly asked the Rakshasa girl next to him. The Rakshasa goddess, who had already changed into a lab coat, replied firmly, definitely. The bikini-style lab coat accentuated the Rakshas's attractive figure, but no one in the laboratory paid attention. The purpose of this lab coat is not to cover key parts, but to ensure the safety of the Rakshasa girl at critical moments. Good luck. Amid the blessings of everyone, the Rakshasa girl walked into the experimental cabin, which was similar to the medical cabin in the movie. The hatch closed. The Rakshasa girl fixed herself and then nodded to John through the glass. Start. John gave the order to start the experiment. The hypnotic ability gas is released, and the Rakshasa girl quickly falls into a coma. Nutritional solution. John gave the order in an orderly manner. The life-sustaining nutrient solution was injected, completely submerging the Rakshasa girl in the nutrient solution. Inject gene medicine. Dozens of tiny needles connected to catheters were inserted into the Rakshasa girl's body, and then the gene medicine was injected. A minute later, the gene medicine had passed through the body fluids and blood and reached every corner of the Rakshasa girl's body. At this point, the preparations are complete. Preliminary activation. John continued to issue instructions. A soft life radiation was released from all directions of the experimental cabin, completely enveloping the Rakshasa girl. The gene potion was activated and began to take effect. Then the Rakshasa girl's metabolism began to soar, and her cell activity increased greatly. The nutrient solution is constantly replenished, and nutrients are also injected through dozens of pinholes. 10 minutes later, the Rakshasa girl's life indicators stabilized. Full activation. John ordered again. The intensity of life radiation increases rapidly, and the irritation of radiation also increases greatly. The energy reaction in the Rakshasa woman's body began to become stronger. Then, the unconscious Rakshasa girl suddenly opened her eyes. Fortunately, she closed her eyes immediately and made no further moves. However, Norton, who was observing from the side, clearly felt that a strong mental wave erupted from the Rakshasa girl's body, and it never calmed down. The instrument also showed that the Rakshasa girl's brain activity increased dramatically. Fortunately, the upper limit has not been exceeded, and the experiment is still planned. Just 3 minutes later, the Rakshasa girl's mental fluctuation stabilized, and her brain activity returned to normal. At this moment, everyone in the laboratory had bright smiles on their faces. The experiment was successful. No accidents. The experimental process is relatively tedious, but the results prove that it is all worth it. The successful experimental data once again verified John's experimental model and proved that the 100 success rate is not false. However, whether the actual effect of X-gene implantation can meet expectations still needs to be verified personally by the experimenter Rakshasa. Law runes cannot be detected by scientific instruments. The experiment officially ended after the Rakshasa girl's physical data returned to normal, and the nutrient solution in the experimental cabin was slowly emptied. As soon as the cabin door opened, Serena rushed forward, put a large towel on the Rakshasa girl, and then helped her into the dressing room next to her. 3 minutes later, the neatly dressed Rakshasa girl came out of the dressing room. At the moment, she was in high spirits, completely unlike someone who had just stepped off the experimental table. Norton immediately leaned over and asked, "Anna, how are you feeling now? Are you feeling any discomfort?" "I feel great now. No uncomfortable feelings at all." The Rakshasa girl waved her fists several times to show that she was full of strength. "What about X ability? What's changed?" 34. Norton is more concerned about Rakshasa girl's X ability. After all, she is doing an X gene transplant experiment, not a human strengthening experiment. The law runes in my mind have changed a lot, but I don't know the specific changes in X ability. The Rakshasa girl shook her head. After the experiment, she has not tried her X ability because her ability is very special and the effect after the change is unknown, and she does not dare to use it on others easily. So Rakshasa girl is not sure what has happened to her X ability now. Norton knew that the Rakshasa girl was worried, so he said, "Okay, let's go test it now." "Okay." The Rakshasa girl agreed instantly. Seeing this, John ordered the other researchers, "You continue to organize the experimental data." Then he also followed. "Wait for me." Not only John, but also Yuna and others who were watching the excitement also followed. The group of people went directly to the special testing site of the laboratory. John adjusted various instruments for collecting data and pulled the others back. "Let's stay away." After the others retreated to the safe area, Norton stretched out his hand. "Come on, try the effect." The Rakshasa girl stretched out her hand, but before she could touch Norton, she suddenly retracted it, her expression becoming hesitant. Seeing the Rakshasa girl's expression, Norton took the initiative to grab her left hand and gave her an encouraging look. "Don't be afraid. You can't hurt me." Norton still has some confidence in this. His X ability has reached level 5. Unless the Rakshasa girl also reaches level 5, it is impossible to hurt him. It's obviously impossible for Rakshasa girl's X ability to reach level 5 so easily. "I'm starting." The Rakshasa girl took a deep breath and started to use her ability on Norton. Norton instantly felt a suction force, which was a little stronger than before, but the strength was limited. It seems that this X gene transplantation did not enhance the Rakshasa girl's ability. Coming to this conclusion in his mind, Norton controlled the law rune to open a hole slightly, and a little law energy mixed with the law information was sucked into the body of the Rakshasa girl. That's it. The Rakshasa took the initiative to end the absorption, then closed her eyes and meditated, experiencing the changes in ability. Norton also let go of his hand and looked at the Rakshasa girl expectantly, waiting for the result. After a while, the Rakshasa girl slowly opened her eyes. "How's it going? What's happened to your X ability?" Norton asked immediately. "The absorption ability is only slightly enhanced, but the absorbed law energy will no longer escape automatically and can be stored in the body for use at any time." Having said this, the Rakshasa girl paused for a moment, and then added, "And I also vaguely feel that I can store more than one kind of law energy in my body. There is no obvious change in strength, but it has made up for the shortcomings. It should be the effect of transplanting the X gene fragment." Norton summarized the changes in Rakshasa girl's X ability. Norton did not continue to ask other questions for the time being and handed the Rakshasa girl to John. According to John's arrangement, Rakshasa went through all the test items he planned. After the test was over, Norton continued to ask, "Anna, tell me about your experience in the experiment." Rakshasa girl recalled for a moment and said, "I didn't feel anything in level 1. In the second stage, I just woke up and felt a strange law energy in my body. This law energy conflicted a little with my body and made me feel very uncomfortable. However, under the suppression of the law rune, this law energy did not explode, but instead flowed into my spiritual ocean. After entering my spiritual ocean, this law energy naturally began to condense into a brand new law rune." Hearing this, Norton couldn't help but asked in surprise, "Did you condense the second law rune?" "No, The Rakshasa girl shook her head in denial. The second law rune only condensed into a prototype, which was suppressed and swallowed directly by my original law rune. Then my law runes continued to be reconstructed and became more and more perfect until they finally stabilized. Norton got the point right. Suppression. The reason why Rakshasa Girl's experiment went so smoothly was mainly due to her original law runes suppressing latecomers from beginning to end. As long as any link is not suppressed, the success or failure of the experiment can only depend on luck. Rakshasa's original law rune can suppress and quickly integrate latecomers, mostly because it has a more stable structure. This is completely consistent with the idea proposed by John before the experiment. At the moment, Norton was finally convinced. As long as you follow the experimental procedures completely, the success rate of X gene transplantation will be 100. Norton admitted that he was moved. Directly transplanting suitable X gene fragments is much faster than slowly perfecting the law runes yourself. Although this is a shortcut, but there are 100 shortcuts to success, why not take them? Norton is not the kind of person who thinks too hard. He has already understood that there is no such thing as a mutant with an unstable foundation. Mutants' X ability relies on the X gene to leverage the laws of the world. This is inherently equivalent to a gift from God, rather than a result of one's own cultivation. So Norton at the moment also wants to improve his X ability through X gene transplantation technology. Otherwise, relying on self-improvement, the improvement speed is too slow. But Norton's expectations for this are not too high. After all, finding a suitable X gene fragment is the prerequisite for X gene transplantation, and Norton doesn't know when he will find it. And his elemental dominance is already level 5. How much help do those X gene samples in the gene bank help you? Norton has no idea. It's difficult to determine the suitable X gene fragment. So how about starting from the suitable ability? Norton couldn't help but think of this question. One mutant information flashed through his mind, and Norton quickly identified a target. However, this goal is not easy to start. It requires a lot of preparation in advance, and Norton has not yet found the opportunity to start. But Norton has decided to start preparing for this as soon as possible. 35. Norton arrived at the base camp that the Mutant Brotherhood called Home Island. In just a few years, the originally deserted island had completely changed. A very sci-fi style steel town is located on the edge of the island. There is no doubt that this town is certainly Magneto's masterpiece. As soon as Norton flew outside the town, a steel floating bridge stretched in front of him. Following the pontoon, Norton came to the top of the lighthouse in the center of the town, where Magneto was already standing. At the moment, Magneto is dressed in casual clothes and looks a little younger than in previous years. But when he saw Magneto, a trace of disappointment flashed in Norton's eyes, but he didn't show it. Norton walked to the top of the lighthouse. The location of this lighthouse is excellent. Standing on it, you can have a panoramic view of the entire town. Norton, what do you think of this hometown? Magneto asked, pointing to the town below. Very good, Eric, you are very good at aesthetics. Norton nodded appreciatively. He was not complimenting Magneto. The sci-fi future style is indeed more in line with public aesthetics than the steampunk wasteland style. Shining and bright is more in line with the purpose of today's Brotherhood than being dark and shabby, and is also more conducive to the change of Brotherhood's mentality. Thank you for all this. If it weren't for your advice, Mutant Brotherhood wouldn't be what it is today. Magneto thanked him sincerely. In the past 2 years, he has increasingly agreed with Norton's suggestions, because after the Mutant Brotherhood turned from covert to overt, the actions against them, both overt and covert, have been greatly reduced. Suggestions are just suggestions. If you didn't listen or didn't have enough determination, you wouldn't be here today. Norton did not take credit. After a few words of greeting, Magneto did not continue to beat around the bush and asked directly, Norton, why did you come to see me today? I came here mainly to discuss with you today. The Mutant Brotherhood has been recuperating for such a long time, and it's time to go out and do some activities. Norton replied. Hearing this, Magneto's face instantly turned serious. Is this your personal suggestion, Norton, or their request? Don't be so nervous, Eric. As long as you don't want to, no one in this world can force you. Norton reassured. This is just my personal request. Magneto's expression softened. Why? I have to do something important recently, and I will be away from it for 1.5 years. During this time, the activities of the Nova team will be significantly less. So I hope you Mutant Brotherhood can go out more and do more activities to maintain the social order of Mutant. Norton explained. This was not an excuse for Norton to take a look at Magneto, but he did have the idea and the need. After pondering for a moment, Magneto agreed to Norton's request. I agree. Brotherhood really can't stay on Home Island forever. Although Home Island is safe, it is just a small island after all. After getting down to business, Norton visited Hometown at Magneto's invitation. I have to say that this town is extremely reasonable in terms of materials and design. It can be seen that Magneto has been studying a lot in recent years. The members of the Brotherhood in the small town are less violent and more peaceful than in previous years. However, Norton did not stay long. He just visited briefly and then left. It's not Raven. It's not Professor and Logan. It's not Magneto. Where is the keynote? Norton looked at the learning system while thinking about this question. Time and Space LV-499. Space-time science is stuck at a bottleneck and has not reached level 5. Norton cannot directly observe the tributaries of the long river of time and must find the nodes where the branches diverge. Norton is now stuck at the step of finding nodes. After the Rakshasa Girl X gene transplantation experiment was successful, Norton had an idea. Elemental domination belongs to atomic control, and the X ability that best suits Norton should be molecular control or the transformation of energy and matter. Norton had no clue about the latter, but he remembered that the former should be one of Apocalypse's abilities. However, in the main world of the Marvel Universe, Norton did not find Apocalypse. There was no plot about Apocalypse's birth decades ago, and Apocalypse's tomb was not found underground in Cairo. But such a person was vaguely mentioned in Egyptian history. So Norton is basically sure that the plot of Apocalypse has become a tributary, just like the Spider-Man world. In fact, it's better this way. Time tributaries are far simpler than mainstream. Apocalypse is an old monster that has lived for tens of thousands of years. If it were in the main world, Apocalypse would be at least level 6. Norton was not sure he could handle an old monster that was at least level 6. But if it is a time tributary, the strength of level 5 is the ceiling, and old monsters like Apocalypse are no exception. Norton is confident that he can handle up to 5 levels of Apocalypse. As a result, when Norton made a plan, he discovered that he could not find the node of this time tributary. The main characters of X-Men, Apocalypse, are not nodes, so there is only one possibility. The plot of Apocalypse is not the starting point of the time branch. Norton analyzed this in his mind and immediately opened his mind. Reverse the future? Returning to Carnegie Alloy Company, Norton immediately ordered, Una, I want all the information on Trask Industries. X-Men, Days of Future Past, also started with Raven, but Norton didn't see this plot trajectory in Raven. The protagonist who travels through time and space, Wolverine, also does not have this plot trajectory. Excluding the protagonist, the node can naturally only be found from the villain Trask Industries. Intuition tells Norton that this node is most likely a Sentinel, but he doesn't know what level the Sentinel in the main world can reach. In just 3 minutes, Una returned with a document. Norton, this is some information about Trask Industry. 36. Trask Industries is also a customer of Carnegie Alloys, and the company collects its primary data. It's just that for more secretive information, special people need to be arranged to collect it. The information in front of me does not involve the secrets of Trask's industrial core, but it can still be seen that although this company is not large in scale, its background is not simple. Not only does it have deep cooperation with the U.S. Congress and the military, but it also has deep connections with Europe. On the surface, he is developing War Machine, but in fact he is probably still researching Sentinel. Just 1 day later, the details of Trask Industries were on Norton's desk, including the core secret of Trask Industry, the research and production base of Sentinel. Find what you need most, and the rest won't matter. Norton put down the file, saw Una next to him, and suddenly invited him. Una, please come with me this time. Una thought she was just going on a trip, so she asked casually, Where are you going? Go to time travel. Norton replied casually, Go, to travel in time and space. Una finally realized and immediately refused. It's better to let Raven accompany you. She will be more helpful in Otherworld, and I won't be able to help you much. No, Raven, It's not appropriate to take her this time. You are essential this time. Norton looked solemn. Okay. Una had a bright smile on her face. There is also a raven in the time branch that Norton is going to. He wonders what impact it will have if two ravens meet. The consequences are unknown and uncontrollable, and Norton is not sure that he will be able to control the consequences when the time comes. After all, time and space are involved. So Norton is not going to take Raven with him this time to completely eliminate the possibility of accidents. Security at Trask Industries' research base is very tight, especially for mutants. This research base has done a lot of research on mutants, and X-gene detectors are almost everywhere, but these things have no effect on Norton and the others. Trask Industries' current X-gene detectors can only detect active X-genes. And after Norton and the others condense the law runes, they can silence the X-gene at any time. Definitely, the main reason is that genetic testing instruments are remotely controlled technological equipment. With Norton's strength, this base cannot stop him, but his purpose this time is to find something, so there is no need to force his way through. The spiritual eye and the door allow Norton to enter the base quietly, while the Phantom and 007 allow Norton to enter the base as if there is no one around. The first thing Norton found was the latest generation Sentinel. There is a bit of the Sentinel in Norton's memory, but the actual combat effectiveness is far from it. The Sentinel in front of us can already simulate Mutant's X ability, but the switching process is very slow, and there are only a few changes. It is not so much a simulation as it is switching between several fixed modes. The most important thing is that Sentinel simulates Mutant's X ability and consumes its own energy. When the energy is exhausted, it will instantly collapse. Norton watched an experiment, and it only took less than 3 minutes for Sentinel to fall asleep. With current energy technology, it is impossible to support Sentinel's massive energy consumption. This is not simulating Mutant's X ability at all, but simulating the effect of Mutant X ability. Norton saw through the nature of Sentinel at a glance. This kind of thing, even if it develops for another 100 years, will not become a natural enemy that Mutant cannot defeat. Norton continued to wander around the base, taking in all the secrets of the base. It wasn't until the showroom of the research base that Norton found today's goal. Norton saw the plot trajectory and the vague time tributaries in the first Sentinel. The same reaction was seen in the design manuscript next to it. These are the key nodes through which we can accurately travel to the time branch of X-Men, Days of Future Past. However, Norton did not take them away. He only decomposed them first and then restored them to their original appearance. In the process, he extracted the space-time information contained in them. This space-time information is what Norton really needs. With this information, Norton doesn't have to travel near the node like last time. He can go home and find an absolutely safe place to travel again. After Una and I leave, Serena will be in charge of the academy, and there is no need to make any adjustments. The Nova team would like Raven to take care of it, reduce the frequency of operations, and let them all come back to make up for classes. Norton explained again before traveling through time. Don't worry, I will take good care of them. Raven promised. Space-time science has not broken through to level 5. Norton still cannot make space-time beacons, but can only make information beacons, so the time of return cannot be accurately controlled and can only be guaranteed within 1 year. The time and space channel opened again. Norton nodded to Serena and the others, and then pulled Una into the channel. Walking out of the time and space channel, this time we traveled on a spacious street, but the street was dilapidated and silent. There were no lights in sight, and it was even dimmer than the alley. Even in the dim night, you can see dozens of high-rise buildings on both sides of the street. But there are also no lights in these buildings. This all seems very strange. This place looks like the ruins of a city after the war. Within 10 kilometers, I didn't feel a single living person. Una worriedly told Norton what she had discovered. Una's level 4 psychic protection does not have offensive power, but it is instinctive to feel the fluctuations of human souls. There are only 2 possibilities for not being able to feel the fluctuations of the soul. Either everyone's soul is blocked, or there is no living person within 10 kilometers. With the strange surroundings and Una's information, Norton basically determined the node he traveled through. This is really a wasteland of war. What war? Una did not remember such a tragic war in history. 37. War between humans and mutants, Norton replied. After confirming the time of crossing, Norton stopped covering up and took Una directly to the sky. Then he took out a pair of strange glasses and put them on. The glasses have no lenses, and the frames are engraved with mysterious runes. This rune is naturally the Law rune of Spirit Eye. Glasses engraved with the spiritual Eye Law rune do not have the ability to share vision with contracted animals, but they can also provide Norton with a spiritual vision effect. This allows Norton to directly see the law fluctuations caused by mutants' use of ability, and the field of view is very wide. Norton flew to an altitude of 1,000 meters and brought the entire city into his field of vision. After flying high in the sky, Norton saw the whole city. This is a big city with a population of at least several million, but at this moment there are no lights visible in the city, and no breath of living people can be felt. Definitely, Norton didn't see any law fluctuations either. This place is completely abandoned. But even in a completely abandoned city, there are still sentry patrols. Norton's swaggering act of flying into the sky soon attracted two tombstone-like flight machines. Seeing the approaching flight machine, Norton put a pair of spiritual eyes on Una and then ordered, "Sentry is here. Please pay attention to the city below. I will take care of this garbage." Norton had already guessed that it would attract Sentry, but he didn't care. He just wanted to see the level of sentinels in this world. With his level 5 strength, he was invincible in this world. Norton didn't pay attention to the mere sentinels. The flight machine didn't say hello and directly attacked Norton. However, it did not release the sentinel. Instead, it was an overwhelming attack of lasers, bullets, and missiles. Norton waved his hand gently, and physical weapons such as bullets and missiles instantly decomposed into atoms and were controlled by Norton. The laser was also easily blocked by Norton's particle shield. Not only the bullets, but the weapons loaded on the flight were also destroyed by Norton at the same time. The only thing Norton wants to see is Sentinel. He has no interest in these technological weapons at all. After the weapon was destroyed, the flight machine opened the hatch and released the Sentinel. More than a dozen Sentinels turned into pyromen, spraying flames from their feet and crashing into Norton like meteors. Law fluctuations. Norton's eyes narrowed, and he felt real law fluctuations in these Sentinels. In other words, these Sentinels do not simulate the effect of X ability, but directly simulate mutant. Sentinel did not hit Norton directly, but surrounded Norton from all directions 20 meters away, and then sprayed pillars of fire at Norton from all directions. More than a dozen fire pillars illuminated the sky. In the center of the gathering flames, Norton and Una were completely enveloped in flames. The high temperature of nearly 10,000 degrees scorches the particle shield arranged by Norton, and the atoms become extremely active in the high-temperature environment. Fortunately, these particles are originally in an atomic state, and there is no problem of melting. Moreover, no matter how high the temperature is, they are still atoms and are still under Norton's control. However, atoms may not care about high temperatures, but the flesh and blood bodies of Norton and Una cannot withstand high temperatures. Norton's heart moved. A small number of atoms in the particle shield began to undergo nuclear reactions, and the high-temperature energy brought by the flames was quickly absorbed. This is a method that Norton only came up with after mastering the elemental furnace ability, specifically to deal with high-energy attacks. The principle is actually very simple. Nuclear fission reactions will release massive amounts of energy, so the reverse reaction naturally needs to absorb massive amounts of energy. It is difficult to achieve this process with pure technology, but Norton's elemental dominance ability can do it easily. Although many mutant abilities do not obey the law of conservation of energy at all, simple material reactions still need to abide by this theorem. The Master of Elements controls the process of atomic reactions, rather than directly manifesting the results. So the nuclear reactions controlled by Norton also need to release or absorb material energy. This is actually a good thing for Norton, as the massive amount of energy required to travel through time and space comes from this. Norton did not fight back quickly and allowed Sentry to burn for dozens of seconds. Unfortunately, the flames released by Sentry did not continue to grow stronger. This made Norton a little disappointed. Is there only a third-level attack? The nuclear reaction intensified. A massive amount of energy was absorbed instantly. The fire pillar sprayed by Sentry was instantly extinguished, and the temperature within a few hundred meters suddenly dropped below zero. Even Sentry showed signs of freezing, and the flames had cooled before they were released. Sentry's intelligent combat system reacted immediately and quickly changed from a fireman to an iceman. The flame sprayed under his feet also changed to cold air, and the attack method also changed from flames to freezing air. And half of the Sentry flew directly towards Norton, seemingly wanting to attack at close range. It's still only level 3. Norton shook his head in disappointment. It seems like this is the only level. Norton lost interest in continuing the test, and with a wave of his hand, he directly decomposed these Sentinels and the 2 flight machines into the most basic atoms. These Sentinels can simulate a lot of abilities, but Norton doesn't think they have the ability to break down into atoms and then reassemble. Sure enough, after being broken down into atoms, they disappeared with the wind, and the law reaction completely disappeared. After dealing with Sentry, Norton looked at Una beside him with questioning eyes. No signs of mutant activity were found, and no living people were perceived. Una replied, "There are really no living people left in this city." Norton sighed. There was such a big movement just now. If there are hidden mutants in this city, there is no way there will be no reaction. Are these the ultimate forms of Sentinel? Una asked. She has also seen the information about Sentinel in the main world, which is far worse than those robots just now. 38. Norton took Una to the roof of a building, and then nodded affirmatively. That's right. How do these robots manage to perfectly simulate mutants' ability? Una asked in confusion. Sentry can use certain technical means to simulate mutants' X gene and leverage the laws of the world to generate power. The battle just didn't last long, but it was enough for Norton to deduce the principle of Sentinel. This should be related to the special environment of this world. The main world can never do this. During the battle just now, Norton had discovered it. The law of this world is more active than that of the main world, but at the same time, the whole world is much weaker than that of the main world. The result of the previous point is that there are many mutants in this world, and there are more potential mutants, which is a good thing for the mutant race. But adding the latter point, it creates a terrible effect. Law energy can be controlled without relying on will. This created the terrifying existence that almost wiped out the mutant species, Sentinel. This is absolutely not feasible in the main world. With the world strength of the main world, without will dominance, it is absolutely impossible for the simple X gene to leverage the world's law. It cannot leverage the laws of the world. Even if it can imitate the effect of X ability, the threat of Sentinel is very limited. The power of mutants does not lie in the effects of their ability, but in their ability to directly leverage the laws of the world. The fire released by Mutant is not just fire, nor is the ice just ice. So Norton never worried about the Sentinel in the overworld. After seeing the Sentry of this world, I no longer have to worry about the Sentinel of this world. Where should we go next to find surviving mutants? Una asked. Let's not look for Mutant for the time being. Let's find Sentry's headquarters first. Norton shook his head, broke down the debris on the roof, and then built an alloy villa as a temporary resting place for the two of them. Norton will never forget that his purpose of traveling to this time and space is apocalypse. It's just that apocalypse does not exist in this era at all. In this era, most of the genetic samples of apocalypse cannot be found. If Norton wants to find apocalypse, he can only travel back in time and space. As outsiders, Norton and Una do not exist within the destiny of this time tributary, and the resistance to traveling through time and space is much smaller. In addition, the time of this time tributary is not stable and is much weaker than space. Norton is sure to travel back to the past. But before that, Norton doesn't want to let go of the greatest treasure in time and space, the X gene sample. There are already more mutants in this time tributary. Coupled with the capture and massacre of Sentinel, the forces belonging to Sentinel definitely have an extremely large X gene bank, and the number of X gene samples is definitely not less than 1 million. With the mature X gene transplantation technology, Nova Team and Mutant Academy cannot do without the huge X gene library if they want to improve their overall strength. So there is no way Norton would let go of the huge amounts of treasure in front of him. It's just that Norton doesn't know where Sentry's headquarters is. Sentry has occupied the world, and the headquarters could be located anywhere. Norton doesn't want to search aimlessly, so the best option is naturally to wait for Sentinel to come to your door. 2 flights were lost here at once. Sentry headquarters will definitely send more Sentinels to check. The sky was covered with thick lead clouds, and the beautiful starry sky could not be seen. Norton didn't want to stay outside, so he called to Una and said, "Go inside and rest for a while. It will take a while before those robots come again." The area where Norton descended may not be an area where mutant survivors are active, and there aren't even many Sentinels. The 2 of them had been waiting for more than 2 hours. It was already dawn, but the Sentinel army had not yet arrived. After dawn, the sky was still covered with thick, dark clouds, and the sky looked very dark. With the help of this dim light, Norton finally saw clearly the state of the city below him. Dilapidated buildings, collapsed houses, abandoned cars, etc. These apocalyptic scenes can be seen everywhere, except for the bones everywhere. This is not like the consequences of a war between Sentry and Mutant. Norton didn't quite believe that Sentry and Mutant could cause such great damage. After all, there are only a handful of mutants with large-scale destructive power, and most mutants are only limitedly stronger than ordinary people. And those large craters with a diameter of several meters, or even tens of meters, are the masterpieces of human heavy war weapons at first glance. Even the Third World War in the simulation cannot reach this level. Perhaps only a nuclear war that destroys the world can cause such great damage. Una said in confusion. The scene in front of me does look a bit like a nuclear war wasteland, but Norton denied this speculation. It's not a nuclear war. I didn't detect excessive nuclear radiation residue. After a global nuclear war, a city without radioactive residues cannot be without survivors. It seems that what is happening in this world is much more complicated than we expected. Here we come. Just as Norton finished sighing, he saw a large number of flight machines surrounding him from a distance. At a glance, there are at least hundreds of aircraft. It seems that in last night's battle, Sentry's threat rating against Norton was very high. No wonder Sentry is coming so slowly. There are more than 100 flight machines and at least 1,000 Sentinels. This is an extremely huge force, enough to easily destroy a small country. But Norton didn't take them to heart. The gap in strength level cannot be made up by quantity. Let's go, it's time for us to set off. Norton pulled Una and flew into the sky. The flight stopped 1 kilometer away from Norton and stopped approaching. It seemed to be activating the Sentinel. 39. But Norton didn't care what they wanted to do. The moment these aircraft appeared in his field of vision, their outcome was already determined. Norton stretched out his left hand, palm up, and shook it slowly. Hundreds of flight vehicles and the Sentinel contained inside them were instantly turned into ashes, leaving only 1 flight vehicle wrapped in a huge amount of lead ball. Norton pulled Una and flew over. The lead ball was like liquid, swallowing the 2 of them. Inside the lead ball, there was only a hole in the remaining flight vehicle. The Sentinel inside was gone, and only the flight vehicle's control system was still there. It's just that the words "connection interrupted" are displayed on the screen. High-tech equipment such as signal shielding equipment cannot be preserved in the space-time channel. Fortunately, the same effect can be achieved by directly using physical isolation of metal lead. This flight did not self-destruct due to the connection interruption, so the next thing would be simple. Norton hacked into and controlled the flight's control system, and then found the location of Sentry's headquarters from its flight log. Contrary to expectations, Sentry's headquarters is not on any continent, but on the Hawaiian Islands in the Pacific Ocean. Sentry technology seems to be wrong. Sentinel is extremely powerful in combat, but the control system of this flight machine is very average. I didn't last even a minute before Norton hacked away the control rights. With a control system of this level, if 007 could bring it over, wouldn't it be possible to directly integrate them in an instant? Thinking of this, Norton removed the flight's control chip and some other components, and temporarily assembled an electronic device like a handheld computer. The device is only secondary. The key is the intrusion program that Norton spent a full hour writing. After the intrusion equipment was taken care of, the remaining wreckage of the flight machine was naturally disassembled directly so as not to be an eyesore. Then Norton took out the elemental furnace, and the rice file-sized furnace expanded directly to 1 meter in diameter. Inside the invisible furnace, you can see a fiery red ball, which is the massive energy stored in the furnace. It looks like a sun, but it is not dazzling. In addition to massive amounts of energy, the elemental furnace also stores a large number of atoms, which are both raw materials for nuclear reactions and Norton's reserve materials. Norton mobilized a large number of atoms from the furnace, and a shuttle-shaped flight machine quickly grew into shape. This shuttle is just an empty shell without any complicated equipment, but with Norton, it has the basic functions of a flight craft. The elemental furnace is embedded in the tail of the shuttle, a small opening is slightly opened, and then high-energy particles are ejected from the tail of the shuttle, providing surging power to the shuttle. Afterwards, this improvised flight carrying Norton and Una turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Norton did not fly directly to Hawaii. His target was northern North America. According to Sentry Flight's log records, Sentry's largest production and reserve base is in northern North America. There are 1,000 activated Sentinels stationed there all year round. At the same time, there are more than 30,000 Sentinels stored in the underground base, and they can be activated at any time to join the war. The shuttle stopped 10 kilometers away from the base, and then a hatch opened in front, facing the Sentry base. Norton waved gently, and the elemental furnace changed back to the watermelon file size and returned to his hand. Norton then aimed at the Sentry base, and a dazzling light ball was launched from the elemental furnace, with a long tail, and instantly hit the Sentry base 10 kilometers away. The huge Sentry base disappeared in the flames before it had time to react clearly. Only a large crater 100 meters deep was left in place. The ground looked like glass for several kilometers, and inside the crater was hot magma and molten metal. This move Norton calls a high-energy particle cannon. That ball of light is a neutron cluster carrying a massive amount of energy, a byproduct of a nuclear reaction. Looking at his masterpiece, Norton nodded with satisfaction. The test results perfectly met his expectations, and it can be used as a regular attack method. However, based on the test results just now, this trick can continue to be improved. At this time, Una suddenly reminded, "It's not over yet. Something is coming out." Norton took a closer look and saw that some Sentry who had turned into pyromen were melting through the ground and crawling out. The high-energy particle cannon fired just now. Norton aimed at the underground warehouse where Sentinels are stored. All the Sentinels on the ground were destroyed in the attack just now, and most of the Sentry in the underground warehouse were also destroyed. However, there are still a few marginal Sentry in the warehouse that survived. After being automatically activated, they crawled out of the ground. It doesn't matter. Norton smiled disdainfully. Then the genetic microlight group is launched from the furnace, blowing up those Sentry one by one. This is the particle gun. Sentry can transform into many types of X ability, but it is not immortal, and over-limit attacks can still destroy them. The particle gun obviously meets this standard. After finishing the Sentry base, Norton turned to Sentry headquarters. This time Norton did not hide his whereabouts, and the shuttle flew in the direction of the Hawaiian Islands. Norton's purpose was so obvious that he naturally couldn't satisfy Sentry. Sentry headquarters quickly mobilized idle troops from nearby areas. The largest Sentry base was destroyed by Norton, but there are many smaller Sentry bases throughout the Americas, and each base has many Sentinel reserves. These Sentinels were not sent to intercept Norton, but were transferred directly back to Sentry headquarters in the Hawaiian Islands. Norton, on the other hand, didn't seem to have the slightest intention of being quick with his troops. He stopped along the way and would go down to explore any town he encountered. It turned out that the city they were traveling through was not an exception. Without exception, these towns were all deserted and had no trace of human activity for at least several months. Sentinel's sweep is so thorough, Norton exclaimed while standing in deserted Los Angeles. 40. Judging from the traces left in this city, the large-scale war was concentrated half a year ago. It only lasted no more than 10 days, and the human side was completely defeated. Then the human race was no longer able to resist, and the city was destroyed in just a few days. Get cleaned up inside. After analyzing this, Una saw some traces in the apartment building and added, but most of them probably didn't die. They were just captured by the Sentinel. This result is at least better than the massacre of all human beings. I wonder where they were caught. This question flashed past, and Norton had no intention of saving these people. The flight log of the previously captured flight was only 3 months old, and there was no record of participating in this war. Norton did not know where the surviving humans were taken by Sentry. The most important thing is that with the plot of this time tributary, Norton has no need to save the survivors at all. The more I see, the harder it becomes to imagine what is happening in this world. Norton is also becoming more and more curious about Sentry headquarters. After a long journey, it was already late at night when we arrived at the Hawaiian Islands. At the moment, the entire Hawaiian Islands are brightly lit, and countless battleships, aircraft, sentinels, etc. are waiting in full formation. Sentry headquarters is obviously fully prepared. When Norton saw Sentry's formation from a distance, he smiled. Yes, all the idle forces on the Pacific coast should have been mobilized back. I spent most of the day wandering around. There are hundreds of file-size warships in the sea, thousands of flight machines in the air, and 3 large motherships that are 1,000 meters long. The Sentinel is at least 6 figures. This scene is definitely more spectacular than World War. Norton was not afraid of this. Just catch them all in one fell swoop to avoid constant trouble. Una had never seen such a battle, but she was not afraid at all when she was around Norton. Sentry was well prepared. The moment Norton arrived, an overwhelming attack greeted him. Lasers, artillery shells, missiles, and the abilities of countless mutants instantly flooded the entire sky, turning night into day. Norton's eyes narrowed, and his expression instantly became serious. There was no movement on his hands, but the law runes in the soul ocean vibrated slightly, causing waves of law ripples in the world. These law ripples instantly covered hundreds of kilometers in radius. Pure energy and physical attacks are completely unaffected by the ripples of law, but most of the other weird mutant abilities are eliminated invisible by the ripples of law. Facing the crushing power of law, no matter how weird the X ability is, it is useless. The psychic attack ignored the effect of distance and fell on Norton and Una first, but was easily blocked by Una's psychic shield. After all, Sentinel is a dead thing and does not possess human will. The simulated psychic ability is extremely rigid and weak. The power of the psychic impact formed by junk information depends entirely on the accumulation of quantity. However, Una's psychic protection is a purely defensive psychic ability, and its intensity has reached level 4. The psychic impact accumulated by tens of thousands of sentinels cannot shake the psychic shield in the slightest. Now that the most troublesome part of the attack is solved, the rest will be easy. The elemental furnace expanded instantly, and the matter was decomposed into atomic states by Norton and put into the furnace, and the energy was directly absorbed by the furnace. With the capacity of the elemental furnace, even the energy of a nuclear bomb explosion can be easily contained, let alone some ordinary missiles. That's it. This feeling of easily controlling everything makes Norton very happy. But he hasn't had time to enjoy this feeling yet. Boom! Suddenly, a scorching white light shone, 5 mushroom clouds slowly rose, and the heaven and earth suddenly became silent. It turns out that the first wave of attacks was just a pretense to attract Norton's attention. The real killing move was the 5 megaton-yield nuclear bombs placed before, around, and above Norton. And in order to prevent the nuclear bomb from being decomposed by Norton, the nuclear bomb was detonated in advance 1,000 meters away. Although it was 1 kilometer away from the center of the nuclear explosion, Norton's location was even more powerful than the center of the nuclear explosion. Playing with nuclear explosions in front of me. Norton smiled disdainfully. Snap! Norton snapped his fingers. The flames of the explosion shrank. The mushroom cloud that was forming became smaller and smaller, and the shockwave and bright light also collapsed instantly. Just like going back in time, the exploding nuclear bomb changes back to its original shape little by little. Even Una, who knew Norton very well, was shocked by his move. Go back in time. Norton quite enjoyed Una's shocked gaze, but he still explained, definitely not. It's just a little trick played by the Element Master. The process that can be completed in an instant, extended to 5 seconds, looks even more shocking. It was obviously not only Una who was shocked, but also the controller behind Sentry. With such a good opportunity, Norton naturally didn't give Sentry time to react, so he snapped his fingers again. Snapped. The aircraft, battleships, Sentry, and the defense buildings on the island were frozen for an instant, and then were broken down into atoms bit by bit. There was no running away, no struggling. It was as if the whole world was frozen in an instant. Norton naturally does not freeze the world, but at the moment of snapping his fingers, the basic atoms that make up these things have been completely controlled by Norton. The visual effect of this move is full, but unfortunately the range is a little smaller. Even if Norton goes all out, the range cannot exceed 1,000 kilometers. This is because this world is a tributary of time. If it were the main world, Norton estimated that it could only cover a radius of 20 kilometers at most, and it would not be able to control it so accurately. We are still far away from destroying the entire universe with a snap of our fingers. Thinking of this, Norton's slightly swollen heart instantly cooled down. Returning the decomposed atoms to the elemental furnace, Norton and Una landed in Honolulu. All the man-made objects on the other islands have been decomposed by Norton just now, and the island below was left behind by Norton. 41. This was originally the capital of the Hawaiian Islands and is now Sentry's headquarters. The large buildings on the island are mainly made of steel, while the small and medium-sized buildings are mostly made of stone and wood, and there are many traces of human life. But Norton didn't see a single living person on the island. The traces are very new, definitely not older than a day, and the people on the island must have been temporarily evacuated. People can be evacuated quickly, but other things certainly cannot be evacuated in a short time. In just half a day, the evacuees took away at most some core information and items. Norton believes that the X-gene pool is definitely not among them. The X-gene library is very valuable, but it cannot be said to be very precious. At least for the current Sentry, it is no longer a core secret. Anyway, the only force on this planet that can utilize this X-gene pool is Sentry itself. Wherever Norton walked, all man-made objects were decomposed, and Norton did not preserve any of the experimental buildings. Walking all the way to the center of the building complex, Norton stopped in front of a cube building with huge amounts of money. Norton's heart moved. The building outside the cube building was decomposed, and the Sentry Organization's headquarters building finally revealed its true appearance. A most gorgeous pyramids. Pyramids. Norton was quite surprised. This is really beyond Norton's expectation. He has many guesses about who controls Sentry, including the government, the military, Trask Industries, and even other ambitious people who want to rule the world. But he just didn't think of this one. Apocalypse. Norton whispered. The moment he saw the pyramids, Norton knew who owned them. The ancient Egyptian style of the pyramids in front of you is so obvious. In this world, the only one who loves pyramids is the ancient Apocalypse. Outer God, leave my kingdom. I can forgive your offense. A majestic and sacred voice sounded within the pyramids. I have to say that, worthy of someone who has been a god for tens of thousands of years, Apocalypse is really good at creating scenes. Norton didn't take Apocalypse's warning to heart at all, and walked into the pyramid step by step, not caring that it was Apocalypse's home court. I really didn't expect that the person behind Sentry was actually you. That's right. Apart from you, no one in this world would turn the world into this horrible state. If Apocalypse controls Sentry, then it is not difficult to understand what Sentry is doing. The purpose of Apocalypse is to purify the world and then create a world completely ruled by him. And this is what Sentry is doing. Apocalypse is still a traditional person, and the decoration inside pyramids is very retro, with no trace of technology visible. Outer God, you made the wrong choice. Apocalypse's voice sounded again, and the door of the pyramids slammed shut, while the golden stream of light lit up the runes all over the pyramids little by little. Norton remained unmoved, not wavering in his steps. Apocalypse can scare others, but not Norton. Level 5 is the ceiling of this world. No matter how strong Apocalypse is, how strong can it be? Apocalypse, if he really had the strength to crush Norton, he would have destroyed Norton himself long ago. How could he watch Norton destroy the Sentry Legion outside? Norton saw clearly. His first target during the time travel was Apocalypse's genetic sample. Now that the real owner is right in front of him, how could he retreat? When the pyramids were completely illuminated, Norton happened to walk to the center of the pyramids, where the main tomb was located. It's just that there is no coffin here, only Apocalypse sitting on the divine throne. Outer God, I, Shanbonner, give you death. Apocalypse's scepter pointed his finger, and a bright golden beam of light, like a sharp sword, pierced Norton from the top of the pyramids. Norton opened his left hand, and the particle shield gently blocked the materialized sunlight. He did not take advantage of the situation to fight back, but instead asked, "Before we start the fight, can I ask, why do you call me the Outer God?" After hearing Norton's question, Apocalypse retracted the beam, stood up, and walked down from the throne. "It turned out to be just a lucky guy. New God, I will give you another chance to surrender to me and become my God. I will give you the secret of the eternal life of the gods." Surrender? Belong to God? Norton shook his head. "Why am I talking to you, an old man who is tens of thousands of years old, talking about this nonsense?" Norton didn't know whether Apocalypse was serious or just pretending. Since his brain circuits were not on the same channel, he had to convince him first. "Come on, let me see what qualifications you have to make me surrender." Norton shouted, and then raised his hand to reveal a miniature high-energy particle cannon. "Don't overestimate your capabilities." With a wave of the Apocalypse scepter, golden light shone, instantly annihilating the high-energy particle clusters launched by Norton. Then he raised the scepter in his hand, and the runes of the pyramids were instantly activated, and massive amounts of sunlight energy gathered on the scepter. Apocalypse was bathed in the sun, his armor became golden, and his whole person seemed more sacred and inviolable. After a moment of pause, Apocalypse jumped up and hit Norton directly with the scepter in his turn. "If you're going to be so impressive, you're going to have to fight hand-to-hand with your arms in the end?" Norton thought with disdain. Even though the two of them only tested it for one round. In fact, the competition between the two has already begun. The moment he saw Apocalypse, Norton took action. However, the level of Apocalypse is not lower than that of Norton. Norton cannot shake the atoms in Apocalypse's body, and naturally cannot directly decompose him. While testing with the high-energy particle cannon, Norton attacked the pyramids again, trying to directly disintegrate the pyramids. Pyramids is his home field, so Apocalypse is naturally impossible for Norton to succeed. Molecular control over atomic control, coupled with the strengthening of pyramids by sunlight, Norton really can't handle this pyramids in a short time. Norton can't do anything to Apocalypse, and Apocalypse can't do anything to Norton either. Energy attacks focused on sunlight cannot break Norton's defense, molecular control cannot reach within 10 meters of Norton, and psychic attacks have no effect. 42. The reason why Apocalypse persuaded him to surrender was probably because he saw Norton's strength and felt that he couldn't defeat Norton in a short time. So he made a compromise. Otherwise, with Apocalypse's style thousands of years ago, how could the enemy be allowed to live? Perhaps because of the habit of being a superior god, Apocalypse's fighting skills are quite average, and his fighting style emphasizes using force to win by overwhelming others. However, this style is just right for Apocalypse. He originally had the X ability to strengthen his body. Coupled with the blessing of the sunlight gathered by the pyramids, his power increased sharply again. The power carried by Scepter was at least dozens of tons. Coupled with the Scepter's shining light, the full blow almost penetrated Norton's particle shield. "Una, step back first." Norton asked Una to step aside. Then the combat uniform on his body turned into a full composite battle armor, and countless metal atoms gathered in Norton's hand, turning into a long metal stick. This is Norton's ability to dominate with his own elements, changing the element ratio and atomic structure of the combat suit, turning it into an alloy armor, and building a simple mechanical structure inside the armor. Also transformed into a battle armor is Una's combat uniform. Complex technological equipment cannot travel through time and space intact, and Norton can achieve the same effect with his ability to dominate elements. Norton's own strength currently reaches 5 to 6 tons. Coupled with the mechanical booster device of the armor, the power exerted is not much weaker than Apocalypse. The strength is barely enough, the speed is faster, and the armor is more resistant. For a while, Norton Apocalypse actually had a hard time winning or losing. Apocalypse slashed at Norton with a scepter. The move was so powerful that Norton could only parry with the long alloy stick. Norton has done this parrying action many times. With the support of the mechanical structure of the armor, Apocalypse's huge power cannot shake Norton at all. Next, Apocalypse took advantage of the force of the collision and retreated, while Norton took advantage of the situation to counterattack. But this is the routine from the previous dozen rounds. This time, Norton suddenly changed his tactics. The long alloy rod suddenly softened and turned into an alloy rope, tightly binding Apocalypse's scepter and his right hand. The armor also transformed into a bracket at the same time, with an alloy rope connected to the top and firmly fixed to the ground below. Norton suddenly changed his moves, and Apocalypse couldn't react in time. He was trapped and unable to break free or retreat. Norton, on the other hand, is like a golden cicada, breaking away from the armor while shape-shifting. At the moment Apocalypse was imprisoned, Norton had already come behind Apocalypse and hit Apocalypse in the back with a palm. Halfway through the palm strike, the elemental furnace suddenly appeared in Norton's palm, and then a large amount of high-energy particles erupted from Norton's palm. Normal attacks can't hurt Apocalypse, so high-energy particle flow is Norton's real move. Norton's palm came so suddenly that Apocalypse had no time to break free, but at the last moment he still turned his body sideways and focused the light energy on his left arm. Boom! There was only a loud noise. The light of the explosion shone, and the energy shock shook the entire pyramids. It was only a moment after the explosion. The sand and dust dispersed instantly. A large, broken pit appeared on the originally flat rocky ground, and the twisted armor in the pit still tightly imprisoned Apocalypse. At the moment Apocalypse's gorgeous armor has disappeared, only half of her body is left, only half of her thighs are left, and even half of her head is left. In addition, most of the body has been burned up in the high-energy particle flow. Even though he is no longer human, Apocalypse is still not dead, and the remaining half of his body is recovering visibly. Just a second or two when Norton looked at him, and most of Apocalypse's head had already recovered. Although he is not dead yet, in Apocalypse's current state, he is no longer capable of fighting until his body recovers. After finally crippling Apocalypse, Norton would definitely not give him a chance to regain his fighting power, but he would not kill him immediately either. The twisted armor turned into chains, locking Apocalypse's body layer by layer. Norton walked to the pit and pierced Apocalypse's body with the blood-drawing device he had just made. Apocalypse, you lost. Norton took one more look at the glorious pyramids. Where are your 4 horsemen of Apocalypse? Shouldn't they be protecting you personally? Apocalypse looked at Norton with very calm eyes, without the anger, regret, or pleading of a loser at all. Hearing Norton's question, Apocalypse opened her mouth. Who? There was air leaking from the throat, and Apocalypse adjusted for a moment. When Apocalypse returns, the knight will return to his throne. After saying this, Apocalypse recovered most of his body, suddenly turned into yellow sand, and flowed through the gaps in the chain. Norton was left with an inexplicable smile. The change happened so fast that Norton had no time to stop it. He only had time to pull out the blood sampler. Unfortunately, the blood in the blood sampler also turned into sand. Norton was a bit disappointed that the idea of achieving his goal in advance was ruined. Norton's law wave is attached to the chain, and Apocalypse cannot escape from it, even if it turns into sand. So Apocalypse can only be dead, and it died very completely. Norton searched carefully and found nothing left in Apocalypse except some ordinary yellow sand. Una, who had been watching the battle, felt Apocalypse's consciousness fluctuations suddenly dissipate and asked in disbelief, Apocalypse is dead? It shouldn't be dead. Apocalypse is at least a level 5 mutant. If it really dies, it's impossible to leave just such a little ordinary sand. Norton replied. In addition, the last words left by Apocalypse also clearly told Norton that he is not dead yet, and he will come back. Una nodded thoughtfully, and then asked, What should we do next? Norton pointed to the sand on the ground and replied, Continue with the original plan. Just pretend he never showed up. Anyway, the emergence of Apocalypse was originally unplanned. If you don't get this unexpected surprise, then you can continue with the original plan. 43. Then Norton thought of the purpose of their visit to Sentry headquarters, Sentry's ex-Gene Bank. The only large building on this island is the pyramids in front of you, so the Sentry organization's treasure trove must be here. In pyramids, Apocalypse will definitely not allow the construction of some messy things, so they can only be built underground. Thinking of this, Norton didn't bother to find the entrance and just disassembled the entire pyramids. Without Apocalypse, this pyramids could not resist Norton's decomposition. In just a few breaths, all the stone parts of the pyramids were decomposed. The underground building made of alloy is exposed, as well as the huge amounts of gold spire at the top of the pyramids. There is still a lot of sunlight stored in the spire. Even in the middle of the night, the golden light is still bright and extremely dazzling. This gold spire, made of pure gold, weighs at least tens of thousands of tons. Apocalypse may have collected all the gold reserves in the world here. After being able to synthesize gold by himself, Norton thought that he had completely reached the point where he regards money as dirt, but when such a large piece of gold was placed in front of him, he was still a little dizzy. Compared with the string of numbers on the account and the actual gold, there is still a big difference. Is this pure gold? Not bronze. Una swallowed her saliva and asked, looking at the top of the tower a little absently. Definitely, the dignified Apocalypse. Isn't it too cheap if it's not pure gold? Norton breaks the spire directly into gold atoms, which are then stored individually in a corner of the elemental furnace. After handling the gold, Norton looked at the underground treasure house. He didn't bother to go in and search, so he just disassembled the entire ceiling, and it was clear what was stored underneath. If the first floor is not there, then disassemble the entire first floor together with the floor, and then look at the second floor. Just break it down layer by layer until you find the target. Finally, Norton found the X-Gene library of the Sentry organization on the 5th underground floor. It was so huge that it occupied the entire floor. Norton patrolled around and landed in the archives room in the middle. There were so many X-Gene samples that Norton could not bring back all, so he could only selectively bring back some. Norton found statistics first. All the X-genes stored in this X-gene bank are X-genes that can be activated, and there are more than 1 million copies. Such a huge amount is destined to only take away a very small part. Una, you come to screen the X-gene samples. Those with level 4 or above will be given priority. Those with lycanthropy will be given priority, and those below level 3 will be rejected. In Norton's Mutant Academy, most of the useless X abilities are partially lycanthropic. Therefore, supplementing animal-like X-gene samples is the most cost-effective for Mutant Academy. While Una was screening X-gene samples, Norton began to make containers. He wanted to carry as many samples as possible, but the original containers of the gene bank were not suitable. After more than a day, Norton and Una finally selected the 3,000 genetic samples that needed to be brought back and packed them into 3 large suitcases. Fortunately, you don't need much per sample. Only a few milliliters are enough. Otherwise, a large suitcase may not be able to hold 1,000 samples. Norton rummaged through the entire Sentry X-gene library, and there were only less than 50 level 4 X-gene samples. Moreover, there are only about 10 samples with natural awakening, and most of the rest are samples that were judged to be level 4 after Sentry artificially stimulated awakening. There are tens of thousands of level 3 X-gene samples in the gene bank, and it was impossible for Norton to take them all back, so he only carefully selected nearly 3,000 samples. 300 of them are X ability, which is extremely powerful in the 3rd level, and the rest are X-gene samples of the animal form. After erasing the last traces of Sentry on the island, Norton flew to the beach with Una. What should we do next? Una asked, leading the big box. Wait. Norton replied. Norton originally planned to travel back in time directly after packing up the genetic samples. But when he used his space-time vision to observe this time tributary, he discovered he can't even see the past. On the contrary, the future can be vaguely seen, and it is still very long. This left Norton unsure of which direction to cross. Fortunately, Norton later discovered that this branch of time has been experiencing slight oscillations, which means that someone has been disrupting time. Thinking of the original plot, Norton probably guessed the reason, so he decided to wait, waiting for an opportunity to hitch a ride. As for the destruction of Sentry headquarters and the death of Apocalypse, will it change the original plot? Considering Apocalypse's strange state before her death, the plot should still develop according to its original trajectory. Sure enough, the two Nortons waited for a day, and late the next night, Norton perceived that this time tributary began to oscillate violently. Una, get ready, we are leaving. Norton greeted Una loudly. Right away. Una immediately threw away the book in her hand, ran over to pick up the remaining suitcase, and then took Norton's arm. When the time shock was about to reach its climax, Norton instantly opened the time and space channel, and then rushed into the channel with Una. Perhaps because this is a simple time travel, the time and space channel is no longer a monotonous, colorful light. Norton actually saw the entirety of this time tributary through the space-time channel. Although it was just a big surprise, it was enough for Norton to capture some key information. This time tributary does not have the past, or the starting point of this time tributary is the Sentinels' total massacre of mutants. The time point they are about to travel to is nominally the past, but actually the future. So, the time just now existed in the past and the future? Apocalypse does not exist at this time. What was killed before was just a projection. A series of conjectures suddenly popped up in Norton's mind. Forget it. Norton shook his head and put these questions behind him. But his intuition told him that these conjectures were the truth. 44. Norton raised his head and looked at the surrounding scenery. It was exactly the same as before. It was still a beach in Hawaii. Unfortunately, it's still late at night, and there are still no bikinis. Norton originally planned to find a place to stay first, but it was always inconvenient to carry 3 large suitcases. It's a pity that this is the 1970s, and there is no such thing as the internet. Norton's hacking methods are useless, and there is no way to directly create 2 real identities. Norton simply made the shuttle directly. Let's go. Norton pulled Una onto the shuttle. Where to go? Una asked. Cairo, Norton replied. At this point in time, it will be more than 10 years before Apocalypse is released, and Norton doesn't have the patience to wait that long. So Norton never thought about waiting for the development of the plot. He was going to finish Apocalypse first. Otherwise, do we really have to wait for Apocalypse to wake up, recover to its full state, find the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse, and then push it? Taking advantage of the opportunity is the right way to go. Anyway, Apocalypse has been sleeping for thousands of years, so it doesn't matter if it sleeps less than 10 years. On the way to Cairo, Norton took a side trip to the Himalayas. Wrap 3 suitcases with layers of alloy boxes and hide them in the ice on the summit of Mount Everest. It's the safest place to put it here. You don't have to worry about being affected by the next battle or other accidents. After arriving in Cairo, Norton suddenly discovered that he only knew that Apocalypse was sleeping underground in Cairo, but he didn't know where exactly it was. The city of Cairo is so big that it is impossible for Norton to search for it bit by bit. Conquer the underground forces in the city and let them search for it. Una suggested. This suggestion is actually good. If there are enough manpower and Norton provides some geological detection equipment, the entire city of Cairo can be surveyed in a few months at most. But Norton was not prepared to use this method. It's too troublesome. Is there an easier way? Una asked, looking at Norton with blinking eyes. There is definitely a faster way, Norton affirmed. For example, like flipping the floor. Norton made a motion of flipping the table. What about the people in Cairo? Una asked again. Just ask them to move away. Norton replied casually. How to get them to move away? Una continued to ask. It's very simple. After one day, a big earthquake suddenly occurred in Cairo, and countless houses collapsed. Fortunately, there were very few high-rise buildings in Cairo, and there were not many casualties. However, the impact of the earthquake was not over. The earthquake caused the river near Cairo to change its course, and the groundwater also began to dry up. Houses that collapse can still be rebuilt, but once there is no water source, no one in the city can survive. So the Cairo municipal government began to organize the relocation, with the target being near the new river channel. Later, a large area of gold sand mines was discovered near the new river channel, so the relocation suddenly accelerated. In less than a month, the once prosperous city of Cairo turned into ruins. Now no one can stand in the way of Norton's plot. After awakening Apocalypse, Norton no longer needs to choose the battlefield. How did you do it? Una finally couldn't help but ask. What? Earthquake? How did you cause such a big earthquake? It's simple, just create a nuclear explosion underground. Norton explained. River diversion is also very simple. You only need to block the original river channel, and then the selected new river channel only needs a little guidance, and everything will fall into place naturally. After the river was rerouted, Cairo lost its largest source of water, and the groundwater level would naturally decrease without requiring Norton to do anything else. As for the gold sand mine, Norton has a lot of gold atoms in reserve. He has produced hundreds of tons of gold sand, and sprinkled it with water. That night, a sandstorm blew over the ruins of Cairo. The only remaining ruins were visible to the naked eye, melting away in the storm. In less than a minute, there was no trace of the existence of Cairo. The sandstorm is still going on, the land is being scraped away layer by layer, and the secrets buried underground are revealed bit by bit. Soon, the original city of Cairo turned into a large pit dozens of meters deep. After scraping away dozens of meters of land, Norton finally discovered something crucial: a large amount of rubble carved with mysterious runes. The runes on these gravels are identical to the runes inscribed in the Apocalypse Pyramids. There is no doubt that this is the site of the Apocalypse Pyramids. An Apocalypse at the moment is sleeping under the ruins. Norton stopped scraping and landed on top of the ruins. As soon as she stood on the ruins, Una immediately felt something. "I feel it. There is an extremely huge well under the ruins." However, the state of this well is not very good. It is in a completely unconscious state and seems unable to actively gather consciousness. Una added after carefully sensing it for a moment. "I know." Norton nodded. The information sensed by Una gave him a rough idea of Apocalypse's status. Apocalypse has never died, but because the possessing others' body ritual was interrupted at a critical moment, it was unable to actively gather consciousness, so it could only sleep until now. Perhaps it cannot be called a deep sleep. In the state of Apocalypse at the moment, the time probability in consciousness is very weak, and there is even no concept of time at all. This state is actually not bad for Apocalypse. If it is not dead, it does not need to be resurrected. It is likely to wake up when encountering external stimulation. "Una, find a place to hide." Norton sent Una out of the pit. "Be careful. If it doesn't work, we'll find another way." Una warned worriedly. "I can handle it." Norton looked at Una firmly, his eyes showing infinite confidence. After seeing Apocalypse's methods, Norton has full confidence in himself. He is more worried about Una's safety. However, in order to ensure the maximum effect of the psychic shield, Una cannot be too far away. 45. After all, Apocalypse's psychic attack ability is not weaker than Professor X's, but its range is not as large as Professor X's. We have to guard against this. The upper layer of gravel decomposed, and a delicate spire appeared in front of Norton's eyes. It was not dazzling in the dark night, and was a little smaller than the one he had collected before. This golden spire is the core of the entire pyramids. Even if the entire pyramids has been broken, as long as the sunlight shines on the spire, it can play a partial role in awakening the sleeping Apocalypse. Norton will definitely not leave this thing to Apocalypse. It will be decomposed and recycled directly. During the decomposition process, Norton felt a little resistance, but he did not stop because of this. Instead, he used a little force to directly defeat the resistance. As soon as the golden spire decomposed, Norton immediately sensed that a powerful aura suddenly appeared under the ruins, and the aura was full of anger. Apocalypse wakes up. Norton instantly realized what was happening. The possessing others' body ritual was interrupted at a critical moment, and Apocalypse's consciousness was mostly attached to the entire pyramid's ruins, of which the golden spire was naturally the core. Norton disassembled the golden spire, which seriously stimulated Apocalypse's consciousness, making his consciousness instinctively feel danger, so the diffuse consciousness regrouped, and he quickly woke up. Feeling the rapidly getting stronger breath below, Norton sighed a little disappointedly. What a pity, there's no time to kill Apocalypse before he wakes up. While Apocalypse is sleeping, kill him directly with a high-energy particle cannon or a nuclear explosion. This is naturally the best result. But Norton never expected it to be so smooth. An old monster like Apocalypse, which has lived for tens of thousands of years, cannot be dealt with so easily. It's better to wake up Apocalypse in advance now. Without Norton digging a hole, who knows how deep it would be. Now we just have to wait for Apocalypse to come out on its own. Norton flew into the air several hundred meters away, and then the elemental furnace appeared in his hand, ready to fire a high-energy particle cannon at any time. As the aura under the ruins became stronger and stronger, the gravel quickly turned into sand, and the original pyramid's ruins quickly turned into a quicksand vortex, and the scope of the quicksand vortex continued to expand. It wasn't until Apocalypse's breath stabilized that the quicksand stopped expanding. At the moment, The scope of the quicksand pit had expanded to nearly 10 kilometers in diameter. Then there was no sudden movement in the quicksand. This quiet state lasted for 3 seconds. Then with a bang sound, the center of the quicksand exploded. But a figure rushed out of the quicksand from the edge of the quicksand pit. An old guy like Apocalypse still maintains a high level of vigilance even after just waking up from a long sleep. One moment his breath was still in the center of the quicksand, and the next moment he rushed out from the edge of the quicksand. Apocalypse's move was indeed a bit beyond Norton's expectations, but it was still useless to Norton. With the speed of the particle cannon and the distance between the two sides being only a few kilometers, there was no need to consider the issue of attack delay, and naturally there was no need for Norton's prediction. The moment he saw Apocalypse, the high-energy particle cannon was fired and hit simultaneously. Boom! Dazzling light illuminates the world, night turns into day, and huge amounts of mushroom clouds slowly rise. Shockwaves swept across the desert, and the sandstorm that had gradually subsided suddenly became more terrifying. Norton didn't hold back at all with this shot. The high-energy particle cluster carried an energy equivalent of 1 million tons. Moreover, compared with nuclear bombs, high-energy particle cannons have faster and more concentrated energy bursts. The damage range is not as large as nuclear bombs of the same magnitude, but the core lethality is at least several times that of nuclear bombs. Norton is quite satisfied with the effect of this attack. The core ability atomic control of the elemental master is more focused on creation. Pure attack power still relies on the derived ability elemental furnace. Norton did not wait for the aftermath of the explosion to dissipate naturally, but actively decomposed and dispersed the aftermath. For a mutant of Apocalypse's level, the only things that can cause substantial damage to him are the erosion of high-energy particle flow and the instantaneous ultra-high temperature of the energy burst. The relatively high temperature after the explosion has no effect on Apocalypse. Instead, the smoke and dust will hinder Norton's vision. After the smoke cleared, Apocalypse appeared in front of Norton with all its tail and tail. At the moment he was almost fully recovered, with only the skin on his arms being regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. This shot did not achieve the expected effect. The moment he rushed out of the quicksand, Apocalypse instinctively opened his shield and controlled a large amount of sand to block in front of him. The energy shield shattered instantly, mainly because the sand reduced the erosion of some high-energy particles, which prevented Apocalypse from being directly melted. Although only a skeleton was left in the end, he survived after all, and while Norton was dispersing the aftermath, he quickly absorbed high-temperature energy to speed up his recovery. The complete Apocalypse is indeed much stronger than the previous parallel import projection. Not only is it more resistant, but its recovery power is also much stronger. The most important thing is that his intuition is extremely sharp, and he instinctively reacted defensively before Norton attacked. Traitor! Apocalypse looked at Norton with endless anger in his eyes. Apocalypse probably just woke up and didn't understand the situation yet, thinking that Norton was the one who conspired to sneak attack him and interrupt his ceremony. Norton didn't explain, but the anger in Apocalypse's eyes quickly disappeared, and she calmed down quickly. He seemed to be getting some key information quickly, but Norton didn't interrupt Apocalypse. Norton wants to know, can Apocalypse really directly analyze electromagnetic waves in the air? Or can we get information from some other mysterious channels? The latter is more likely. After all, the signals in the air are just electromagnetic waves with different frequencies. Even if Apocalypse can accept electromagnetic waves, how can he, as an old antique who has just woken up, know how to translate electromagnetic signals? Apocalypse soon confirmed Norton's suspicions. Apocalypse's calm eyes became angry again, and the look he looked at Norton changed from unfamiliar to familiar. 46. And the moment Apocalypse's eyes changed, Norton saw slight time fluctuations from Apocalypse. Apocalypse plundered countless X abilities by possessing others' bodies, and it's not surprising that there are 1 or 2 time-related abilities among them. Therefore, the channel through which Apocalypse obtains key information is most likely the River of Time. Even if he cannot directly see the River of Time, he can still obtain basic information about the world from the River of Time. Norton was about to ask something. Amidst the yellow sand in the sky, Apocalypse soars into the sky looking down at Norton. Outer God, thank you for waking me up in advance. In return, I grant you eternal death. It seems that the information you obtained is not complete enough. Norton shook his head. He shouldn't have had hope. The generation gap was too big to communicate. Countless atoms condensed into alloy balls around Norton and then shot into the air into Apocalypse. These alloy balls rotated rapidly, with countless inverted blades on their surfaces. Once hit, they could instantly scrape off a layer of flesh and blood from Apocalypse. Apocalypse opened his arms and opened his shield to block the metal ball, while countless yellow sand gathered at the same time. The gravel keeps colliding with the alloy ball. Once Norton's control over the alloy ball weakens slightly, the alloy ball will turn into yellow sand. Even if it survives the impact of the yellow sand in the sky, the moment the alloy ball collides with the Apocalypse shield, it will be forcibly turned into yellow sand by Apocalypse. Molecular control and atomic control, really no one can do anything to each other. Being closer to Apocalypse, atoms will be synthesized by him into molecules. Being closer to Norton, he can also decompose molecules controlled by Apocalypse into atoms. Relatively speaking, Apocalypse actually has an advantage, because Apocalypse's molecular control combined with sand control is the home field in this desert. Outer God, death will be your only destination. Huge amounts of yellow sandstorms have formed, completely blocking the entire sky. This is no ordinary sandstorm. The power of law contained in it can turn everything into yellow sand, leaving people with nowhere to escape. Norton turned a blind eye to this, but smiled and said, "It's not certain who lives and who dies." There was no time for Apocalypse to react. At the same time as Norton opened his mouth, several special alloy balls had already hit Apocalypse's shield. Boom! The shining light instantly illuminated the sky, like a big sun suddenly appearing in the sky. In the mighty shockwave, Huang Shalom collapsed instantly. Even the power of law could not stop this majestic energy. This is not the end yet. More alloy balls are shot into the center of the nuclear explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued, and the big sun in the sky continued to expand. If Norton hadn't controlled the aftermath, mushroom clouds would have covered the sky at the moment. At the moment, the core temperature of the big sun was no lower than that of the real sun, but Norton's expression became more solemn. Because he could perceive that in the center of the great sun, the aura of Apocalypse, which was constantly enduring nuclear explosions, was unstable, but it had not disappeared, and even tended to become stronger and stronger. Norton filled those alloy balls with deuterium and tritium, so what exploded around Apocalypse at the moment was not an atomic bomb, but a more powerful hydrogen bomb. But the damage caused by hydrogen bombs to Apocalypse seems to be much lower than that of high-energy particle cannons. This result is really beyond Norton's expectation. Soon he thought of a possibility. Apocalypse's ability to control sunlight is not simple. It is not simply about controlling sunlight, but it actually involves part of the nature of the sun. Only this reason can explain why Apocalypse can withstand hydrogen bombs. Unfortunately, Apocalypse was already vigilant. Based on his dangerous intuition, the probability of a high-energy particle cannon hitting was too low. The particles in the high-energy particle cannon are mainly neutrons. Neutrons are one level lower than atoms and are not within the direct control range of the elemental master. Therefore, Norton cannot control the particle cannon after it is fired, and there is a possibility of being dodged in advance. Moreover, the nuclear explosion will also offset part of the power of the particle cannon. You still have to use a special move. Norton threw the elemental furnace in his hand towards the big sun ahead. The elemental furnace expanded instantly, and the Apocalypse in the sky, together with the entire great sun, was put into the elemental furnace. In the big sun, Apocalypse's intuition warned him wildly, but in the current environment he was in, he couldn't fly at all, and his spatial ability couldn't be used in this environment. Moreover, Norton made the decision suddenly and acted very quickly, leaving no time for Apocalypse to think about countermeasures. Only atomic substances can exist in the element furnace. All non-atomic substances will be forcibly decomposed into atoms in the element furnace. The great sun instantly collapsed, energy was diverted, and Apocalypse was revealed in the middle. At the moment, Apocalypse's whole body exuded bright light, and the law fluctuated extremely strongly. He is using his own law to resist the decomposition power of the elemental furnace. Apocalypse's resistance caused the elemental furnace to continuously vibrate, and it seemed to be forcibly bursting. Upon seeing this, Norton immediately injected his law ability into the elemental furnace to stabilize the vibrating furnace and strengthen the decomposition power of the elemental furnace. As a fifth-level mutant, Norton did not believe that Apocalypse could break free from his elemental furnace. The elemental forge is the reason why Norton dares to directly attack Apocalypse. Apocalypse's resistance is very strong. As the confrontation continues, the law fluctuations in his body become more and more intense, and more types of laws are revealed, all of which are the X abilities he has plundered in his long life. Each of these abilities is carefully selected by Apocalypse. Each one is not weak, and the law fluctuations displayed are also very strong, at least the intensity of the third-level X ability. However, so much power of law does not produce a good chemical reaction, and the enhancement of Apocalypse is very limited. Unless Apocalypse can integrate these messy laws, it will only be delayed for a while at most, and it is impossible to change his ending. Apocalypse obviously doesn't have this ability, otherwise he wouldn't have slept underground for thousands of years. 47. The resistance lasted for more than an hour, and Apocalypse's mental strength began to weaken, and she could no longer control hundreds of powers of law. Immediately, Apocalypse's resistance quickly declined. In just a few seconds, Apocalypse's body was completely decomposed, and there was no time to leave any last words. However, Apocalypse did not completely decompose. After his body was decomposed, a colorful crystal was left behind, which even the elemental furnace could not decompose. Seeing the colorful crystals in the elemental furnace, Norton smiled as expected. Norton did not rush to take out the colored crystals from the elemental furnace, but found Una first. Una, come and sense it. Is this guy dead? Una approached the furnace and concentrated on perception. The crystal does have a consciousness, but it is slowly dissipating. It seems this guy is not a real god. Norton was completely relieved. Consciousness must rely on the physical body to exist. Apocalypse is still a human being and not a god, even if he already possesses the characteristics of a god in some aspects. As long as Apocalypse is not a true god, no matter what backup plan he has, he will not be able to make waves in the furnace of elements. Next, Norton only needs to wait for Apocalypse's consciousness to completely dissipate before he can get the final harvest. Although Apocalypse's X-gene sample was not obtained, this colorful crystal is obviously worth much more than the X-gene sample. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. Norton took Una and left here directly. Norton did not deal with the traces left by the battle, nor did he care about the impact caused by the battle. As for the subsequent impact of this incident, Norton also didn't care. After integrating back to the main world, everything in this world is meaningless. For Norton, the most important thing was to wait for Apocalypse's consciousness to dissipate, count the loot, and return. At present, Norton only knows that this colored crystal is definitely worth the money, but how much money it can earn will only be known after Apocalypse's consciousness dissipates and he studies the colored crystal in detail. Walking on the streets of New York, Norton was originally going to take Una shopping to relax, but before he even finished walking down the street, he encountered 3 store robberies. Una's interest in shopping suddenly disappeared. Is the security in New York so bad? Although the security in New York has always been bad, even in Hell's Kitchen, the security in broad daylight is not so bad. Norton frowned slightly. This situation is very abnormal. There must be something wrong somewhere. Norton no longer wanted to wander around, and took Una to the New York Police Department, where the fastest way to determine the overall security situation in New York. At the moment, the New York Police Department was very busy. Police cars kept roaring back, escorting criminals into the police station one by one, and then quickly roared away. Norton handed a hypnotic ability ring to Una and arranged. Una, you go find out the specific situation in New York, and I will go to the detention area to take a look. No problem. Una took the ring and separated from Norton. Half an hour later, the two met at a coffee shop outside the police station. The crime rate is soaring not just in New York, but in the entire United States, and most of the crimes are committed by mutants. Una told Norton the information she collected. Maybe it's not just the United States, but the whole world is probably the same. There's something wrong with this world. Norton guessed, and he told Una what he found. Most of the criminals arrested in the detention area today are mutants who just awakened, and their mental states are all abnormal. It is obvious that since last night, mutants around the world have suddenly been awakening on a large scale. Moreover, these new awakening mutant X genes have problems, giving mutants serious violent tendencies. Because of the impact of the battle last night, Una immediately guessed a possibility. Norton nodded. The timing is such a coincidence. There is no more suitable reason, right? The X gene has been awakened on a large scale overnight. Ordinary things cannot have such a big impact. I just don't know whether the specific reason is because of Apocalypse's death or because the impact of that battle was too great. Can you tell me how long it will take for Apocalypse's consciousness to completely dissipate? Norton placed the elemental furnace in front of Una. No matter which angle you look at it, the current situation is not a good one. Norton feels that the world is gradually spiraling out of control. Where will the world go after it loses control? Norton also guessed the ending, but it definitely won't be a good one. The most important thing is that Norton doesn't know if the world's total loss of control will affect his return plan. In matters like time travel, any variable may have unpredictable effects. Especially if the entire world is completely out of control, it will definitely have a serious impact on the stability of time and space. Norton doesn't want to take Una to take risks, so they must return to the main world as soon as possible while the world is in the early stages of losing control and time and space are still stable. The consciousness in the crystal dissipates a little faster than last night. The weaker his consciousness, the faster it dissipates. So in 2 days at the fastest and 3 days at the slowest, the consciousness in the crystal will completely dissipate. Una quickly the answer was given. Norton breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, we'll go back in 2 days. Given the size of the world, even if it were to completely lose control, the speed would not be too fast, and there would not be too obvious changes in a few days. So after weighing the pros and cons, Norton decided to wait an extra 2 days. Apocalypse, this old guy, should wait until he is completely dead so that Norton can go back with peace of mind. Otherwise, if he returns to the main world with his remaining consciousness, who knows what changes will happen? Norton has always avoided such uncontrollable changes if possible. In the past 2 days, Norton and Una did not wander around the streets to avoid getting into trouble, causing the world to spin out of control even faster. 48. Professor Mutant's situation becomes precarious again. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Professor this time Magneto rarely reached a consensus with Professor Charles. What do you think is the reason for this change? Because we changed the future? Magneto asked. No, the time is wrong. Professor X rejected Magneto's guess and took out a stack of photos. The problem should be here. The photo shows a large crater with a diameter of dozens of kilometers. Where is this? Magneto asked. Cairo, Egypt. Magneto couldn't believe it. Yes, this big hole is the original site of Cairo. Hank took these photos himself. Professor X explained. So what happened in Africa last night was really 2 powerful mutants fighting, and the change in Cairo a few days ago was that one of them was clearing the field early? Magneto instantly thought of more. They must have heard about such a big thing as the relocation of Cairo City. It's just that they have been working hard to reverse the future some time ago, so they didn't pay attention to this matter. So, to solve the current dilemma, I must find the root of the matter, the professor said firmly. Professor X and Magneto have already walked outside the door of the brainwave strengthening machine. What happens after you find it? No matter who wins or loses in the battle last night, we can't deal with it, right? Magneto asked solemnly. Then we must find him. Only by finding the source can we solve the problem at hand. Professor X entered the brainwave strengthening machine with a determined look. With Una's psychic shield, Professor X would naturally not be able to find them. But Professor X did not give up. He kept going deeper and deeper. For the first time, he used his ability to the extreme, but it was not enough, so he began to squeeze his potential until his consciousness entered a completely new realm. the collection of human consciousness. Eric, Professor X suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Magneto calmly. Apocalypse's consciousness dissipated a little faster than Una expected. In less than 2 days, Apocalypse's consciousness in the crystal completely dissipated. Una checked a few more times to make sure there was no problem. There is no consciousness left, and there are no mind fluctuations. He has completely dissipated. Okay, let's go home. Norton couldn't wait to pick up his suitcase and prepare to open the space-time tunnel. Norton has already figured out the information anchor. The millions of X gene samples in the Sentry gene bank are the best raw materials for making information anchors. As for the media needed to integrate this branch of time in the main world, the colored crystals in the elemental furnace are the best media. There is no need for Norton to collect the genetic information of the main plot characters as a medium. So in this time travel, Norton did not participate in the plot from beginning to end, nor did he come into contact with the plot characters. The space-time channel was opened, and Norton did not rush in. He first felt it outside. The passage is slightly shaken, but it's still within control. Just a slight vibration means there is no problem with the positioning. If there is no problem with the positioning, there is no big problem. As for slight vibrations, it only takes a little more energy to restore stability to the channel. What Norton lacks most is energy. Get out of the time and space channel. It is the secret room when leaving. Norton breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't stay in the time branch for long this time, only about a month. However, Norton glanced at the timer in the secret room and saw that more than 5 months had passed since they left. The time gap is a bit big, but Norton doesn't dwell on the reason for the time being. Because world feedback is here again. The familiar power poured into Norton's soul again, but this time the amount was a little less than the last time. Obviously, this time the tributaries are bigger, but the feedback from the world is less. Norton soon understood the reason. The world was out of control, affecting his final profits. And Norton also found the reason why the world was out of control, not because he killed Apocalypse, but because he took away the colored crystal. In fact, as long as Norton takes the crystal out of the elemental furnace and gives it back to the world's out-of-control situation will immediately return to normal. It's a pity that Norton didn't know this at the time, but even if he knew, he would still choose to bring the crystal back. The feedback from the world this time did not accelerate the optimization of body genes by law runes like last time, but it is directly integrated into Norton's soul. After absorbing the world's feedback, Norton could feel some changes in his soul, but he couldn't tell what specific changes had occurred. Norton put this matter aside for the time being. Anyway, the changes brought about by the world's feedback are definitely not bad. What he wants to do most now is to study the colorful crystals that look like gods. Just after taking out the elemental furnace, Norton noticed that Una also opened her eyes, so he asked, "How do you feel?" "My physical fitness has become 2 or 3 times stronger, and I have deeper control over my own abilities," Una replied. As a person with psychic ability, Una learns quickly. She had already completed the reconstruction of the law runes before traveling through time. Norton estimates that this world feedback should bring her closer to level 5. How far is it from level 5? I don't have the feeling that I'm about to go further, and I'm still far away from level 5. And I can feel that the potential of spiritual guardianship has been exhausted, and there is no room for further progress. Una replied, 49. If my prediction is correct, your chance to go further should be here. Norton took out the colored crystal from the element furnace. Is this really the Godhead of Apocalypse? You can call it Godhead. This thing is similar to our law runes. It is an aggregation of law information. To be more precise, this crystal should be just a fragment of Godhead. Norton replied while studying. Apocalypse's consciousness in the crystal has dissipated, and the secrets contained in it are unreservedly revealed to Norton. Norton quickly figures out some basic information. The fragments of the Godhead and our law runes are actually the same type of thing, and they are both a condensation of personal will and law power. It's just that because of different personal cognitions and different focus directions, the appearance of the condensed matter is different. To explain this, Norton gave an example. In my understanding, the appearance of law is runes, and I value personal will more. So in the end, personal will is the main focus to condense the law runes. Una, and you follow my path. So what you condense is also the law runes. Arts. The era when Apocalypse was born must be very ancient, right? How did he condense his godhead? How does Apocalypse condense his godhead? Norton speculated. Apocalypse should have been born in the primitive era when nature worship was common. Apocalypse was powerful and naturally easily worshipped as a god. Long-term worship changed Apocalypse's cognition, making him subconsciously consider himself a god. With a strong enough X ability as a foundation, he naturally condensed the fragments of his godhead. Therefore, the root of Apocalypse's ability to condense godhood is not cognition, but a sufficiently powerful X ability. This X ability, Norton thinks it is Apocalypse's ability to control sunlight, and the related law among the fragments of the Godhead is the strongest. The Godhead fragments are mainly law, so they can be retained after Apocalypse dies. Apocalypse can constantly change bodies and seize countless X abilities. Its survival for tens of thousands of years is all due to fragments of the Godhead, not some special X ability. The Godhead is able to temporarily protect Apocalypse's consciousness from his physical body and help him seize other people's bodies. After seizing the new body, Apocalypse integrated the power of law in the new body into the Godhead. When the integration was completely completed, he permanently seized the X ability of the new body, and it will not disappear if he continues to be reincarnated. Apocalypse used this to seize countless powerful X abilities in his tens of thousands of years of life, but precisely for this reason, he could not go any further. Therefore, if Apocalypse succeeds, it will become a fragment of the Godhead, and if it fails, it will also become a fragment of the Godhead. Even the secret of Apocalypse's enlightenment of the Four Horsemen comes from fragments of the Godhead. The process is roughly as follows. Apocalypse refers to its own process of condensing Godhead to develop X ability, and forcibly develops the X ability of other mutants. When he seizes enough X ability, this process becomes extremely simple. Norton can actually do the same thing, but it has never been done so. After all, the consequences of trying to encourage others will not be very good. In terms of completeness, this divine fragment has reached level 6 and is only a hair away from level 7. It's a pity that hundreds of different laws are mixed together, and this fragment of Godhead can never make it past the final step. Norton commented, "Hundreds of mixed laws are also the reason why the Godhead fragments look colorful. The only way out for Apocalypse is probably to continue integrating more laws until the fragments of the Godhead contain enough law to smelt a creation Godhead. The possibility of success is too slim, and falling midway is basically the only outcome of Apocalypse. There are too many types of laws in the Godhead fragments. They have obviously reached level 6, but the strongest laws among them can only exert the power of level 5, and there are only a few laws that can reach level 5. Therefore, the failure of Apocalypse is not unreasonable." That night, Professor X suddenly woke up from his dream. He walked to the balcony and looked at the deep starry sky in amazement. In Hope Town, Magneto, who was practicing meditation on the lighthouse, suddenly opened his eyes. But his eyes were not focused, and his attention was not on the outside world. This state lasted for more than 10 seconds before Magneto's pupils returned to focus. As soon as he recovered, he immediately rushed into the night sky. At the same time, there is a Do Not Disturb metal sign on the lighthouse door. More than an hour later, Magneto arrived at Professor X's secluded manor. Professor X was still standing on the balcony looking up at the stars. When Magneto saw Professor X, he fell from the sky and landed next to him. Seeing his familiar old friend, Magneto had a smile on his face. "Congratulations, Charles. You can finally stand up. Norton gave me a tube of potion. Eric, you are a lot younger too." Professor X also had a rare smile on his face. "I also want to thank Norton for the potion," Magneto said. It's been a long time since the two had such a relaxed exchange of ideas, since they had different ideas. "What have you been doing in the past few years? There has been no news from you. If Norton hadn't told me that you were still alive, I might have thought you were dead," Magneto asked. The two returned to the house, and Professor X poured Magneto a glass of wine. "Reading, growing vegetables, cooking, enjoying retirement life. It's been so relaxing for a long time. What about you?" "I built a town, a very beautiful seaside town. If you have time, you can go and see it. You will definitely fall in love with it." After chatting for a while, Magneto stopped smiling. Charles, you called me here in the middle of the night. Wasn't it just to reminisce about old times? Eric, do you believe in parallel time and space? Professor X's eyes became deep. I believe it. Magneto nodded affirmatively. Professor X took back the explanation he had prepared for a long time, reorganized his thoughts, and said, just tonight, I suddenly received a message from parallel time and space. In a dream? Magneto obviously didn't believe it. 50. Although the information was indeed received while sleeping, I am very sure that the information is absolutely true. Professor X explained with a serious look. Magneto did not open his mouth to refute, but he looked at Professor X with his doubts undisguised. That piece of information appeared in my mind out of thin air, as if it was my memory. It was very clear and logical. The professor continued to explain. Eric, you know I wouldn't joke about something like this. Magneto definitely knew that Professor X never joked, so he reluctantly believed his explanation. If he hadn't believed in Professor, okay, I believe for the time being that you have received a message from parallel time and space. So what is the content of the message? Although he trusted his old friend, Magneto still wanted to ask clearly. The content of the information is a way to further improve our X ability. Professor X answered directly without making any detours. What? Magneto brushed his hand and stood up. No wonder he was so excited. He had seen the threshold to go further a few years ago, but he had tried many methods over the past few years, but could never get in. The same goes for Professor. After calming down for a moment, Magneto asked in disbelief, is it true? At least I can't find anything wrong or incomprehensible. Professor X replied. Hearing the professor's answer, Magneto became even more suspicious. Who would be so kind as to give us such important information? It's me, Professor X replied, or me in parallel time and space. Magneto finally understood why Professor X asked him if he believed in parallel time and space. He thought for a while and asked another question. Since this is another time and space, how can you be sure that you is really you and not something else? This question stopped Professor X. I'm not sure either. Magneto's questions made Professor X start to doubt himself. He found that he had never considered this issue from the beginning. From the very beginning, he preconceivedly identified with the self in another time and space. A trace of cold sweat broke out on Professor. Is there really something wrong with this information? Otherwise, Eric, can you come and take a look? Professor X was about to tell Magneto the information, but Magneto stopped him. Don't tell me. I'm afraid that information will affect my judgment. Until the information you receive is absolutely safe, one of us must remain sane and undisturbed. But how should we determine whether the information is safe? Professor X frowned. Magneto thought for a while and finally gave a suggestion. Maybe you can ask Norton? With Magneto's unyielding character, he was unwilling to ask Norton for help, but for the sake of his old friend, he decided to put aside his pride. That's okay. Professor, I wonder if Norton is back. Magneto suddenly thought that Norton had been gone for nearly half a year. Let me ask first. The matter was so critical that Magneto didn't care that it was still early in the morning and called Raven directly. Magneto has long known about Raven's stay with Norton. After all, Raven did not hide her identity when she was the instructor of the Nova team. Raven, I called you because I have something very important to do with Norton. Is he back? Okay, I'll wait for your call. Magneto was a little embarrassed, but he explained the business clearly. The professor didn't notice anything strange about Magneto. When he put down the phone, he immediately asked, how is it? In fact, Professor X does not know the inside story of Raven leaving Magneto to join Norton's Mutant Academy. Raven promised to help with inquiries. If Norton returns, she will contact me as soon as possible, Magneto replied. In fact, Raven was on her way back to Cumberland Island when she received the call. After Norton returned, he informed the news immediately, and Raven was also one of the first people to get the news. Although Raven did not tell Magneto about Norton's return, she mentioned it as soon as she saw Norton. Magneto and Professor, you can tell Magneto that I have returned and let them come over at any time. Although Norton was confused, he did not refuse. Something that would allow Magneto and Professor X to come to him together must be no small matter. The information is true, there are no problems, and there are no hidden dangers. The information given by Professor, in fact, this piece of information gave Norton a very familiar feeling. Part of it was exactly the same as the information obtained from analyzing the fragments of the Apocalypse Godhead, and the rest was also very consistent with the information analyzed by Norton. Obviously, this piece of information is Apocalypse's method of condensing his Godhead. Apocalypse unknowingly imprinted this piece of information into the depths of human collective consciousness and was accidentally captured by Charles in that world. Then, due to some factors, when that time tributary was integrated into the main world, this information was not erased, but was inherited by Professor X in the main world. Norton probably guessed the process by which Professor X obtained the information, and there shouldn't be much deviation.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.